when he was talking about destroying the Israeli state. You know what I mean? Like things like that.
It wasn't that bad. That no, I know exactly which one you're referring to. What he
Yeah.
said was, what I can tell you, what he said was, he's sitting. He went, I'm sure you heard about. You're familiar with the area, which is south of Tehran. So he went there, and he's sitting down with some of religious leaders. Okay, and he was a massive supporter of Mahdi. He was like, "Oh, pro Mahdi, Mahdi is gonna come." And Mahdi in Shia religion, Mahdi is a 12 Imam, which we believe he disappeared. He's still alive, but he's like 1400 years old for him, and he's gonna one day come and save us. Basically, let's put it this way and make it short and sweet. But the idea is, he went there, he sat down, and he said, he's talking to this guy, and I said, "Oh, while I was talking to the United Nations people, I'm standing there talking to in the United Nations talking, and my people were telling me while you were talking, you had this like a holy aura around you."
That's it was the United Nations.
Yeah, and I'm kidding you not, that they were like, "Wow, oh yeah, I'm sure, we're sure." That's what he was referring to. It was a bit of a, let's say, he had some loose screws here and there, I would say, as a president.
Guys, what you are witnessing here is a spectacular, like if you're into history, this is a spectacular turning point in history, right? What you are witnessing here is the American empire falling, disintegrating. This is what you're part of history right now.
Well, no,
To this point.
well, yeah.
Yeah, it's falling from within and from without. And the only people that don't realize it is my good American friends. It's sad to watch, man. I'm trying to get the message through, but I'm being treated like an enemy. Nobody wants to see it. It's like when Rome was burning.
Yeah, SD. Sorry. I'm an American, and I'm agreeing with what you're saying, dude. A lot of people in this country, they don't think, dude, I feel the pressure. We all think we're going to get out of this normal. Everything's going to be normal afterwards. Go back to regularly scheduled programming. Nope. I'm on high alert. And other people should be too.
Yeah, this is unlike any other time in history, man. This is very serious, bro. Your money, your monetary is under attack. Sanctions, all that stuff. Every country is against you guys. Don't you understand that?
I'm trying to.
Country on earth is against you guys. You got to wake up.
Yeah, I'm trying to agree with you on multiple points, which is why I wanted him to do that.
That statement right there is what triggers me. That's not true, SE. We could just list all the countries in the world, and let's go through them and say, does Japan hate the United States?
Yes,
does UK
UK
hate the United States and all that?
Yeah.
We could go down through them one by one, and I think you'd be
I'm ready. Go. Start naming them. Tell me a friend you have right now. Go ahead.
The thing is, SE, is like this, and I don't know, I hate that, but I fucking hate talking too much, and I'm talking way too much, and I'm sorry for that. But like, when it comes,
just kidding.
Well, when it comes to strategic competition, right? Because we are in a global world, right? Globalization is a thing. I know you hate that word. Okay, flatization. Let's call it that. But like the bottom line is, well, we're all connected, right? Economies are tied to this, shipping lanes. Like our technology and everything that's happened is like we're so interconnected, right? So now we have this thing called strategic competition. You're always worried about crisis and conflict. You don't want to get there. And so then folks do this like back and forth of, I'm going to fuck you up here. I'm going to fuck you up there. That's what Vietnam was about. That's what Ukraine's about. That's what fucking Afghanistan was about. Like all of this stuff is connected. Like it's not just the US that does this stuff, right? I'm not saying we didn't fuck shit up. We did. Hands down. I was part of it. I mean, fuck, man. 2.5 decades.
Yeah, but you're the main fucker-uppers, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But I'm not. Well, we're not. That's the
You
thing.
are, bro. You are.
You
You
gotta
attack just
remember.
about every country, bro.
You got to remember, like post World War II, the China and Japanese, like that thing, right? Look at Korea. Like there are things, man, that like maybe are not equally as fucked up. I don't know. Like I don't know how to weight it, Se, and I totally get your argument. I do. But like it's a bunch of powers of these fucking apes in charge, and that's what happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, mental cases. Yeah, I agree with that. And
I
you're
don't know
not the only country, but you're the most powerful country for the past 70 years. And you want to remain, you want to keep your homogeny. That's what you're doing right now. I know Americans get triggered when I say that, right? You're trying to keep the empire, but the empire is falling, bro. Every empire falls. You have to understand that and lessen the blow. All you have to do right now is pull all your bases out and take care of your own country. Close your borders. You've got $27 billion economy. You can fix your country overnight. Just get the hell at your business out of other countries. That's all you got to do. And you will save your country.
I am with you. I'm actually aligned with that view because I became an isolationist after my experience. But yeah, I'm with you on that. I won't argue with that.
That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying. Get out of Ukraine. Get the hell out of Iran. Leave Israel on its own. They want to fight with everybody. Let them fucking fight. Let them fight. Why should American dollars and soldiers be put to that task? Why? You have no interest there whatsoever.
Well, we're not. I mean, but the Iranians need bullets for Iran. Like, it's not a bad thing, man. And I mean the government, not the people. They've been wanting to overthrow them for years. So, is that
It's
our
their
fault?
plan.
Yes, it's our fault. It's our fault. But this is 40 fucking years later, bro. The Iranians are tired. You know
Yeah,
what I
they're
mean?
tired of you, bro. They're tired of you.
I get that, but
The government.
yeah, I mean their government, But I am with you, man. I'll watch the popcorn while the Israelis do their work. I will.
The Israelis are going to get pummeled. If the Israelis don't stop this, there'll be no Israel soon. Do you
No,
understand? They're like a postage stamp.
they'll be fine.
Iran is 70 times larger than Israel, bro. They stand no chance fighting Iran. If it
You're
wasn't
talking,
for America, they would have been wiped out.
you're talking about the governments again, and no, the Israeli
Iran stands, bro, you're a military man. You think Israel stands a chance militarily of attacking Iran? A mountainous country surrounded three sides. I'm sure you're aware of the terrain, right? Three sides surrounded by mountains. In the middle, huge deserts. Do you think Israel stands a chance against that country?
absolutely, because they're not going to do a ground invasion. They're going to do surgical strikes and target the leadership, which is what they've done.
Bro, you should know better than me. When was a war ever won without boots on the ground, bro? Are you kidding me?
That's the difference, right? That's the difference with technology and this new age of warfare.
No, there's no chance, bro. They can bomb them all they want.
The
They will.
Israelis, fine.
They
They'll
don't
be.
put boots on.
I'm not even worried. Like, I mean, we have these discussions at work. I'm not worried about like fucking. There is no discussions at work of like, oh, let's go into there. Oh, we got. No, dude, they're good. They got it, man. And it's from a distance. It's by other means.
Bro,
So,
you should know better than that. You're a military guy. You know it's impossible for air and naval power to defeat a country. If you don't put boots on the ground, you're not going to defeat that country, especially a country that's the size of Western Europe with 92 million people. There is no chance in hell that naval and air power will defeat them. You should know that, bro. You should know that.
well, defeating. Yeah, I mean, defeat is it's a doctrinal term, That's in our military doctrine. But they're not trying to defeat them.
What are they trying to do? Change the government? How are they going to do that?
Well, disrupt them with the threat of, killing the Ayatollah and
How's that
I,
working? You know, if you kill the Ayatollah, it's like killing the Pope, right? You do understand that, right?
I think Israel, dude, honestly, man, I think Israel fucking met their strategic objectives. Like, I really do. Like,
No,
now
they
we got
didn't. It's failed in all of them. What? Name me one objective that they reached in Iran.
wait, hold on. Israel,
Did they have regime change? No. Did they destroy their nuclear capabilities? Questionable, but most probably no. What else? What did they do?
well, no, I mean, reducing the threat to Israel was like their number one goal. They've done that, right?
Serious? They had missiles raining in for the first time in their country. They're sleeping in bomb shelters, bro. You gotta see what's going on. They failed in every single objective. Not only that,
thing.
hold on. I'm done. Not only that, they showed that their Iron Dome is like a Sith. Doesn't work. They failed miserably, bro. They failed in every single objective.
I don't think you know who they took out. So I wouldn't agree with that assessment.
It doesn't matter who they took out. Look at the aftermath. They're still firing. They still have their missiles. Like I said, you can take out all the people you want. They will replace them. They have a professional, trained army.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be like, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but like what I'm telling you is like, it's just not.
You can handle it, bro. Be as mean as you want.
Well, no. It's just not a thing, man. Like, you don't understand like how they decapitated the leadership, who they killed. I mean, I brought up the Air Force, and how they did that in the operation. Like, bro, yeah, the Israelis won, man. Like, they won. Period.
No, they didn't, bro. Listen to, and I'm not saying this, right? Every strategic person I've listened to. Do you know Colonel Douglas McGregor? Professor Schimmer? I could name you a whole bunch of Americans, right? And I can tell you all the military analysts that I've heard. Every single one of them says the same thing. Israel did not meet its objectives. It did not have regime change. It did not destroy their nuclear capability, right? It just simply, and not only that, they got, for the first time, the Israelis got a taste of what it means to fight a real army instead of ragtag, helpless women and children. For the first time, they got a taste of what it means to rain down hell like they do to other people, Gaza, dropping 500-pound bombs. They got a taste. So they failed spectacularly in every objective. Like, I'm sorry, man. That's just the way it is.
Like, again, I would examine who they killed. I mean, I'm just telling you, bro.
It's irrelevant, bro. If they kill Trump tomorrow, is the states gonna fall?
I don't think Israel's goal was regime change.
Answer my question, bro. If they kill Trump and all the people at the Pentagon, all the top bananas, if they kill all the 5-star generals and Trump and the vice president and everybody in the high command, like they did in Iran, will the states continue to work or will it fall?
I know. Well, it'll continue to work, but it's going to be so degraded. Like, that's what, like, a lot of folks don't understand what the Israelis did. They don't understand who they targeted. They don't understand what they targeted, especially when it comes to short range and medium range ballistic missile, like solid propellant and like all this stuff, man. Like, you got to put it all in totality. Like, rockets are not easy to fire, right? You need materials, you need, casings, you need guidance systems and all this other stuff. Like, that's the thing. Like, You gotta understand what they targeted, man. And
I do understand, and I explained it to you many, many
they
times.
like I don't know how to tell you, but like now ballistic missiles raining down on Israel, whatever. That's hardly a fucking accurate statement. They have decreased so much over the last week. It's not even funny. And that's evidence of what the Israelis targeted. So like, I mean, I get it.
So why do they want to make peace? Why do the Israelis want to make peace? Did you ever know the Israelis to want to make peace? Ever?
Yeah, a lot of times.
Like there, where? Every peace deal they make, they break. What are you talking about? The only reason Netanyahu wants to make peace is because his population is in terror. It's the first time they've experienced what they dish out, right? And they're crying. The citizens want to leave Israel. If they open the borders, they're going to lose a third of their population overnight. All the citizens of European and American passports, they're gone. That's why they have the borders locked. I'm telling you, man, you're misinformed, bro. You are willfully, with all due respect, you are misinformed.
It's all good, bro. I get it. But yeah, it's not.
See who's in the near future.
It's just, I mean, it's just not accurate. Like, in like to understand how the Iranian military is organized and all this other stuff, not understanding who they targeted, not understanding the targets that Israel went after, not understanding like what the strike from the U.S. meant on Iran, not understanding like the history evolved from the fucking 79 fucking fuck up that we did, right? And where Iran came from, not understanding like the popular sentiment, like not understanding all of this stuff. I can see where you get these preconceptions, but they're just not accurate. And I'm not saying that because I'm fucking trying to insult you. I'm not. Like, I'm not.
It's the same thing about you, bro. It's all good. As long as we talk amicably, I don't mind any opinion you have, bro. I mean, look, let's be honest, right? The first thing that dies in war, what is it? Is information, right? The fog of war. So, I mean, we're just
Sure.
going by what here.
I mean, I would agree with that, SE, but like what I'm saying is like, I don't know.
Yeah, you're saying I don't know. I get it, bro.
I mean, what I'm saying is like there is this hostility to Jews that I don't agree with. Like I mean, I've worked with the Lebanese, the Lebanese government. I've worked with, the Israeli government. I've worked with, you know, like Syrian opposition. Like I've done these things and I've been there and I've talked to these people and I've seen what they're going through. And my heart fucking bleeds for all of them. I mean, I worked with the Iraqi government. I invaded the country for Christ's sakes. Like I've spent so much time there. But I hear these ideas of like, well, this side is the only thing to blame. And whenever somebody says that and it's with totality, it screams ignorance to me. Like it literally does, bro. Because if you talk to these people,
I'm not insulted. You're aware of General Petraeus and the 6 to 7 countries?
General Petraeus was my commanding officer during the invasion of Iraq. He's the one that gave us the order to go. Yes, I know him.
What did he say about the plan? You're just following a Zionist plan. It's not your fault, bro. You have been conned. You and your government has been conned by the Zionists to do all this. And Iran is the last country in that list. And look at all the other countries. You left a wake of destruction in the Middle East. Why? For Israel. Those are Israel's enemies. I'm surprised you can't see that, bro. I'm really surprised.
I had issues when I wasn't in firefights, so I don't, I get it. And there are dots to connect there. I mean, I totally get that part. I do. But yeah, I don't know, man. I would just caution about having a total understanding of it because that place That place is so dynamic, and there's so many different ethnic groups. I mean, the Alawites in Syria. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. That was the ruling class of Assad. Like, first of all, it's an
Yeah, they're
alphabet.
gone.
It's an alphabet soup in there, and then you also have the Kurds that were split after the Sykes-Picot Agreement after World War One. Like, there are so many things in there to I wouldn't have a total opinion. That's all I'm saying.
The Turks are involved there.
Yeah, and I love the Kurds. I mean, Syrian Kurds not so much. They're more communist, but Iraqi Kurds are great.
Yeah, you guys let them down. You guys let like every other group that goes with you guys. That's another thing. The Americans are not trusted anymore by anybody because to be a friend of America is a death sentence, right? I heard Professor Mersheimer says that all the time, right? To be a friend of America is a death sentence. So take it from there, man. You have no trust. You have no honor. Not you, your government. No trust, no honor. They'll betray you at a drop of a hat. Look at all these. Look at this, man. Look what the devastation you did. Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, now Iran, and you're still like saying, "Oh well, SC. I mean, you just don't understand." No, bro, you're the one that doesn't understand. You're the one that's been conned in by the Zionist plot against your government, bro. You have to wake up.
It's not Zionist, but it's not.
100% Zionist, man. And they did it through the Christian. I mean, it's, bro, the whole world knows what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, I think if you actually knew what.
I feel sad for you. I feel sad.
Well, and I'll finish this and I can shut up. But I think if you knew what the Iranians did with Lebanese Hezbollah and Hamas to the Israelis, and the amount of hostages they took, and the amount of babies that they killed in night raids, like wearing ski masks, like if you knew that, right? Like if you were in the country and seeing that and knowing like the scale of which that was happening, and then you also knew the frequency of the rocket attacks that they conducted just by being frustrated with the two-state solution, discussions, which is, partly Israel's fault, I think your opinion would change. And that's just me personally, but the reality, is always, at distance from the truth when it comes to these situations. I mean, it literally is. So, but I respect your opinion, brother.
What I have to say, I don't think I can say any more that will persuade you or sway you. So, I mean, we had a respectable convo. I think it's time to move on. People will make up their own minds and time will tell.
I agree with that.
If anybody else wants to get in or change the subject, feel free.
I do love you, brother. It's all out of love.
I love you right back, and Americans are my favorite people. I've traveled all through America, and I've even said that I find Americans more friendlier than Canadians. You guys think we're friendly? I find Americans more friendly. I've been invited into their homes. I've had barbecues. Like, I have nothing but good thing to say about Americans. And I mean all Americans, blacks, Hispanics, and whites. I've had good experiences with all of y'all.
I wish more of them were on the internet instead of some of these folks that come in here and yell at flat earthers. Because I don't know, but I'm with you.
Look where we're at, yeah. I hear you, NORAD. I hear you, brother. Like, Guys, I love you guys, right? Like, I have nothing against Americans, man. I hope you guys know that. Even Rakia, the freaking French Cajun, I love him too.
Well, since no one's talking, Essie, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What did you think about the whole Jaron Whitsitt thing? Did you watch that?
Yeah, I did watch it. Yeah.
What do you think, bro? I'm curious from your side.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. I mean, some people say it was like it was rehearsed, them getting together and trying to make money. I don't know, man. I don't know. To me, like charging $60 and that kind of like rubbed me the wrong way. But then again, I mean, that's his job. He needs to make money. So I don't know, man. Where money gets involved, it's kind of like hard to tell. Like I got nothing against Whitsitt. I'll tell you that straight out. I've spoken to him many times. To me, he seems like a solid dude. Jaron, on the other hand, I've said even before this, like Jaron is like, I don't think he's too intelligent, right? Because he once told me, and I think NORAD was there, and so was Buster. He told me that if you take a race car and you lock the wheels straight, that it will go around an oval track, right? This was years ago. And ever since he told me that, I had him like not too intelligent. So that's my take on that.
That's kind of true with the NASCAR because they have the wheels kind of turned to the left, so you can have the wheel hold straight and it's still going to turn left.
No. We didn't talk about the cars and the rack and pinion and all that. We said a regular car.
Oh
with
yeah,
the
not
wheel
with the regular, but
Yeah.
with the NASCAR, but you could hold the wheel completely straight, and if you push down on the gas, it's going to turn left because they orient the wheels to turn left. 'Cause that's all they do, unless they do a road course.
So you think? Let me ask you the question. You take a regular car. Listen
Absolutely
to
not.
my words carefully.
Absolutely not.
Not a NASCAR.
Yeah.
This is very important because you keep going to that.
Yeah.
You take a regular car.
Yep.
You solder the wheel straight.
Yep.
Will it go around an oval track?
No, I don't think it would. I don't think
Okay.
a regular.
That's what Jaron said. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying potentially he may have been mistaken about an actual NASCAR because with a NASCAR that would be the case,
No, he wasn't mistaken about a NASCAR. No. Negative. So what do you think, Verdak? What do you think of that debate?
I don't know. I was kind of disappointed, man. I mean, I'm torn, right? Like, I mean, I'm a builder, and like maps are my thing. And I just felt like Whitsitt, like fucking, I don't know, he just discounted like the implications of observing that thing, down there, and what that would mean for like the representations that we have to navigate. So for me, it was like cut and dry, kind of. But like, what I was really sad about was like how much like the community just like fractured. I mean, totally, yeah. Flat Earth thing. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, look, if your whole raison d'etre, reason of being, right, is based on a sun and what it doesn't do in the south, then of course, when you go down there, your whole paradigm is going to be shattered, right? That's Jaron. Like, did he not? But check this out now. My beef with that is, in the 10 years that you've been in this, Jaron, did you not once consider in the north that this happens in Scandinavia? that there's a 24-hour sun and more than 24 hours, and there's like days and months of night. Like, you never heard that before? Like, to me, that's kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah, but it was also the arguments going up to it. I mean, there were so many that were saying this was impossible, you know, and it turned out it was.
One of
I mean, I don't know.
And I said from the beginning, they're gonna find a 24-hour sun. How do you know? Well, I don't know, but if it happens in the north, right? What's the big deal of it happening in the south? Now, if you ask me how, and I don't know, but I don't understand why he found out so strange and it shattered his whole belief system. Like the AE map, for example, right?
Right.
Obviously, that can't work on an AE map.
Right.
Very simple.
Yeah. Yeah, but Witsa held on to it, man. I don't know. Like, I've talked to Witsa too, you know. But like, just, I don't know. I go back to like, you know, the flat earthers always had this good thing about debate. Like, this is why they win the argument. Because most globers don't understand what like human biases are. But flat earthers, like they know about that and they can call them out when they're happening. It's so weird, dude, because I'm telling you, like, so many flat earthers, Witsit included, should have been like psychologists. Like, it's amazing and the only reason I say this, and I have evidence for it, is because I was trained on this as an intel analyst, like over years, right? Because we're trained to do the analysis and then recognize the biases that we inherently have, or like groups can have. Groupthink is a big one, right? I mean, World War Z is a good movie that was based on groupthink. Like, these are things that we as humans have observed over years and years and years of study and observation. But the one thing about flat earthers that I always respected was they could sniff that shit out left and right. But when that happened, when they had an observation that challenged their paradigm, and then all of a sudden the AE model and all this other stuff didn't work, they literally reverted back to the biases that they had been arguing for. And many of their channels died, many of them disappeared, some of them flipped, whatever. That's what I don't know. It would be an epic book or study to like, you know, unpack. I mean, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, that is an interesting set of events, right? You got a preacher, a person conditioned to collect money. Now, me, I was saying this from day one, right? You have a preacher that his main purpose is to preach and collect money. So now we have a preacher that's a baller that comes out of the blue, never heard of him before, comes out of the blue and wants to sponsor flat earthers to go to Antarctica. Now, does that sound legit to you? Or does that sound like a setup from the beginning? And
That's
now I'm
from,
starting to think maybe Jaron was in on it from the beginning.
that's where the biases started taking over that flat earthers have argued about. I mean, that's the thing. It was legit. I mean, they went there. We know that.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying they didn't know. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, like, a preacher coming out of the blue, like, it didn't seem to anybody odd, like strange.
I mean, yeah, it kind of is, but like, I mean, you've heard me talk about this before. I mean, I'm a glober and I also believe in God. And I think he created this big place and left us figure it out because that's what he wanted us to do. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say that's like a Leonide, you know? I don't know.
I smelled a rat from the beginning, right? I smelled a rat from the beginning. And I even asked Witsit before he went, I asked him, what do you think, bro? You think the sun? And he goes to me, look, I see 50-50. That's what he told me, 50-50. I said, okay, I can respect that.
Yeah, I mean, like the flat Earth side, like it's had some decent arguments, but like, and they made my head scratch, right? But like, I don't know, man.
I've said it before. The only thing you guys have in the model is the sun. That's it. Like, even if I give you that, here, take this on a silver platter, 0.1 globe, right? Then everything else I can blow out of the water. Your ball in a vacuum, right? Everything else, what you think the sun is, your cosmology, I can break it down make it into ashes. Like, that's the only thing you have that you can claim. That's it.
Well, you can do that by ignoring a ton of stuff. Yeah, you can.
It's not ignoring. It's using physics, right?
Well, that's where you get to the
Physically
theoretical stuff.
impossible things. Just like the 24-hour sun cannot work on a map. That's a fact. It's a physical fact. I don't care what anybody says. You can bring mirrors out, coffee cup caustics. You can fucking play the fiddle all day long. Doesn't work on an AE map, period.
Okay.
Now, same thing I can say to the ballers. There's no way you can have a ball of gas and water in a vacuum. It's physically impossible.
Yeah, that one's different. Like, well, you could if gravity is real, right? So that's
You
the
could just make up shit. But
No, you could
it's
have a
physically
planet with gas and water attached. Sure can.
but SE, like, and I'm just gonna make a video about it. Like, when you're using, I'm not even gonna get into it. But you've heard my argument about maps. I mean,
Yeah, you're gonna
that's
see gravitational force, and then I'm gonna say which gravity, and I'm gonna show, and I'm gonna show you that your belief in like the warping and space time, we can go that, and it's like a joke, bro. It's a fantasy.
but we don't need
Think
the
that you
theoretical.
can- just like the flat earthers and the AE map with the 24-hour sun, it's the same thing. It's physically impossible. There's nothing you can say that can change that.
Yeah, but you can demonstrate with maps, like how we calculate for the difference of using a flat map for a curved like surface. Like
I'm not
that's
talking about
you can demonstrate that, right? Like, and I know like flat earthers get into like the physics and say like these guys like that's the thing, man, about theory is like they didn't fucking know they had theories, right? It wasn't all encompassing and all knowing. Um, so I totally get that part, and that's where you guys scratch my head. Like, but that's where I'm scratching my fucking head. Is a lot of the stuff that you guys talk about, especially when the disagreements between Einstein, the ether might be coming back. I don't know if you keep up in scientific journals, but
oh yeah, your boys are bringing back the ether. Yep.
at the same time, that doesn't like have anything to do with the shape of the globe. What you can demonstrate with yourself, if you want to like literally figure out the shape of the globe, is you can just take a map and a compass.
But
It's
we're not
fucking
talking about shape, right? Notice how you went to shape.
what?
I wasn't talking about shape. Regardless of the shape, you can't have gas and water in a vacuum. That is physically impossible.
I think you would have to answer how you can have lower pressure at the top of your office than at the bottom and having it not normalized in order to explain why it can't go all the way to zero.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I know where you're gonna go with the height thing, and I understand where you're gonna go, but you still that argument doesn't work, right? Because you can show a barbecue and it's liquid on the bottom and it has different on the way on the top. So I mean, if you want to use that argument, you can, but you still have to show that in the vacuum. And just by pointing up there, I don't think that works, Omni. I mean,
Okay,
and
well,
that's
I mean
how you-
that's fine, but so just so that we're clear, the gradient that we experience, that we all experience, that we can test with our barometers and whatever else, that gradient is due to gravity. And one of the ways we know that it's due to gravity is because if you look at the law for the formula for barometric pressure, it's basically the ideal gas law plus Newtonian gravity. If you get those two together, you get the prediction for the atmospheric pressure gradient that we all recognize, experience, can test for. So that tells us that, and we do have a physics explanation for it. It's not like it's totally not understandable. We understand that the presence of a gravitational downward vector for gas particles, combined with gas particles essentially randomized direction with high kinetic energy, will produce mathematically higher pressure at lower altitudes and lower pressure as you go up, and eventually it'll reach very little, down near zero, whatever. I mean, that's the theory. Now you can dislike the theory or not. You can take issue with the theory being correct, but the theory is internally consistent, I guess is what I want to say.
Well, sure, you can have a theory that works, but in practicality, right? You cannot show this, right? And you're going to tell me, oh, SC, you're crazy. How can we recreate the Earth? Well, yeah, that's the whole point. You cannot, this is a belief, right? You cannot recreate this, right? Just like the flat earthers cannot recreate a working model of a flat Earth in a 24-hour sun. I put the same onus on you guys to recreate this model. You know you can't do it, right?
Well, just so we're clear, right? I can't create. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. So a flat earther.
It is like it's not really good because I know you can't do it, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right.
So where we go from here?
Well, so just so we're clear, that the 24-hour sun and the AE map, like I can't create that in Blender. Like there's no modeling tool and no theory of anything that I can use to create that effect to show how a sun can move where we know it to move and over a AE map and get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Like you can give me all the powers of everything and I still can't do it unless I maybe do the Walter Bislin thing where everybody's vision, the light bends differently for each individual person, something like that. So that's a case where even with a model, I can't build a model where it works. The model for gravity and gas 100% works. What we can't do is build a second Earth to show that gravity is capable of holding down gas. That we cannot do. But
I think you,
go ahead.
oh, sorry. I think you missed his question on me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ask it again, SE.
What do you mean? To be able to recreate it? What are you talking about? I asked them, I think, a few things. Which one are you talking about?
I was talking about the whole, like, a vacuum and all that other stuff. Like, that was your original.
It's physically impossible to have water not boiling off in a vacuum.
Well,
Yeah.
when we
Physically impossible. So
okay, yeah. Well, water will. So when we send up a hot air balloon, the highest hot air balloons go up to vacuum, not to a perfect vacuum because you never get there, but they go up to what we would on Earth consider to be a vacuum, and we can track the pressure as it goes up, and it doesn't ever hit a barrier. So.
But the gas should fill the space, though. If there's a vacuum, right? If there's gas there, water, the gas should fill the space, and the water should boil off. Yeah, that's
so
not if there's a force acting on it.
So just so we're clear, it's already not happening. Not only does the gas fill the space, but the gas also equalizes the pressure all over the space with, very minute differences in pressure. So
you have a barrier?
happens.
You have a barrier?
So we don't, because that gas filling the space and equalizing pressure only occurs in high to low pressure atmospheric conditions at or around sea level. When you have a stable pressure gradient like we do, it doesn't normalize, which means it won't fill the space.
But how can you have a stable? You cannot have. It's physically impossible. If you have a vacuous space and you have gas, it will fill the space every time, and water will boil in a vacuum. So I don't know where you're getting this from.
The reason why it won't do that, and we know it doesn't do that, is the same reason that we know that the gas pressure is lower in Denver, the atmospheric pressure is lower in Denver, Colorado, than it is in Death Valley. We know that the gas pressure is higher in Death Valley than in Denver because of the only thing that's really different there is the altitude. And we know that as you go up in altitude, the gas gets lower and lower and lower. The amount of gas decreases without the need for a barrier, which means at some point, eventually, there's effectively no more gas. The gas just stops.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the gas just gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner until there's virtually nothing left.
What I was going to add on to SE, and I'll let you respond. I'm not interrupting, but like that's why airplanes have cruising altitudes, right? Like there's less resistance when they're flying because there's a gradient within the atmosphere of like, and that's also why it's containerized and pressurized, right? The airliner is pressurized, which is kind of to your point, which I get. But when you're talking about on scales of the planet, it's a little different. But anyways,
Get that, bro. You've been convinced that because of the size of the Earth, right, the weakest force that we know, which is gravity compared to the other ones, is able to withstand all the universe, like all the vacuum. Like it just doesn't jive, man. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you guys want to believe that, it's fine. But like I said, it's physically impossible. And you can't show it. The only thing you can do is point and say, look, and the mountain up there is like, that's all you can do. Like literally, that's all.
No, we live in it. It's not all you can do. We fucking live in it.
That's exactly it.
I'm fine with leaving it there. I agree. We don't have a gravity machine. However, as far as I'm concerned, the demand of is he here? The demand of Dimmock, he's not here, so but to demonstrate this in a lab is not required. I mean, it's a nice to have, but it's not a must have because that theory is validated by tests of the atmospheric gradient, which does not behave the way that gas escaping into a vacuum behaves. It's not that gas will fill a vacuum. Gas will, pressurized gas will normalize pressure over a given area, meaning that if I have, if I have gas at 3 atmospheres and I have gas at 1 atmosphere and I put them together, it'll equalize to like gas at 2 atmospheres in both places. But that's the behavior we're talking about. But that doesn't happen in the atmosphere.
And your container is gravity. I understand. I understand how you think.
Also, that doesn't happen in Denver. Like we can go to places where it's already not, where the behavior that you're talking about is already not happening. So, I'm okay. I'm okay with just saying, okay, well, that's kind of where we wind up. Whatever. Like okay.
Yeah, we can't go any further than that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's anyway. I don't think it's I'm not. I don't find it as a sticking point to be too too problematic.
As long as we understand each other's point,
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Okay. All right.
I know I'm not going to convince you. You're not going to convince me. We're talking like gentlemen, and that's a start right there. Yeah.
Well, at some point, we will have, we will want to get into, like what would we know about, how far can we go with evidence for a theory? Like, if I have a theory of ether, and I have some amount of evidence for it, like how convinced should I be, that ether is a real thing? Like that's something that I don't think we've fully plumbed.
Well, I'm not an ether guy. But,
I know you're not. Yeah, I'm just saying that would be like an example.
Yeah, but you know that the cosmologists, some of them are bringing back the ether, right? And we're talking a little bit about that before.
I've heard that. Can you tell me what's going on with that? Because I'm not familiar.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, right? They need a placeholder. They need something to reference something to, right? Like the speed of light, for example.
All right. So
I'm not 100% familiar with this situation, but I think it has to do with the speed of light, and they need something to peg on, right? Like reference to. I think that's what it is.
Huh. Okay. All right.
Well,
So they're using ether as like a stand-in for that?
no, so like what it kind of is, and I brought this up.
I'm curious, for real.
Dude, it's multiple. It's like multifaceted. One is like gravitational forces at scale. The other one is like dark energy. But then it's also like an attempt to, because we all know, like in physics, like they cannot reconcile quantum mechanics with Einstein's theory of relativity. So like that's another approach. That's why it's actually gaining traction in academic circles. So it's not just one approach, like that it exists or it doesn't exist. Like they're exploring it from like multiple different lanes. But
but okay. So my curiosity is, what is the use of ether in, like, it's not luminiferous ether, right? It's something else. It's something other than luminiferous ether.
well, both are actually being brought up.
Really?
On
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you can point me to that, I'm very curious. I think that's
I suppose you've got something that contradicts Michelson-Morley to show that luminiferous ether exists.
so.
No, who is bringing back ether? I haven't seen this. I kind of click around on these sciencey things. I've not seen any scientists talking about bringing back ether.
Well, I mean, so there is something called relativistic ether. There's a theory called relativistic ether, but that's been around
I'll
for a while.
post it, guys. You guys can, I'll post them.
Okay. All right. I mean, I have no idea if this is, related to that or not, but there have been other theories at play that have had it.
That's just a speculation.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what, like, I'm not completely up to date on this shit. So I could, there could be plenty of stuff going on that I'm not aware of. I don't know.
Well, they had their version of ether, right? Quantum foam.
That's not ether.
Yeah, I'm familiar with quantum foam. Yeah, but that's not like a luminiferous ether. It's not a material through which light propagates. It's it's something else.
It's in a vacuum. I think they call it like 0-point energy or something like that. Yeah, they say that a vacuum isn't really a vacuum, because even in a vacuum, things pop in and out of existence. I'm not saying I
Yeah.
believe, but I'm just
Yeah,
explaining
no,
what.
I've heard that. Yeah, I'm familiar with that, but that is different to my understanding from
Yeah,
uh,
quantum foam is a 70-year-old theory. Most people are familiar with it. It's not ether.
okay, well, yeah, but I mean it is weird. I think we could probably agree on that.
Yeah, it's absolutely weird.
So whatever it is, it's unusual.
I'm not beyond imagining, and I've thought about there's some sort of underlying framework to all of this, to the universe that we're unable to see, detect, or realize that might be discoverable in some way. But
Well, the
yeah, I don't
Nobel
know.
Prize is waiting. The Nobel Prize is waiting for you if you find it.
Yeah,
Uh,
Serious.
I
Look,
shall have that Nobel Prize.
You betcha. The guy that finds the theory of everything, his name will be up there with Newton and Galileo and Einstein.
well,
I
they
think
never
it
will.
would.
They never will, guys. You know why, right?
No way.
Why?
Because they have to quantize gravity to fit into the model, and it just can't work.
Oh, I
Doesn't
don't think
work.
gravity.
It's like forever.
I don't think gravity will have anything to do with what I'm talking about. But what I would say is that it would be something that is more spooky than bendy space-time.
Yeah, who
What's
knows
that?
that? I mean, yeah, this is up for grabs, right? Like nobody really knows this stuff. It's all theoretical at best. Like not even theoretical. It's all ideas at best.
That's what a theory is.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
No, no,
hypothesis.
let's not get into that. I don't want to get into that. Okay. We're going to be wasting hours on what's the null and this and that. It's not a
No,
theory
yeah.
unless it's tested, right? So they didn't test it. It's not a theory. But we can use the colloquial term if you like, so we don't get like sidetracked into this
Okay. Well, let's do
non-argument.
that for this. Let's do that for this discussion.
It's an extremely high hypothesis. Like all
Well,
my
I'll
animals.
give you that. It's I'll give you that. An extremely high hypothesis, even though but I'll give it to you. So that's all you have at best, and there's a lot of contradictions in the model, right? Like,
No, not really.
yeah,
What do you mean? Like the fact that relativity and quantum don't get along? Yeah, everybody knows that.
Well, I mean, yeah, there are these theories definitely do not comport together. That is, I mean, I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
Yeah, there've been a
There's
lot of people. Einstein spent the last, I think, 15 years of his life trying to kind of find that
yeah,
combination.
well, yeah,
And if the string theory guys have been trying to do it, but they can't find any way to test it.
right.
yeah. You heard Susskind, what he said, the grandfather of string theory. He says we have to start over. We have to rethink this. That's 50 years of wasted research.
Wouldn't call it wasted.
Well, I mean, Susskind might be,
Yeah,
His grandfather was the other guy you like, Kaku.
Michikaku, he's one of them. Is that him?
I don't particularly like Kaku. I mean, I don't know much about him, but I definitely like Roger Penrose.
Yeah, we can't throw away
Like
the current technology and utility that we enjoy from what we do know, right?
Yeah,
Yes, kind of.
Well, I give those to the technicians, to the people that do R&D. I give that to those people, not the cosmologists. Sorry, guys, they don't get credit for that.
okay.
Well, I personally think it's kind of funny when we hear people, science deniers, deny quantum mechanics and light theory and that. In the meantime, they're on their cell phone on the internet, which requires, quantum theory and transistors and light theory and fibers.
Is this where you come
Yeah.
in and deflect the conversation with your stuff?
Well, I mean, apparently
Just
cell
telling you.
phones do require, do use quantum behavior. Like, breakthroughs in quantum mechanics created the transistors that let us use the cell phones that we're
Yep.
using.
the transistor. If we didn't understand quantum, they never would have made the transistor. And your typical phone has what, 5 or 10
Or we never
integrated
made
circuits in
modern
it.
transistors. We would have made like wouldn't we be able to make like a more basic transistor?
I don't think
I
so.
think, I think understanding quantum though is a stretch. I mean, words matter.
Yeah, exactly. And they say that nobody could understand it, right? So you're like you're like defeating the sentence within the sentence, right?
Well, what do you want to
Kind
say
of.
then? People can use the theories and get results. However
You mean
wanna
the
say it,
theory
and just-
that they say that you can't understand, and if you think you understand it, you don't understand it? That one?
Oh
yeah, that one, but it works.
wait. I'm summoning Tapioca Weasel if I can get him.
Yeah, but it works.
That would be
You know,
good. Yeah.
shut up and calculate, as one famous
I-
guy said.
It works.
Well,
see.
Tapioca
see,
actually works
Shut up,
in
shut up,
quantum.
calculus.
Yeah,
Tapioca
shut
is
up
a
and
working quantum physicist. He's working right now, and well,
I
maybe not
see
right now.
knowledge.
But we
I
don't
see that-
understand. We don't understand quantum mechanics. We don't.
No.
Like there's
I-
some gaps of it. You know what I mean? So that's that. NASA. I wasn't like trying to call you out or anything. I was just saying like words matter, kind of like that. There are
Yeah,
I
I'm
see.
just saying,
I
we've
see
got
knowledge.
a guy in here who actually works with this stuff, and he
Yeah.
can, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
I
see.
don't.
Sorry, thank you. I see knowledge as like a treasure hunt or an archaeological dig. If you're looking for knowledge, it's like you're looking for a buried treasure of some kind. You're going to spend a lot of time digging for nothing. Then then maybe you'll hit it, and maybe that maybe there's something buried in the beach, and you're going to dig and dig and dig until you find it. That's just what knowledge is often when it's very difficult to find knowledge like unified theory and all the rest of that sort of stuff. And
I agree, but if you have the originator of this telling you, look, it's time
Yeah.
to give it up, right? I mean, shouldn't you listen to that?
they should listen to that, unless they're heavily funded and they have a lot of people involved in the research.
Exactly.
It's going to be hard to give that up, isn't it? But
There lies the problem. Exactly.
that does, and that's
So,
just the nature of the
I mean-
problem. That's the nature of science, because science has to be funded. So you have science is funded, and then you have a situation where the funding makes you a little less nimble. So when things happen that indicate that your research is going nowhere, you're going to be disinclined and disincentivized to give it up. And that's just the nature of, because science has to be funded somehow.
I mean, scientists
sounds-
do know.
It sounds like honestly, Red. It's so eerily similar to our defense acquisition process and like getting new technologies and stuff. Because like now I'm
Yeah.
senior ranks and I'm dealing with this. Like, yeah, it's fucking wild, man. So I heard you. Yeah.
Giving up on things you spent millions and millions and millions of dollars on.
Well, yeah, 'cause
Here's-
like technology's exponentially like increasing so fast. Like the acquisition processes are antiquated now, and like, I was having this meeting and I was just trying to explain to them in the acquisition community. I was like telling them like, guys, like this shit, like these requirements documents are not going to survive a fiscal quarter like anymore. Because like the breakthroughs of science and the breakthroughs of technology are just like they're accelerating faster than we have, like, from a policy perspective or a legal perspective to actually have those. But your point was well heard about the funding part, because that's where all of these discussions originate.
Yes, sir. It's all about the mighty dollar. But
We don't
speaking
even
of
get-
technology, right? Have you guys heard of the Vera Rubin telescope? You're gonna blow your mind if you haven't heard of this.
I hear some incredulity coming.
No, what tells?
See, that's why you're useless, NASA.
Well, just
I
tell
hear
us. Just
I hear some
don't react,
incredulity
just
coming.
tell
Go
us.
ahead.
Just
Hey.
ignore the blatant attempts at getting reactions.
Yeah, I know. So check out the Vera Rubin telescope. It just came online a couple of months ago. If you're a geek like I am, you're gonna blow your mind on the resolution of this thing. I think it's 8.5 meters, and it's designed to take a picture of the whole, like not zooming in, right? It's designed to take pictures of swaths of the sky. So the way they explained it, I barely looked into this yesterday. It's like the size of the moon. It takes shots of the size of the moon, right? If you guys are into this stuff, you're gonna blow your freaking mind.
I'm looking at it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'll put the link in there.
So contrary to what you guys think of me, I'm into this stuff, and I've been into this stuff for years.
How can you be
Years.
into this stuff for years and think the Earth is flat?
Go take a dive in a pool or something, bro.
He said,
No, seriously, I think this is a decent question. How can you be
Like
into
he's
this
the
stuff for
jester of
years
the group, like, you know,
and then
the jester
conclude
of the
the
group.
Earth is flat and non-rotating?
You're a clown. Bro. You're a clown. That's all you're good for.
All right.
Like, I'm
we're
sorry
having a
to
good
do that, but,
conversation,
you know.
NASA. We can have a good conversation. We don't need to do that.
Yeah, like
I'm seriously wondering if he's really into astronomy. What happened that you're really into astronomy and yet you conclude the Earth is flat and non-rotating? I'm interested.
I'm just gonna say this because I really don't like you. And we traverse these channels, like we traverse these servers, you know, every once in a while, and then every time you come in, like I just like, bro, like I don't know what your social like situation is or whatever it is, but the only thing that I'm just gonna say is like you just gotta soften your approach. That's the easiest way to describe it. Just soften it a little bit. You know what I mean? Just come in genuine and be a good human being.
How long have you
I've
been
told
dealing
you.
with these people?
That's a possibility, bro. 6 years running from the day one he came in, he's been like that. He's not gonna change.
I think he will.
Maybe,
People can change. Let's get back to the
maybe if
Rubin
you had some
telescope.
evidence there. No,
The Rubin
seriously,
telescope.
I was
It
actually
has a
serious on this one.
3-point.
I didn't realize, I didn't mean this as some,
Yeah.
I guess you guys took it as some sort of insult of SE. I really want to know if he's really into this, what happened that you conclude the Earth is flat and non-rotating? I mean,
Bro, I'm
'cause
not
this is a
interested in
southern,
talking to you, bro. Plain and
of
simple.
course not.
Not interested in
fine.
talking.
You could have said that, and I would have not. If you would have said that, I would have just left you alone. But that's okay.
Well, the thing
All
is,
right,
the question, the question. Okay, so the camera on this, I just look on Wikipedia for what it's worth. 3.2 gigapixel digital camera.
Yep, crazy, amazing technology.
3,000 megapixels. That's nuts. Image data.
Keep in mind,
processing.
you guys just. Sorry, did I interrupt you?
No. Just
Probably get
specs
those
are.
pictures. That's all I was saying, SE. Like it's amazing.
Yeah, bro. Now keep in mind, right? What you saw there is only three clicks of the like 3 moon sizes in all the area, right? All those billions and millions of things there, they're all in just one, like 3 moon sized, views of the sky.
It's just nuts, isn't it?
Yep. I'm gonna take a small break. I got some ants here. I gotta lay out some ant traps. Give me a couple of minutes.
It's in Chile.
Yeah, all the interesting stuff's in the southern hemisphere. Seriously.
America's not in the southern hemisphere. That's interesting.
Sky, everything in the sky that's interesting.
Oh, okay. Is it really though? Is that true?
Basically, yeah. And I've heard that said more than once.
The Paul Rubin Observatory.
So what is this you were going to do that like compared to James Webb? What is it supposed to do better or whatever?
It's a survey telescope. The Webb is looking like small things long place away. This looks at the entire sky.
The other thing there is the web is in space.
Right.
But no, that's an obvious difference. So it can't be, the web can't be, by the fact that it had to be launched, it can't be anywhere near as large. Even though it was, I just thought it was quite good that they managed to get it working first try.
Well, because it's in space, we can't really be sure it exists. I mean, you know, how could we know?
All right, I'm back. So you guys like that telescope?
Brilliant, yeah. How
I
could we never heard of it until now? Thank you very much for that, SE.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
I can now sound intelligent to in the company of my peers.
No, it's all about what you're into, right? If you're into baseball, you know the latest in baseball, right? I just happen to be into this stuff. That's it. Nothing special.
It looks cool. The pictures are pretty freaking neat.
But check out the claim, right? When this goes in full service, right? The claim is that it's going to take every 3 days, right? It's going to take the whole sky all around. Imagine that, bro. The whole sky every 3 days. So any scientist that wants to do research, right? Before they would have to apply for time in the telescope and wait, and they might get accepted. Not this is free for anybody. So if you're studying black holes or whatever you're studying, I'm not saying I believe this, I'm just putting it out there. It's open to the public. This is like truly amazing stuff.
Wow.
Yep. Every 3 days, a complete tour of the whole sky in detail. That's like top-notch, amazing. Now that's where American technology shines, right? Like you guys are killing it there.
Is this American? Cool.
Yeah, I think it's American. Yeah, it's in Chile, but I think it's I'm pretty sure it's American.
All right, I think you're right. I haven't read that.
It was American, so I'm pretty sure it's American.
Okay. Huh.
It's the trip. Okay.
Generated 500 petabytes of data after a decade.
It's incredible.
The Trifid and Lagoon Nebula on the fourth little thing there on the on the Rubin webpage. I just was interested in the word Trifid because that's the name of a plant. It's a fictional plant.
From
Very good.
Yes,
you got it. Well, Trifid, hold on. Trifid is a word that means partly or wholly split into 3 divisions or lobes. I was not aware of that. It also means a plant. There is an old Genesis song, not that anybody cares. There is an old Genesis song called The Return of the Giant Hogweed, which is similar to the David Triffids in that it depicts a fictional world where these plants that can sting people are let loose and they go about killing people in a post-apocalyptic sort of landscape.
Is that like Attack of the Killer Tomatoes?
It's similar, yeah, but in the Return of the Giant Hogweed, it's on the Selling Them by the Pound album Genesis. You're talking like 1971. In it, Peter Gabriel sings the Latin name of the giant hogweed, and so I was interested in that because I saw the lyrics. I was interested, and so I looked it up, and it's Herculeum mantegazzianum is the Latin name of the giant hogweed, and the giant hogweed is a real plant. Its name is Herculeum mantegazzianum. I thought that was sort of strange. Peter Gabriel's always a very strange guy. Anyway, the Trifid Nebula. Sorry, I was off on a track there.
Huh.
So if you look up giant hogweed, that can't be real, but it is. It's a real plant. There it is. There, Wikipedia, Herculeum mantegazzianum.
Is it a particularly dangerous plant?
It stings. Yes, it has a stinger. It can sting you, like
Okay.
a
Huh.
let's see, higher classification of cow parsnip. Dangers the giant
The
hogweed.
sap of the giant hogweed is phototoxic,
Yeah, it causes
causing
yeah.
something horrible in humans, resulting in blisters and scars. It has like,
So here's me thinking the Triffids. There's one, and then there's the giant hogweed from the song. I thought it was another. It was just they're just making up these stupid plants that can sting people. Well, look at this. It's actually true.
I mean, we've known about poison ivy for a long time,
Yeah.
so I don't think the concept of a dangerous stinging plant is new.
In the book of the Triffids, as you well know, the plant could actually uproot itself and walk.
Yes, the Triffids can walk around. Yeah, and everybody was blinded by the comet.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and the hero of the book he's injured. His eyes are in. His face is injured, and he has a bandage over his head, and he's in a hospital. And he wakes up in the morning, and in the evening, everyone's saying, "Oh, this amazing thing you can see," and everyone who sees the comets the next day they wake up blind.
Yep. So the Triffids have easy pickings.
Yes. I remember being pretty scared of that as a child, of being scared of that book.
Yes, well, make sure you wear those special glasses if you're going to look at the comet.
They'll burn your eyes out. Sorry, everyone. I know that was pretty boring, but just because I saw the word Triffid. There you go. Return of the Giant Hogweed.
I'll look into that.
It's very typical 71 Genesis. Very, very strange. And it sings it right at the end. He uses the Latin term.
Okay. I'm down with Peter Gabriel.
Yeah, he's great. I like weirdos like him. But I tell you what, though, Omni, if you do listen to the song, you have to read the lyrics, because a lot of them are very difficult to understand.
I bet.
Well, he uses terms like he returned, or the guy who finds the giant hogweed, he comes back to England and he displays them at the gardens at Kew, and people, no one, even I didn't really know what he was saying.
Nothing can stop them. Around every river and canal, their power is growing. Stamp them out. You must destroy them. They infiltrate each city with their thick, dark warning odor. They are invincible. They seem immune to all our
herbicide yeah. What was it? Long ago in the Russian hills, let me see. An explorer found the regal hogweed in the marsh. He captured it and brought it home. That was the lyrics. Something about the garden at Kew. And most people, of course, will not know about the Kew Gardens in London. They'll just see Kew as in, the letter. So there's all sorts of stuff in there that you can get from that song. It's so eloquent, though, isn't it? It's beautifully eloquent and weird.
It is weird. I like that he tells the story.
Yeah. Gabriel's a very good storyteller. Sting was the other one who writes songs and tells little stories. what's his face from Rush? Neil Peart from Rush was another great storyteller. I love it. Not Village Strong Jota. What's the song? Red Barchetta. Terrific song.
I'll be back.
Who's got news on the war? We've been blabbing about space here. Who's got news on reality? Anybody?
War bad.
War very bad. But
No.
I'm curious, did the ceasefire hold, or I guess I'll have to Google it.
Bernie Sanders on Joe Rogan. It's not the
Who?
first time I think he's had him on.
Who's on?
Bernie Sanders.
Oh, man, he's railing against the war. Oh boy, he's
Oh,
the
yeah, I'm
only
sure he's-
sane one, I think, from all of these freaks.
I don't like the guy. He's a commie. But props where it's due to Rogan for hearing people out like him and others as well.
Well, I won't call him a commie, maybe a socialist, but a commie is a bit too far, I would say.
That was hyperbole.
Yeah. He's the only person that, is a politician that's talking sense. One of the few that I've heard. All the rest of them are like war, rah, Zionist controlled puppets. It's scary to watch.
But he is he's an interesting, he's an odd bird because he's a millionaire with a tax the rich, eat the rich attitude. He has three. He was complaining that people have multiple houses and what they need all those houses for, and it transpires he's got 3 houses, and none of them are small.
Nobody said he's perfect, right? But on this issue, spot on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I have to say, in my opinion, right? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't agree with that.
Apparently, we did not destroy all the centrifuges.
Absolutely, most probably not.
Yeah.
I looked into that bomb, by the way.
That's a heck of a bomb.
Yeah.
Is the Moab?
Well, it is a Moab, but it's changed to be a mop or Moab.
It's a mop.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's a mop.
Massive
Mop?
ordnance penetrator.
Oh,
So
no.
the Moab is thermobaric, meaning that it's a fuel air explosive.
Right.
The mop is like a hardened steel case, and it fires 2 penetrators. So it hits it over the speed of sound, penetrates into the rock, fires 1 explosive, which is a shaped charge, which will blow through even more rock, and then fires the main charge, which is hopefully explodes inside the the target.
Yep.
So it's, I mean, I wouldn't want to get hit by it. I'll say that.
Yeah, I did some research on it, right? It is a very impressive bomb. It weighs 30,000 pounds. The ordnance is only 5,000 pounds only. I mean, that's a lot, right?
Yeah.
The casing is what weighs a lot.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is on this bomb, right? And they figured out how to freaking defeat it, bro. It's crazy. Well, not defeat it, but like redirect it. I'll explain quickly. The MOAP is designed to hit at a 90-degree, right? Perpendicular.
Right.
Okay. In order for it to go straight down, that's what it's designed to break the walls of the bunker and explode inside, like you just said, Omni.
Yeah.
So the freaking Iranians, what they figured out is if you build the roof of your bunker, not in a horizontal, shall we say, for a lack of a better word, structure, you build it like a diamond, like a pyramid kind of a thing. What happens is it redirects the ordnance. So apparently they know this and they build some of their bunkers like that. That's the news I got.
Interesting. Well, I mean, more more power to them for seeing it coming, but it also appears we warned them. I don't know if we warned them or not. I'm not really sure what to make of that, but that they moved a bunch of their enriched uranium prior to the bombing.
Yeah, that's what they said. They evacuated one of the sites. They evacuated most of the stuff. So their goal to destroy their capability just did not work.
But I think that means that Israel is not gonna stop.
Yeah, I think they did another attack even after the press said, and the press got really pissed off. He used the F word. They don't know what they're fucking doing. Excuse my language. That's what the president said.
Yeah, well, look, he should not have gone out there and said, you know, it's okay, done and dusted. We blew everything up. It was a huge success, and now they have a peace treaty. I mean, he should have waited like 2 days before saying that shit, because apparently none of that was true.
Yeah, imagine I come and bomb you, and then I say, okay, now let's make peace. What?
Well, if you warn me you're going to bomb, and then it's like, okay, yeah, we're even. We bombed each other. All right, all good. Like, that's a way to work things where you have a counter strike without escalation. Like that's
exactly what Iran did. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah,
they warned. Yeah. Like I said, Iranians are freaking smart, man. I'm telling you, they're not dumb. They're not towel heads like everybody thinks, right? They're a race that goes back thousands of years. They know strategy and they know how to make weapons. These are their weapons.
Yeah. They definitely. I mean, I don't think that they're dumb at all. I think if we underestimate them, we do it at our peril. But I also don't think we're underestimating them. I suspect
I think we kind of are in a way. Well, maybe not.
I think we might be, and I think that Trump maybe might be, but I don't think. And and Hesketh probably doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, but but I think that our senior military planners probably not, hopefully not underestimating them.
Yeah, I think the top people, like, they know what's going on, right? The CIA is one of the arguably the best in the world, so they know what's going on. It's just the lies that, it's just the propaganda that they're. In other words, this is all being done for Israel, right? So they have to lie about it. They have to make Iran your enemy. Iran is not your enemy.
Kind of. Yeah. I mean, I kind of agree that. So obviously, Israel is the big winner here in terms of like who benefits from Iran being attacked. But on the other hand, I don't think it's crazy for them to be very concerned about Iran having a bomb, a nuclear bomb. Like, we don't want. Nobody should want other countries to proliferate nuclear weapons, because that just increases the chance that those things will be used. And right now there's a prohibition on anybody using nukes. And that's held pretty well over years. But as soon as it's broken, as soon as some fucker goes, okay, that's it, I'm nuking those guys. Like everybody else is going to be thinking, okay, well now, okay, Pakistan did it. Now I can get away with it, And
well, that's another hot spot. Yeah, that nobody.
Yeah,
really
that's the
oh
reason
my
I
God.
picked them. But I'm just saying that as soon as somebody comes out and does that shit, like we're all fucked. We're all gonna
You know
pay.
that India and Pakistan have exchanged fire recently. Like,
Yes, I do, but they notably did not exchange nukes, and they could.
thank God.
Yeah, but both of them are nuclear armed, and Pakistan doesn't have anywhere near the controls over its nuclear arsenal that we do.
I know
Like-
that is the most scary place on earth, and really nobody really knows about it. But yeah, that is not good. That area.
Yeah, exactly. And oof, I mean, I don't know how they prevent those weapons from. The last I heard, there's two parts of the Pakistani military. There's like the military and the intelligence service, and they don't like each other. And so each one of them were given like half the bomb. Like one has the plutonium and one has the explosives and delivery system. So unless they can both agree on something, they can't they can't activate their nukes.
Oh, thank God for that. I didn't know that. So
Well,
okay,
I
so
heard that, but that was a long time ago. I don't know if it's changed. Like,
well, that's a good mechanism, right? Two people that don't agree with each other. If they're gonna agree on something like this, it's gonna take a lot. So that's
yeah,
good.
but it would be kind of like if the Pentagon and I don't know, and the White House hated each other. Like that's not a real stable situation either.
Oh yeah, Pakistan is a basket case, bro. They're bankrupt. They're broke, and
Yep.
they've also said that. Now this is the scary part. They've offered nuclear bombs to Turkey
Yep.
if Israel attacks them, because they're both in Syria now, right? You know that game that's going on there.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. They also, Pakistan, that is, also offered nuclear bombs to guess who?
Iran, right?
Iran. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I don't know
however,
how true that is.
Well-
If Israel attacked them, that is.
so that's posturing. Apparently, our doctrine, and Verdict can check me on this. He's not here, but if he is here, maybe he can tell me better. Because once again, I don't know if this has changed. Is that if North Korea sells a bomb to whoever, the terrorist, Iran, for whoever they sell it to, and then it gets used on American soil, we treat the people who did it as though they nuked us, and the people who made it as though they nuked us. So, if that's still our doctrine, Turkey can sell the bomb if it wants, but then if Iran ever uses it, they will be subject to nuclear retaliation. So nobody really wants to sell those bombs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is serious stuff. You guys have, I think the second or the first. I think the Russians, either the Russians or you guys have the most, right? And it's
I think the Russians have more and we have more accurate.
right. And now this is if we're to believe nuclear bombs, right? I know a lot of people don't believe in this, but I'll be quick. I'll tell you the two countries what their systems are, right? The Russians have the most scariest freaking thing, right? They have the dead hand launch system. What that means is if they get attacked nuclear, and I know a lot of people don't believe this, I'm saying if they get a nuclear attack and the computer doesn't receive orders from the command, right, the top guys, then it's designed to automatically set the nukes off. It's called the dead hand. That's what the Russians have.
Dead man switch. It's the dead man switch.
No, it's called
Yeah.
dead hand. He's right. Dead hand.
Oh,
is,
it is?
Yeah, that's the term for it. Yep.
That's like a code name or whatever. That's
No,
crazy.
I mean that's what it's. It's a semi-autonomous launch system, and that is apparently what they call it. Yeah.
Oh wow! I knew they had the like a dead man switch typical idea thing on the. I didn't know the name of it. That's cool.
Yeah.
Learn
Apparently,
something new.
Now you guys have a similar system, but not it's not automatic. If the system picks up a launch, automatically you retaliate with everything you have, and you have a lot. You have a lot.
yeah. Well, that's. I mean, that's the. I mean, that was the whole problem with the entire Cold War bullshit. I mean, yeah, we would fucking set up these like no, these scenarios where things are gonna, I mean, it could be absolutely horrible. That's that I mean that the Cold War thinking led to all kinds of shit like that. The entire idea of nuclear submarines was so that if somebody bombed our, we would have the triad, so they couldn't take out, a first strike advantage would be blunted because you couldn't hit the submersible assets.
Yeah, if you were caught off surprise, that's right. You wouldn't know where they were. Yeah.
Yeah. So
And one of them, bro, one of those submarines has, I think, 8 tubes or 12 tubes. I forget how many nukes they have. And each one of them has multiple warheads.
Yep. Yeah, if those things pop off, it's, the end of a bunch of shit. But, I mean, all of this stuff is built, billions of dollars, so it'll never be used. And it's like, how sure are you that that's going to work?
Yeah. Scary stuff, if true. A lot of people, like I said, don't believe in nukes.
Well, I don't know how you don't believe. I mean, I could see you saying I don't believe in I understand the argument that we didn't have nukes for Hiroshima. I don't buy it, but I mean, I at least I understand the thinking. But the idea that we've never had nuclear weapons, I don't know that I don't see how that's supportable, because you need to have it be like a total. You have to have that absolutely total conspiracy thing going on to believe that like nobody has nukes.
Which you see, I'm kind of like 50-50 on it, right?
Yeah, okay.
Because look, you know how many tests they did in the Nevada desert?
A bunch, right? I mean,
yeah,
they did a bunch of tests, didn't they, in the desert? I think.
Yeah, shouldn't that be like total wasteland over there for like?
Oh no, okay, so no, not necessarily. Yeah, no, not necessarily. So the radioactive fallout, it depends on how close to the ground it is. Basically, the explosion radiation dissipates fairly quickly. The problem is that irradiated material can persist for a long ass time. And so if you minimize like airburst, generate less long-term radiation. And if you build the weapons so that, you can build the weapons so they're especially dirty, but if you don't do that, depending on how you deploy them and stuff, apparently you can minimize the the amount of long-term radiation damage.
Well, I would offer Omni, like Ross Coulthart, an Australian journalist, like he's done extensive reporting in this, and like where you test nuclear weapons actually matters. And like one of the biggest case studies for like how bad this can be for a population is the Aborigine.
Bikini Atoll.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was terrible for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, that was
Just terrible. So
Wasn't that in the underground, like in the water?
No, yeah, it's in the water. It's in the South Pacific.
yeah, but like the thing is like because like radiation, right, is a thing, and then like when it comes to sea currents, when it comes to wind currents, like that all kind of like depends on where it's going to go, and that's why like you have these organizations with scientists that forecast these events. But like I will say, like SE, to your point, we did farm this out quite a bit, because we kind of knew those risks, and the U.S. did it elsewhere. Yeah.
Or you didn't do them in Nevada?
We did a bunch of them in Nevada,
Yeah, that's where it started. Yeah.
but we didn't. So we didn't test the really big ones in Nevada, and we did a bunch of high altitude tests in the U.S. and underground tests, but we didn't do. I don't think we tested the thermonuclear weapons
Well,
extensively
we kind of
in Nevada.
Yeah, we kind of did. We did both, and then Teller came out with Teller Teller built off of Oppenheimer's research, and Oppenheimer was like he was against this shit. He didn't want the hydrogen part. Like it was totally different, because then I mean the original thing that they were afraid of is like if you actually create a nuclear reaction, does that like just evaporate the atmosphere, right?
Right.
Well,
oxygen in the air on fire.
yeah, they knew then after Hiroshima and Nagasaki that wasn't the case. But Teller fucking took this shit one step further, and the hydrogen, that I mean that's different. But yeah, and we did test it here, but then yeah, we farmed it out. And the Aussies, I don't, God love them, they're fucking our closest, one of our closest allies. But yeah, we
You
abuse.
nuked the Aussies, for crying out loud.
I love the Aussies. Good. Yeah.
Hey, I have a question. If you know this, last I heard, our doctrine was that if you sell a nuclear bomb to somebody and they use it, so if North Korea sells a nuclear bomb to like terrorists or to some other country, and then it gets used against the U.S., A, we're pretty sure we can track where that's from, and B, we treat it like both. We treat the country that created it like the country who used it. I don't know if that's still the case or not, or I don't know if that's the doctrine, but it's to prevent countries from selling nukes.
Well, I mean, when you say doctrine, that's where I get hung up on there. Doctrine is just the baseline from where we start from. But like, if you're talking about policy,
Yeah, I mean policy. Our military, like the same way that we have a policy where we say computer attacks, cyber attacks can be treated as kinetic attacks. So if you, all kinds of loss of life and damage on us with a really, clever cyber attack, it's like, well, we're going to treat it like you bombed us.
I mean, kind of. I mean that's where like risk assessments come in. I mean, I'm the land component, right, from the Army.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them don't like really understand like American foreign policy when it comes to like the political spectrum, right? That's global or worldly, I guess, if we don't like global. But like it's broken up into combatant commands. Those are like they're joint. So it's the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, the Marines. Like everybody gets a say. And I hear a lot of folks like kind of like I don't know, they blame like, the Navy for this or the Air Force for that. But when it comes to like foreign policy on the world stage, it's a combatant command and it's a joint force. The Australians do the same thing. The UK does it. So do the New Zealand and Canada as well. SE, like, and we're all aligned. It's the Five Eye Alliance. So like,
Yeah, we have NORAD.
Well, I mean, Canada's got something similar, if you know about that. But like, what I would just caution about, like, it's doctrine, right? It's like policy sets the thing, right? And then the military, the joint force, with all five of our nations who are English-speaking countries, we share all the intelligence and we do it, together. And that's
Yeah, and another point to that, and I'm sure you know about this, Verdak, when we couldn't spy on our own citizens, for you guys, the FBI, for us, the RCMP, what did we do? We had other people's countries within those five spy for us. I'm sure you're aware of that, right?
debated topic. What I will,
Yeah.
so,
He doesn't want to say because he's in.
Well, no. I think you're right. In many aspects, you're right. What I'm saying is, like, this is where policy and doctrine kind of like they blur the lines. You know what I mean? And like, so like trade crafts, when it comes to intelligence collection, like that's a thing. That's doctrine. Like we have, and all of us do, right? We have these tactics, techniques, and procedures that we use to collect intelligence. But like you can't forget policy, and you can't forget law. And yeah, those lines got blurred. And to be honest with you, man, like as a military intel guy, again, my opinion, don't represent the DoD, don't represent the US Army, whatever. I think Snowden was a good thing. I actually do.
Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. And I'm not trying to get you in trouble. So
Yeah, I mean, like, the whole point of like the Western experiment, right, which is where America came from, out of out of the English Empire, that's where America emerged, was this whole idea about taxation without representation, right? It was about a government that got way too crazy for itself. I mean, that's where America came from. America lost. To your point, Essie, America lost that a little bit, especially in the last century. But dude, like, I think we recognize that, and I'm not saying this because I'm not in policy, I'm not a politician. I'm about to retire, bro. Like, I'm gonna go to the couch. You know what I mean? 2.5 decades, I'm fucking done. You know what I mean? And but I do have this hope, and I do feel like the Western world kind of realizes the mistakes that we made, and I think it'll be all right. I really do. Even with this like latest strike in Iran and all this other shit, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just have a good hope for humanity. Maybe I'm just old and naive now, but I don't know.
I hope you're right, bro. I couldn't agree with you more. I hope you're right. Unfortunately, it just doesn't look that way today. But I hope you're right.
I think you said it once, Essie, about like needing a hammer. It was one of our conversations when I was first getting to know you. I think it was a couple years ago. But like, I don't know, man. Like sometimes, like, and it may have been, it may have been like part of this discussion tonight with like 9/11 or whatever. But like, there's those moments in history that, kind of change the tide or whatever. I could even associate that a little bit with like the final experiment. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just have this feeling, dude. I don't know. I'm very hopeful. I hate folks that get you know, I don't know, that they dig their trenches and they say there's no other way, and yeah, I don't know.
yeah, there's always hope, right?
I
That's
think
the
so.
reason why I speak on these matters, right? Because I believe there's hope. I believe we can pull back in. That's why I talk about the woke movement, the borders, religion, war.
Yeah.
Right? It's because I think there's hope. But in
Yeah.
order for there to be hope, people have to know what the hell is going on. And unfortunately, most people in our luxury filled first world are not aware of what's going on. That is the problem.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And it's also like not censoring ideas either. I mean, like, let people talk. I mean, let them have
Yeah.
it. Don't call them dumb. You know, just because you and I have a different opinion, that doesn't make you stupid. You know what I
Much
mean?
different than my opinion. Just make a little note of that.
As
No,
long as
like,
it's my opinion, it's right, right? Yeah.
I
Exactly.
mean, that was the whole divide with the flat Earth community, like, and Globers. And like, I watched that evolve. Like, it's just so bad. Just let each other talk. You don't need to insult each other. Have alternative ideas. Explore those ideas. Respect each other's opinions. Like, it's very simple. I don't know. I guess in my older age, I get really passionate about it because, like, it's like Essie and I, obviously Omni, like, and you've heard us debate this. Like, we have a very different take on Israel, right? But that doesn't mean we can't respect each other's opinions and have, like, you know, an alternate opinion to each other's thoughts. You know, I don't know. It's very simple to do. I don't know why it's so hard.
Well, I mean,
Because people have egos. That's why.
Yeah.
there's stuff that I hate arguing about. So there's some stuff that I just won't won't get into with people, which doesn't mean I don't have an opinion. It just means that I'm not I'm picking my battles.
Well, it's like Demo, right? So, like, every time I come in here, I unmute Demo.
Yeah.
Every time.
Mhm.
And then, I apologize to SE tonight. Like, I'm never going to learn that lesson, right? I want everyone to fucking speak and have an opinion and it be respected.
I
Now,
totally think
yeah.
Demo can should be if he would just stop calling people names like
That's my point. Like,
work for me.
Demo doesn't understand this concept, which is why he's always unmuted, right? Or I'm sorry, he's always
mute. Yeah.
yeah. But I come in here and I mute him, and then what happens? Like, fucking, he gets muted because he doesn't understand that concept. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
D-Monk is a smart dude. He just has to control himself. That's it. But D-Monk is not a dumb person. He's a smart dude. He has a funny way of expressing himself, but he's no dummy.
Smart as hell. I just unmuted him again. I'm gonna invite the chaos, but like, I just think if we have a good principle, like, of just being human together and understanding, like, we all make mistakes, it doesn't mean you can cast aspersions on each other, attack each other's character, just, I don't know. Every once in a while, like, empathy's good. You don't need sympathy, just empathy's good, you know?
One of my favorite D-Monk saying is, and when I heard it, I fell on the floor dying of laughter. He says, "We're standing on the ankles of midgets." I still crack up when I hear it.
That's
I mean, you can't make some of the shit that he says. Like, you
No
can't make
chance,
it.
bro.
Yeah, you can't make it.
Cankles. It was cankles. We're standing on the tank. They don't even got ankles in these little mugs.
What was the ankles? Sorry.
Ankles.
Ankles. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a half a leg, half an ankle. You just put them together. A cankle.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, Demo, like, I love you, bro. Like, I love you. Like, no shit. We are never gonna agree on like the shape or the experiments you do in your backyard or what I've observed in the military career. We're never gonna agree on that. But I love you as a human. Like, you're just a cool dude. You know what I mean?
Thanks.
Hey,
And
Verda, can I ask you a random question? Sorry, go on, Dimok.
I was just gonna say, Demo, I will fucking drink a beer with you anytime you're ready. I got time off probably in a couple weeks. I'll fucking fly there and drink a beer with you any day. Period.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
So, random question for you. I only did 6 years in the Army, so I don't have as much breath. Is there a like newspaper or something that gets around rank in the Army for suggesting new SOPs or new whatever?
What do you mean?
Like, have you ever heard of naval proceedings?
Well, are you talking about UCMJ?
No, no. So Naval Proceedings is a monthly magazine that is put out,
Oh,
and like
yeah.
all the different officers can write an article about, about gunnery or about whatever, and it will get published, and you can disseminate information up and down the rank, up and down the officer corps without worrying about rank structure. Some
Yeah,
lieutenant can.
Yeah, we have those. Like, and like I'm actually kind of like more in the intel channels. So like MI Online is a good one. But yeah, like MI Pub. Yeah, and dude, like honestly, man, like there is like a publication process. This is why like I was laughing at Red was mentioning like the biases in science and like funding and all this other stuff. Like all of that applies. It still does. There's still a like, yeah. I mean, I've written papers. In fact, I can actually send you guys one that I wrote because it's unclassified. I could actually technically do that, and I'll do that. On kind of like the fallacies of the C2 Fix program in the Army. If this one gets published and it's unclassified, I could send that as well. But yeah,
Where would it be? Where would it be published? Army Times or like?
No, well, it depends on but like all of the centers of excellence, they have their own publication programs, so they'll come out. You also have like which is Training Public Army Training Publications. So there's several of them. It just kind of depends.
But it doesn't sound like there's a unified like proceedings for the Navy. I can go look at proceedings. There's not that unification in the Army, right?
Yeah, I don't know if we have that. I mean, we have multiple of them, so it's hard to say which one is like the one. You know what I mean?
Yep, that was my answer too. But I'm old, been out for a long time, and I was only in for 6 years. So
yeah, I mean, like there's multiple avenues that they go out. Like I don't know if there's a one. I mean, Army Times is I mean that's journalists that are in the Army,
right?
So Navy Times has it, Air Force Times, so
yeah, but no, there's very little truth in those articles.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't discount them. I mean, they're good. Like, I wouldn't say there's little truth in there, at all. I mean, Army Times was the one that broke. Like, I don't know if you remember. Well, no one fucking is gonna remember this, but Colonel Johnson, when he was the commander of 173rd in Vicenza, Italy, like he went over, to Iraq, and he was my battalion commander. And he ended up divorcing his wife, well, faking a divorce of his wife, and then marrying, one of the city councilmen over there in Kirkuk, his daughter, faking that, using government travel cards to like, pay for all the expenses. And then that eventually broke when he was the commander of the Airborne Brigade in Vicenza, Italy. So Army Times, they do factual reporting, and that actually changed Army policy and DoD policy to where if there is a spouse and this is a career soldier, right, and he fucks up and he does something stupid like adultery or espionage, she can get his benefits. So that was a good thing. So I wouldn't say they're not reporting factual information. That was broken with Army Times. I don't know.
All right.
One example. So
Fair. The ones I remember picking up were very clean and sanitized. I haven't picked one up in over a decade, so I'll bow to your recent knowledge on it.
Remember, they're also written on a 6th grade level. So
we do that in the military. We do. We write our doctrine that way. NASA's. Yeah, you're right.
Especially the Army.
Yeah, I mean,
do they have comic books like the Marines, or?
I mean, it just keeps it simpler. You can't get too overcomplicated. You know what I mean? I mean, to smash something is not very It's not complicated.
I went to airborne training. I was really happy to be back on an Air Force base where you could talk to enlisted people. Yeah, the pride of the infantry, the 82nd, the airborne training.
Oh yeah, yeah. I spent my first half in the infantry as enlisted. I didn't get paid for enough shit when we got back from Iraq on multiple deployments, and people are, beating their wives and shit. I was like, fuck this, I'm gonna get a college education, so I went green to gold.
So you're an officer now, or are you still enlisted?
No, yeah, I'm an officer, and I didn't go back to the infantry. I went military intelligence. So, yeah.
You have to forgive NASA. He's chair force.
No.
Hey, that's smart,
Well,
you say chair force?
Yeah, it's a joke.
it is a joke. Yeah.
They had one Air Force equipment cleaning day, and somebody was spraying that dusting stuff on their keyboard. I thought it was pretty damn funny.
My earliest perception of the Air Force, which I was talking about this a little bit earlier, but we invaded Iraq in 03, and it was scorched earth, whatever, and then all of a sudden, towards the end of that first rotation, after the 9 I've had, but these Air Force girls. I mean, they fucking had, they were in a tent and they could fucking make these Slurpees. And they literally had a Slurpee machine. It's straight up in 7-Eleven. I'm not joking. This is real. And I was
if you're gonna be somewhere that has enough runway to launch an airplane, you're gonna have Slurpees.
It was wild to me, man. It was just wild.
Did you hear the joke about?
They were uniform.
You didn't hear the joke about the survey they sent around? They asked all the people, "What would you do if you found a scorpion in your tent?" And the Navy guy said, "I'd step on it." Navy guy is nice and straightforward. The Army guy said, "I'd step on it and then take it to the chow tent for chow." Army guys always thinking on their stomach. Marine said, "I'd step on it, then use the tail and the pinchers as weapons." And the Air Force guy said, "I'd call up room service and ask what the hell a tent's doing in my room."
That sounds right.
Sometimes called why I joined the Air Force.
Yeah, I caught one of my E5s banging fucking, and he was married, banging one of the Slurpee chicks on a laundry machine. I was like, God damn it. The joint force is very effective at fighting wars, but like you put us all on the same base, man, especially army guys, like no, bad shit's gonna happen.
Wait, we're
Well,
not
one
gonna let
reason-
you get away with that. Did you discipline him or join the party?
You join in.
Well, no. Yeah, UCMJ came in. Yeah, he got disciplined. Yeah, he got
What?
disciplined. Well, adultery's, yeah, that's a violation of UCMJ.
Wait, they're actually charging people for adultery these days? Are you serious?
Yeah.
This was in
Now
2000,
it's gone.
but yeah, and it's a standing rule. Yeah, you don't cheat on your wife. Period.
You're not supposed to.
I thought it was what's TDY stays TDY.
No, they don't like it.
Well, I know what they don't like, but there are rules and then there are rules.
They love you though, NASA.
Did you guys hear the story? It blew my mind when I heard this. And this goes to the amazing military machine that America built, right? Like unparalleled World War II. You guys know about the chocolate cake thing?
Yeah. Sending chocolate cake to the front line.
Yeah, yeah.
And
That's when the
Germans-
enemy knew they were defeated, apparently. When they saw
'cause
fresh chocolate cake coming in,
Yeah, the only way
they
to
said,
get- the only way
we're
to get-
toast, man. It's over.
Yeah, the only way you get chocolate cake across not stale is to fly it, which means they had excess airborne capability, excess airmail.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah,
what we were
the,
talking, Essie, earlier about logistics win wars. Like it
Right,
wins.
the old
Yeah,
joke
but
is the
times have
amateur-
changed, gentlemen. That's what I was trying to
Everybody
say.
needs a
Yeah,
Betty
it's become
Crocker.
more important, if anything.
You don't
The
got
old
Betty
joke is
Crocker?
that amateurs talk tactics and professionals talk logistics.
Little Debbie and Betty Crocker for the win, baby.
Yeah. I think the Japs were the ones that freaked out with that, right? That you were bringing fresh chocolate cake all the way across the Pacific. Like, yeah.
I mean, the funny part is like being in as long as I have, like it's kind of weird that it's not like it's not a rule. You know what I mean, SE? Like, cause you and I, like we talked about this shit, but like logistics wins wars. It's in doctrine. Like, there's literally vignettes in doctrine, army doctrine, that you guys can read about how logistics win wars. I don't know what it is about us though, as a professional military force, that we forget that. Like, it's fucking literally like the thing that does it. I don't know. It's perplexing, and I haven't figured it out.
Well, yeah, I'm not nearly as experienced of you guys, but this is one of the things I follow, and I listen to the colonels, the generals, and they clearly say that what you just said, right? And that's the problem that most of the experts that I've heard, if today the war were to start, you just simply couldn't get enough men to the front lines to fight like let's say China or Russia, right? Because of the logistics and because they'll be able to sink and like give you hard times on the water. That's what they're all saying. All of them, without exception, that I've heard. Maybe I'm listening to, YouTube gives you like preferred things. Maybe I'm off. I don't know. But every person I've heard say the same things. Like you said, it's all about the logistics.
I saw an
Yeah.
interesting article. It said that all of our high-tech weapons, where we had thought that fewer or more high-tech weapons are better than a lot of really dumb weapons, is basically being proven false in Ukraine right now.
Yep. A rock beats it all. Metal rock or cement rock.
A whole bunch more of a bunch of dumb artillery is better than a couple of smart artillery pieces.
Yeah, metal rock and a dumb rock. That's dumb. Artillery. You shoot it with a spring. You shoot it with a sling. You shoot it any way you can up at the thing, or you shoot it in the way. A whole bunch of them, like boom, a cluster of hot rocks, metal rocks, and the thing will go after it. And then you hit it, and it's defeated anyway. But think about this: the logistics of without a TV, how could you tell another country how powerful your nuke is? How could you prove or show them without like a TV program? Like how would you go about, like, would you invite them over with you, standing next to you, buy the nuke? Like, how do you?
Well, I mean, they feel it. I mean, the same thing can be kind of argued, Demo, like with the Ukrainian conflicts, right? Like a lot of
Yeah,
people
that's what
think
I'm saying.
like a lot of people think like this thing is like ebbing and flowing, right? But dude, it's stagnation, and it's an attrition war, and it's in trench warfare, and like I
That doesn't
mean,
make any sense in 2025. None of it. None of what you just said.
well, you would think that you would, but like there's theories of warfare as well, right? Um, we don't need to get into that because that's my master's thesis and all that, but like yeah, like it's pretty evident what happened. And I mean, the bottom line is when you get to a war of attrition, right, it's like and stagnation. I mean, that's what a war attrition is. Lines don't get drawn, um or lines don't get moved, I'm sorry, they're drawn. So yeah, but like how do you know that? Well, you got tons of witnesses, bro, like tons of them.
Witnesses? You mean people that are in a war, like supposedly dying? They're your witness?
Oh, I know you don't believe in that. I get it. But yeah, it's happening.
Believe in what? No, listen. I'm
Well,
saying if Chuck went off to a gang fight and he didn't make it back, how would I know what Chuck did? I just had to believe, right? Okay.
I can't argue against that. I'm with you.
So how do we prove a nuke? How could I prove a nuke was real to you without TV, with you up close and personal? How could we personally prove a nuke isn't just see? Because to me, when I see a spaceship shuttle launch like a rocket, it looks exactly the same as a nuke would look from 27 miles away or 30, 40 miles away, 50 miles away.
No, it
And
doesn't.
it doesn't with the sunset behind it,
Exactly the
off
same.
from an island.
How many
Island in the
videos
middle
did
of
you watch to
nowhere in
get
the middle.
convinced of
Hey,
this
bro, let me
theory?
finish. Okay, you said we got you. But now look at this. A movie camera, 27 to 30 miles away, like Jesse Satellite, right? On this island, 30 something miles away, you got a smoke generator. Or you have a thing that's in the water that makes steam.
Show the video that and
Other
be
times,
show the video.
a
We'll
rocket
watch
launch,
it
a
and then we'll
rocket
see
launch,
your demonstration and
steam,
see if it makes more sense or
a
if it
rocket
works better.
launch. Watch a rocket launch. Watch all that white smoke, all that steam. That's a nuke. Okay, we're done.
No.
Well, I would
Now
just
put it
offer.
underwater. Have you seen an
I would
air
just
bubble
offer.
when you fart underwater in the tub?
I
Imagine
know.
smoke was trapped in that air bubble. Now what would
Mike,
happen? A
Pull
big
up a
I know.
video. Let's start looking at real
big
things.
smoke
I don't want to
ring would
imagine.
pop out like you blew a smoke ring out
Yeah,
of your
let's
mouth.
look at
No, you
real
see, you don't want to
fart
do it.
bubbles with soap in them.
I can hear the bubbles fucking
Smoke
elevating in the
with smoke in
conversation.
it.
That's
You ever
Demo.
heard them in a bucket?
With steam or smoke or a cloud of gas. What's that look like, gentlemen? Do you have
Hold
any?
on, Demo. Hold on. You can actually go and observe these launches. You know where they're happening. You can drive to it. We've had this discussion before, to where like, are you willing to take your family to a vacation spot that you don't know
What are you
exists?
talking about? You're just saying, now you're just saying words.
No,
Hold on,
no,
slow down.
no.
You can
No,
take
this
someone to
is
do
back.
what? What are they
This is,
doing when we're standing here? What are we doing now?
it's just getting back to your original point. Like, you don't know it's real
So
and all
you
that.
can't get next. No, you and I can go how close to a launch of what?
You
Physically,
can go there and observe it. Yeah,
go
you
where?
can.
We can stand right next to a rocket that they send up.
Yeah, you can watch it on the bleachers.
The bleachers where? 2 feet away from it? or 6 to
Most
7
of
to
them are
10 miles away, buddy.
Florida. Most of them are in Florida. You can go there.
What's in Florida?
You're not going to do this. I'm not even going to entertain it. It's all good.
So we're standing here at the bleachers, and you're saying right in front of us in the football field is a rocket?
You can watch it if you
No,
want
I
to.
don't want to watch it. I want to know where it's going. I can't watch it that far, can I? How far can you and I watch a rocket? With
Come
our
on. Come on, Demo. Come on.
Yeah, we're going to go over this.
Not
You and
tonight.
I, like the gentleman from New York who said he saw the Twin Towers he saw the airplane hit from 16 miles away. That's fucking weird. So anyway, so from 16 miles, can we see this rocket for 16 miles that away before it peters out and goes straight down with a smoke cloud?
We were having
We
such
have a judgment.
a good night. I don't know.
I'm saying, so we got a rocket. It goes straight up. We're watching it. Then it goes over a little bit, and then comes straight back down. When did it go 3959 and pass any edge or any curve of this planet? When did that happen?
No one's saying that. I would just like, to be honest with you.
So what's the point of a rocket if it's no different than a bottle rocket that's just going to go up and hit your backyard? What do we even send in here? Flat-earth bottle rockets?
No one's saying that. I
So
would
can
just
you and I put a camera on there? Fuck just watching a rocket take off from a fucking piece of dirt, right? And we believe stuff. Can we put our own personal camera on it and watch on our phone where it actually goes and what we see? Or is that illegal? And how could that possibly be illegal when they're showing it to everybody publicly? Verdak. The math ain't mathin', brother. 100%. If they're showing it internationally to everyone, every second of it, right? Wink, 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 wink. Why can't you and I put our camera on it, military guy? Who do you got to be to put a camera on a rocket? To watch it? A rocket ship. What's your name got to be?
sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if you like do this intentionally to get censored or like to like.
Reality, brother. Who do you have to be to put your public rocket on a public rocket? A public camera on a public rocket that's supposed to be showing all the public what they're doing live. Why would you be not allowed to put your camera on there, Verdak?
What?
Answer,
What
military guy. Don't be confused. It's a real simple question.
No, like, come on, man.
Yeah,
like,
you got a toy airplane and you're like, Democ, believe this flies to this magic fucking elf island.
I'm not saying, I'm not saying.
Okay, I'll believe you. Can I put my camera on it and then I'll see the magic elf island with you when you get there and stuff at least on my camera live.
Just ask.
You're telling me I can prove it. Now you're
We
wrong.
don't want to believe it, but it is possible that Dimmock is just kind of a stupid asshole.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that you're a dumb fuck and don't want any proof and you believe Narnia elf fucking island. We don't believe that. You're a stupid asshole who doesn't like facts.
You think that, right? Because you have no idea what you're talking about.
Watch, but you can't put your camera on it. Why is that public?
I don't have to put a camera on it. You have one with the goofy standard methods.
Stop saying what you want to do. We don't care if you don't want to put a camera on there, weirdo.
No.
Do your own research, weirdo.
I get to decide what we're doing.
Research to see if you guys are liars.
I get to decide what we're doing. Yeah, I do. I get to decide, Democ. Oh no.
I mean, Demo, do you not understand, like, you understand words, you understand concepts. Like, do you not understand, like, the definition of insanity? I didn't even meet you. I'm sure SE did. Maybe it was Omni. But, like, I never. Okay. Like, I don't get it, bro. Like, just fucking be a human and have a good conversation. And then you start spiraling out of control, and then, yeah. Anyways.
I mean, you know, he's.
The fucked up part is, like, he gets the most chance to speak here than anywhere else. Like, I don't know. If that doesn't say something, like, I don't know.
Well, one of the theories is that, you know, he really does believe. I mean, Jin CBR believes that he is striking a mighty blow for the for the flat Earth, and that he is totally disproving the globe at every moment. And it's like, no, not really, no. No, you're not. But he thinks, he thinks he's totally got it. He thinks he's, when he, when
I
he
haven't seen Jin in a while. Anybody
Yeah,
seen Jin?
You're
So-
lucky.
No, he got timed out, and then he couldn't get back in. And I undid the timeout, but it didn't help. He still can't get, he still can't rejoin. And he said the same thing had happened to him on mass medicinal media, where he had gotten timed out and then couldn't get in. And so last we heard, he was going to create a freaking secondary account and see if that could join.
Here we haven't seen him, but I haven't seen him anywhere around, like in other places.
Beyond that, I don't know. No, I don't know where he's been otherwise, but
Jin's interesting too. Yeah, yeah, I haven't seen him.
he really does
Interesting.
think.
Well, I mean, like, look, like,
He
I
really
really-
believes he is striking a blow, solidly for the flat Earth.
But
he
this is the thing, right? Like, if your argument is grounded in truth and that you really believe it, like, there's no reason to attack like someone that has a different opinion. Like, this is the problem that I have with globers, right? I am a glober. I mean, I know, quote unquote, know the globe exists, right? I can demonstrate that in my daily profession, right? Like, yeah, but like at the same time, like just because someone believes the earth is flat, there's also other things that they also, have opinions on, or, things that honestly, man, I scratch my head about. Like I really do. Like I'm being genuine when I say that. And the problem with these two communities is they can't find the fucking middle ground. And really it goes down to like just being natural humans. NASA, I'm sure you're a good dude, but like you're one of my examples on why I hate the Globers. Like go ahead.
The issue is though that yeah, I used to try to give them information, thinking that the problem is a lack of information, but it's not a lack of information. It's a lack of processing power. They can have all the facts they want and come to the wrong conclusion.
But even that is even that's dehumanizing. There are so many aspects of the human mind that we don't understand. Like there's so many, like a soul. All right, that's a special topic, right? Is there a
The
soul?
only thing I think of is that you are, because you're in the army and because you work with some of these people that are not the world's most intelligent, shall we say, that you're used to dealing with these people, whereas I am not. I have a low tolerance for clowns. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, there's varying degrees of intelligence. Like artistic expression is a form of intelligence. Like I can't draw, right? So like I just think discounting I think discounting folks because they have a different view, even though it's incorrect, right? And there's evidence to support that. It's okay to fucking have the discourse, and it's okay to just have these alternate views, but like we don't need to get into and this is Demo's problem, right? Retards and fucking just fucking, I don't know, demagoguing each other. It's not productive. I'd also argue it's like not stimulating either, which is probably a crime of us as humans because we want to like run to conflict. I mean, that's the other problem that I have with it. But I don't know, man.
Well, I would be very happy to not have to constantly mute dim up, but you know, there's a limited amount of that I'm willing to put up with, and
I'm with you.
Well, he used to write great he used to write great poetry when he was muted. I think he's found other channels that he can talk on during this time. He wrote some really great slam poetry for a while.
I mean, I was having this conversation like in Earth Awakenings last night, right? And Gio brought up this point about the like he didn't say these words, but what he meant was the disparity between the two worlds, right? Especially when it comes to like the flat Earth and the globe perspective. But like, and look, I'm only 3 years into this. Well, 4 technically, I guess 4 now. But and now I fucking wife aggro and shit, you know. And now fucking Heather's beating me up because we gotta fucking have a kid. So I'm dealing with that shit, right? But my perspective hasn't changed. Like alternate ideas are like, and this even SE, I'm going to give you props here about America's foreign policy because it's all connected, right? Alternate ideas are not bad. They're not bad. When they become bad is when you shut them down. And if that's not like there are certain things, whether or not you're a Christian, Jew, Muslim, or an atheist, right? There are certain truths to the world, like to our experience in whatever this world is. And one of them is if you shut down ideas, they become dangerous. And the second is that there's probably an order to that, which is why the first one exists. You know? So like I get it. Like I get like because I think some of their shit is fucking the dumbest shit I've ever heard. But
Not
you
only is
know,
it dumb, it's demonstrably incorrect. I mean, it is scientifically wrong, and they still spout it like it was truth.
yeah, but that doesn't mean you come at them with like you're dumb and you're stupid and all this other
You know,
stuff.
sometimes that's the only way to reach them.
I don't know.
You know, if they would say, "Hey, this is my religious belief," I personally would leave them alone because you have a right to your beliefs. But if you're going to say this is scientifically true, then you need some evidence for it, and they have none, not a single bit, other than it looks flat and water. But you're right. Also, I used to think that flat Earth was like the entry point of conspiracies. No, it's like the bottom of the barrel. You get to the flat Earth after you have every other one of the conspiracies. So these guys have got every conspiracy: 9/11, Pearl Harbor, JFK.
Well, you think COVID-19 wasn't a conspiracy? I mean, you and I have bantered back and forth about vaccines and all this other
Do
stuff,
you really
right?
think COVID-19 was a conspiracy?
Well, again, like so I get back into like not discounting ideas because the reality that you understand might not actually be reality. Like it might not be a thing. Just saying.
We got Jin. Have you heard Jin into denying that Pearl Harbor it works and that submarines don't work?
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
just
I've heard all that now. So, but like, the problem that I have with the Globers is like there's some things that are blatantly obvious, and COVID-19 is one of them, right? And this is coming from somebody that's been in the government for a long time, right? Like shit is fucked up sometimes, and it's not exactly what the news media is saying.
Oh
You
no, I
know,
mean you can. I used to.
I mean,
I used to
the
watch when on days I had nothing better to do. I would watch a story break, and you could see. And generally, being in aviation, this is an example. Like right now with the this latest Air India crash, we won't know anything for 18 months. Everything you've heard up to now, after airplane X crashes at place X and blank number of people died, anything after that is speculation until the NTSB report, which will be in about 2 years. So you
yeah,
can
but
watch
that's
stuff
not.
break, and as the stuff breaks, it's being corrected and redacted and corrected some more. So yeah, and I don't know, it's just a news story. Basically, anything the news says is wrong.
I'm gonna take off, guys. Verdak, thanks for the convo, bro.
You too, brother.
We broke some ground tonight, so yeah, let's keep it up.
Yeah, have a good night, brother.
Good night.
Good night. Globers are still stuck in the globe trap, Eden. Terrible thing.
Even Eden wandered back. What is this like? Retrospective day.
Yes. Taking back Eden is
I actually like him. He's pretty genuine.
I just got banned from Geos for a week for discussing with them how that translations of the Bible.
That's where I believe you're the most hated person on Discord.
Good. I'm glad.
Not
Thank
by
you.
me. I ain't saying me. I don't hate you. I'm just saying
I understand.
everywhere you go, you constantly get people hating on you.
well.
Yeah, I mean, I
What
don't.
what were you banned for on Earth Awakens? What was the actual
Well, I was
complaint?
having a discussion with a guy, and he had a translation from Kings he was using, and it's an interesting verse. It's the verse where if a woman is unfaithful, she drinks this potion and aborts the kid. But he's saying, "Oh no, that's not what it says. Look in the King James version." I go, "Why do you like the King James version?" Then and then went into the Greek or actually the Hebrew and Numbers, and there's a euphemism there where her thigh will rot. I think is how it says, and that's a euphemism for something close to the thigh.
Uh-huh.
And he didn't like that, saying, "Oh no, you have to." I go, "What do you speak Greek? Do you speak a?" Ask him. I think, "Do you speak a second language?" Because if you speak a second language, you know that translation sometimes just doesn't quite ring. I mean, there are things in any language that don't translate into English. German is a good one. I mean, the word Gemütlichkeit. It means it's translated as comfort, but it really means much more than that. The best I've heard explained is means the feeling you get when you're sitting in front of a fire with your feet up, wrapped in a blanket with a hot chocolate in your hand. That's Gemütlichkeit.
I mean, it's kind of more like I, and maybe this is a bias of mine, right? Just being an analyst for as many years as I have been, like I can't take a lot of things literally. And then when you have multiple translations of this stuff, like then that leads to multiple interpretations, you know? And that's
Well,
where it gets.
even if you read ancient Hebrew, which I have to admit I don't,
Well, I mean,
2,000 it's a 2,000-year-old language.
well, have you heard about lay stays in Jesus Christ? Have you heard about this controversy?
Which one's this?
So, lay stays. Lay stays is a ancient Greek word. In Hebrew, could have been translated it into the Bible. It originates back to when Caesar was actually sold into slavery, and he called them lay stases. And so there's different meanings to this word, whether it was human traffickers or whatever. So, and I'm summarizing a lot of this stuff, but the bottom line is like Jesus Christ was a pedophile, right? Because this boy that ran from him, and he cried out, "I'm not a lay stace," when he got arrested by the Romans. So, like, I don't know, man. Like, when it comes to those things, like, it's very hard to, understand what happened back then because none of us were there. And then, two, there's multiple, explanations from scholars and. Uh,
They stasis robbers.
yeah, that's one interpretation. Yeah. Entomology is fascinating. Like, I don't know how to ask it.
Etiology. Entomology is bugs. Etiology.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
It's okay. It's one of those funny ones. I was teasing. There's a guy at Gems. I don't know if you met him. Angelo. He's a entomologist. So sometimes I tease him. The difference between etiology and entomology is something that just bugs me.
How did he take it?
Oh, yeah, he was funny. He's heard them all before.
Good.
It's one of those Freudian slips. I mean, that's all it is.
Well, the other one that I felt once was the difference between libation and libration. Libation is a drink, and libration is what the moon does.
Yeah.
I mean, and my own, like, the whole, like, origin of this argument, right? Like, that's the other part. And NASA, I know, like, you're going to come with the science and all this other stuff, and I'm with you. Totally with you. But, like, when you look at how these fucking people evolved and, like, where, these civilizations came from, observing the stars and having this interpretation of the earth, like, it's not far-fetched to me that there would be some movement, in modern times that says, oh, the earth is flat. You know what I mean? And I totally get that. Like, it's not, I think it's a good thing. And I say that because, like, I know, like, a lot of people don't believe, like, Aether is getting back into, like, the academic circles, but it is. Not because, like, it means the earth is flat, right? But it's because our understanding always evolves and changes. And so, like, that's where I get into, like, discounting conversations and just, I don't know, throwing science at them or whatever, There's a line there. It's a blurred line because I totally get where you're coming from on some of it. And it's dumb and it's stupid and, but at the same time, man, like, I don't know. That's the thing about theoretical physics, right? No one is Tesla anymore. No one's been Tesla. No one's been Thomas Townsend Brown. Like, the experimentalists are a dying breed, and they have been for decades. And we've gone to the theoretical world. So, anyways, I'm rambling, but and I would have never. I'll finish with this. I would have never gone on this tangent, NASA. I never would have. Right? Never would have, unless this fucking thunderstorm generator thing happened with Malcolm Bendall. I posted it multiple times. You can Google it. It's been demonstrated. Now scientists are like wondering how the fuck this happens. I don't know, man. I just have a feeling like we don't understand everything. So to be a totalitarian in ideas is it's just a bad it's a bad thing.
Yeah, it's like you can't know anything that's always changing.
Well, you can know some things, Demo.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
not when I'm sitting here and saying, well, that's my reference. I stare in the sky and I think this thing is doing all this stuff. So, like, and
well,
it's a whole bunch of magic added up. I think this.
well, I can also know that I'm not supposed to kill you, right? Because I love you. I would never kill you. I know that. I know that for a fact. You know what I mean? I know that. But when it comes to the
You know what
world,
up and down are?
come on, let's not go there. When it comes to the world, yeah, there's things we don't know. But there are certain things that we know. Like I know I'm not supposed to do harm to you. You're not supposed to harm me. So
We all got to poop and pee.
Wait a minute. You think that he's invented an energy machine, a free energy machine?
Who hasn't? It's called Earth.
No.
Yeah, it's Earth.
well, no, what they proved in the lab is that they can hook up a generator to this thing and then it spits out oxygen, which defies all of our knowledge on combustion engines. Like now you have companies that are coming out to invest in this technology. Japan is actually going to be the one that actually does it on an industrial scale. So like I just, paradigms are made uh, paradigms are made by us, but paradigms being shifted by us is not very like friendly. I don't know how to explain it, but we're reluctant of that. That this is one example where I think like yeah, paradigms are going to shift no matter what.
So you're
It's
gonna
it's
feel. You're gonna have a. Uh, so you're gonna have a. Like, okay, so I got a car thing. I plug it into my car, and it makes the air from my tire, right? Air compressor.
no. What this does, so it takes the exhaust, and then instead of it, emitting CO2, carbon monoxide, all this other stuff, like, and they can measure this. There's videos of this, and there's scientists that are now writing papers on this. It actually spits out oxygen. Yeah.
Hold on. So if you understand what I'm telling you, okay, you take the tailpipe, you hook that to the air compressor, and you have tanks in the car for the air shocks or whatever, right? Air brakes, air shocks, whatever you want, right? Like a big rig. And then you have these tanks that fill up. Each one of them has a pressure amount. When that one's full, it opens a little thing and it'll full each one of them, right? And then at the end, the last one puts pressure and shoots air back into your fucking motor. Forced air from the forced air you create.
No, that's not how it works.
Bullshit. Yeah, it's like you can take your air conditioner off your car because some of the old cars with like this turbocharged, they don't have air conditioners. So what they do is they take the air conditioner and instead of blowing any air conditioner on you, they direct one air conditioner hose, directed air into the intake. And it's like a charger or forced air. Yeah. And sometimes they have these dudes that do race cars, stock cars. They just test all the Scooby shit, like hillbilly garages, and they'll take a big ass can of air. They fill it up with like 500 pounds of air or whatever, and they hook it in their car or truck, little lightweight, and they use that too. And they, while they're going, they test it all out, brother. You think they
I
don't?
mean, have you watched this stuff, dude?
Yeah, fucking right. They ram other cars with it. They race you.
No, no, no,
That's
no, no.
hillbilly
I'm not
mechanics,
talking
brother.
about. I'm not talking about what you're
Watch it
talking about.
live. You watch
Have you?
them do it live. You can watch them work on it. They record every second of it. It's not a
I get,
joke.
I get all that, Demo. What I'm saying is, have you watched this thing from Malcolm Bendall? Have you watched it and
Oh,
seen
the
the video?
thing you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, no, no, no. I thought you meant have I watched the guys use cold air forced induction? I'm like, yeah, 100%.
Well, no, it's not. Yeah, it's not cold air force induction. No. And yeah,
Well, why wouldn't you?
I mean, I used to build Mustangs with my cousin, man. Like, yeah, no. I'm
What
not talking about.
naturally comes out of our exhaust right now?
What I'm saying is, this device transforms what's coming out of the tailpipe. It's the easiest way to describe it. I'll post more links if you need it.
Right, it's heat.
Yeah, no, it's not heat.
Yeah.
No, it's transforming the molecules.
The
That's the
water
connection.
that gets out on the concrete out of your fuel exhaust.
In a tailpipe, you have carbon dioxide, like you have all these elements that are coming out, right? Okay, let's say they're fake. They're fake, but they're called these things. This thing transforms it, and they're different. And it's O2, it's oxygen. That's
So
what
it
I'm talking.
burns at a higher rate like a turbine.
No.
So that at that rate it comes out clean and it burns all the bullshit like the oil and the gas and everything that's been put in that motor that comes out with the exhaust, correct?
Here, well, I'll post
No?
it.
Well, I mean, all that dirty shit does build up in your motor, right? When you use gasoline and oil and all that shit, and then how much ever, whatever they put in that gasoline, like the ethanol and whatever else they put in that shit, you never know, right? Depends on what they cut it with.
No, all of that's irrelevant. I'll post it here. You can read it and watch the
Well,
videos.
I know that a turbine motor, I guess they said, can run on whatever you put in it that's flammable. So you can start a turbine motor with forced air, like a jet motor. We got that little compressor, and they start that bitch up. So they're going to use a motor to burn everything, and then out of your tailpipe, they're going to have another motor collecting that to burn clean stuff, and then out of that, you're going to get clean stuff. So you'll need two motors in your car.
So the best one, like, because I've been looking at these, I think Alpha Project, like, I think these guys actually surmise it pretty well. From here, you can find the links to what the technology supposedly is and what it can do. That'll start with it. Because they're investing in it, and it's pretty wild, man.
Yeah, it's not too wild. Earth does it all the time. Whatever you can do, Earth does better. And you guys say all this crazy shit.
Look,
And they
I'm
say,
a,
they say
I'm
that.
a fan
Hold
of
on,
it.
there's no
I
tools in
think,
Earth. A pistol
I
shrimp
think
doesn't need a big. Hold on, brother. Why are you talking about this? Is common sense here. A pistol shrimp under the ocean doesn't need a big ass thing that you guys say you need to make a nuclear reaction. It does the same thing with its fucking hand underwater. A pistol shrimp. Not
well,
a
that's
bunch of
very.
scientists, not a bunch of research. You understand? Clap, done. Like, so what are you talking about, brother? You guys okay? I love you guys to death, but you act like you're slower than molasses.
Well, no, hold on. Now that's very different than what I was proposing, and then you can read it if you want to yourself. And as far as the Earth is,
Yeah, but you don't understand. I told you. Conduction is
all
what makes power.
I was
I'm
offering,
told. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
all I was offering was like, yeah, I think the pyramids might have been a power source. So like, I'm knee deep in this shit. I'm willing to discuss it, but yeah.
Oh, 100%. They're 100% Earth. big amounts, but different types of amounts. If that ever makes fucking sense to anyone with any, I mean, it's not like when you plug it into your wall and you have it hooked to that wire and it's not exactly that way. You understand? It's a different format, but you get the same outcome, right? But you use a bigger base. So like say, hey man, I got a couple solar panels on my roof, man. Makes a couple extra joules of energy for everybody. No, no. These dudes were using the whole desert, the whole water amount there, the whole desert, plus the flowing water underneath, plus the heat on top, plus the heat induced by the thing, plus they had thermal stuff, thermal cooling. They made freezers, nature, in the sand, in the middle of the heat. They had a freezer, freezing water, freezing underground. So they knew what they were doing, and they did it on such a big fucking scale that we're like, I wonder how these dumbass people could have had electricity and power and shit. So they did it different. They use different things, different ways, like we would now. So if we had a bunch of big animals that can turn this thing, and then the ratio, the size, the scales, the gearing, right? So you take a big thing that's fucking spinning and slow, and you put a thing on the end of it, and you put a little thing here, and it's gonna spin that faster. So now you got a fucking super fast fucking drill from some cows walking around slow, or you got big hammers hitting the shit from some cows doing it. You didn't have to do it. Big ass hammers going doom, 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 smashing anything you want to powder. Then you mix that. Now you can re-pour whatever you want, any type of cement you want. And just think of the whole fucking desert to your life. I mean, if they had all the room, the space, the time, the area, the money, and they owned what the pyramids are built on and in, that's theirs. All of it is just theirs. What would stop them from anything they ever needed to accomplish their power source? Nothing. The thing is it probably got weird, or the wrong people found out, or the wrong people didn't get, taught the right shit during wartime or anything else. It could have been a peaceful, powerful group, right? With power, using it a certain way. Then slowly but surely they had to use it for a weapon, you know. Then lo and behold, here we are, an Ark and a Covenant story and all this other shit. So you're looking at a pyramid, and you look at a little box. If a little box with acacia wood and metal and gold on it can do all this fucking damage, what can a big ass pyramid in a big desert do to you? To the earth, to anything they want. You don't know what kind of projection ability they had, what they advanced to. I mean, these dudes, they roamed the earth everywhere, and they went through the cold, they went through the heat. They went places we probably can't go today. Back then, somehow, they made it. You think they did it on a boat with fucking sheepskin?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, they had power, brother. They had heat source. They had power.
I kind of wonder.
Thermal.
So I think they did. Yeah.
Yeah, I just believe the writing, what they had on there, the Rosetta Stone, all that bullshit's just bullshit. I think,
I
I,
mean,
yeah,
not the resistance. I mean, come on.
yeah, yeah. It's all been given to us, fed to us like spoon fed like alphabet soup. I don't believe none of it. When you look at it, you look at it at like a computer icon, or like more advanced, like we would do icons on a computer screen. And each icon for hieroglyphics can mean 1,000 million different fucking things. When you have,
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't
it
know
gets
about
crazy.
that, but like the
Well,
fact that
I got a
they're
big M on the screen, brother, next to a big wing. What does that
well,
mean?
the fact that they're like they can be observed from space, like it's pretty crazy. I don't know, and they're aligned. Like
Well,
I
when you
mean, they're
say space, you mean just high above to a certain altitude. You can still see these motherfuckers.
okay, fine, not space, but yeah, high altitude. Let's just call
No,
it
no,
that.
I'm with you. I'm with you at high altitude. Yeah, wherever as high as we can go, and for whatever we can see, I'm with you. Like, I'm not going to deny anything that's actually possible and happening. But now when they say it's all technologically advanced and we don't know this and we don't know that, that's bullshit. It's just bullshit. Especially back in the day when nobody was you could not do any power amount you wanted back in the day. Tesla had fucking tons of stuff just sitting there in his room, just plugging shit in, doing whatever he wanted. So you think there weren't other mad people doing other shit in other places, other ways, other amounts, different? I mean, think about it. China was doing all whatever, whoever in China, the whole China. Think about all of them dudes with the same amount of ability as Tesla. Think about that. Just a dude with a lot of money and say, hey man, I want to start making or doing some shit. I know electric is badass. It can do this. You know what I mean? Or whatever. You know, I'm just saying. India, all the places. We don't know the history of how smart those motherfuckers are and what they actually knew and had and how they did it. We have some.
I love how Malari said it's a known scammer. I don't know. That's cool.
And think about it though. You make water, right? If you take anything cold, you take a brick of ice outside in the heat. So you have cold, you have a brick of coldness, you take it outside in the heat in a bowl. On the outside of that bowl, in another bowl, you're gonna build condensation. You're gonna make more water, right? And what they're telling you is that water is the energy from the condensation, the hot and cold made that. So the energy you need to conduct one thing to another is temperature or voltage, which go hand in hand with pressure or release of pressure. You have
Yeah.
voltage, you have amp, you have currents.
I just
Yeah.
wouldn't draw conclusions. I wouldn't.
No,
Yeah.
are you listening? You have voltage, you have currents, you have amp.
No, I'm
That
with you.
means
Like, dude, the Brown effect with the B2 stealth bomber. That's another rabbit hole you can go down.
oh man, dude, no, listen to this, man.
I like
There was this dude that flew. He said, I fly something. He wouldn't tell me what he flew. Check this out. I was on Xbox for a long time. I play people and I play in the jets. Well, there's
Boo.
certain people that's all they do, right? Well, this dude flies a real jet, supposedly, and this was years ago. And this before I became a flat earther. I just always found this weird what he told me, because I always found weird shit interesting. And I talked about levitation and all this other shit, right? So we were talking, and he's like, "Man, I don't know what's going on with the jet. Sometimes I push the button before I even set the button or do the right thing. It'll like act like it's already engaged to do what it's supposed to do and start to do it." And I'm like, "Hold on, what did you just say?" I said, "You're in the fucking military, and you're in a jet, the thing that's going to save your life or protect you or whoever." He's like, yeah. And I said, so you get in it to push your normal, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's ready, go, the steps. He's like, yeah. He said, but by the time I'm supposed to hit step 4 or 5, step 3 is already engaged 4 or 5 somehow. And I was like, how the fuck is that? He goes, I don't know. So then he's like, sometimes when I'll be doing it, he doesn't know, like, I don't know, man, how to explain it. But he said he's not sure what the fuck's going on with the motor and how it has lift and the way it exactly is doing its thing, depending on what year and time that was exactly. It wasn't too long ago. But I'm telling you, the dude said, I fly the motherfucker, and it's just crazy. Because he's not the one that builds it to put it all together. He didn't put it all together. He could probably work on
my
certain
dad was a
things.
pilot. It just doesn't sound, I
Yeah,
mean,
it's pretty weird. My grandpa was in the Air Force too.
yeah, I mean, yeah, they have automated systems. I mean, I've flown in simulators, just for fun because I went down to AFRL down at Wright Pat. But like, yeah, like I don't know.
Nah, he's saying something about
Pilots,
the engine,
you know what I'm
the
saying? Like
timing.
they should gotta be pilots. So
Yeah, he's saying the timing of the engine roar and what was happening with the engine in his mind wasn't matching the effect of the fucking happening right away. Like this would happen, and then this would engage, and he's like, "What the fuck?" And he said he always paid attention to it. He never really told too many people. I was the only one that ever asked him.
it's
Because I asked
interesting.
him, I was like, "So what's it like to be in a real fucking, whatever?" And he'd be like, "Oh well, man, it's fun as fuck. Or you can do, whatever. It's pressurized. You get the little mask, you pass out, fucking free fall, fucking all this shit. Put a thing of watt, put something in your thing, and turn real quick, and it'll stay in there. Same way you do the bucket, you know, because pressurizing there too. So yeah, he just said it's fun as fuck, you know. And then over water is the scariest part. Anytime it's like a certain time of day or night, and the sky and the water blend together, like the mirror effect, that's the scariest part for a pilot because you don't know. You can't really like if you just pay attention with your just functions and just pay attention, you'll be fucking yeah, you'll crash. I mean, that's what you got all the instruments for though too. You know, I mean, of course, your horizon and all that. But yeah, go to any flight simulator and do exactly just wait to like make the flight simulator like fly you over just straight ocean, nothing but ocean, and make the sky blend in kind of with the ocean. I'm telling you, man, it's fucked up.
I mean, I get it. Not discounting the argument.
No, I'm just saying, but that's what the guy told me. Like I said, I didn't get in the jet. It wasn't me. Don't be like, oh, DeMarc said he flies a jet and this. No, no, I didn't. I didn't say any of that. I said this gentleman, just like you and I talking right now. He told me that he couldn't comprehend like what the fuck was going on. He could have just been a goofy. I don't know. He could have been just fucking with me, guys. I don't fucking know. Who knows? Maybe his job is to just tell me goofy stuff because I'm not supposed to know things as a civilian. That could have been the case too. I've always never, you know, took that out of the realm of possibilities. Like need to know basis, and I'm just a regular dude on the internet. So I talked to this one dude that said he was in either the North Pole or the South Pole, and he'd been stationed there for up to 3 years, and he was always on Xbox. And because I liked his name, and I was like, "Why do you name your name that?" You know, and that's how we got to talk. And he's like, "Oh, because I'm stationed here." So I guess he was stationed at a place that was really, really cold. Like normal people don't usually get stationed like kind of far out, and he does like a lot of research. And he was telling me that he kept saying, "We're not alone." And I'd ask him, dude. I played with this dude for like a year, and I asked him every time, "What the fuck you mean?" I even had other people in the chat, and he would not tell me anything more than "We're not alone." I was like, "What the fuck does that even mean?" Not alone to what, to who, for what does that even mean? What are you talking about? I was like, describe more, motherfucker. And he wouldn't. He just wouldn't.
I mean, I don't think we're alone.
Yeah,
I
but
really,
what did that mean? Did it mean like an animal species, brother? Did it mean
well, like, here's the
whole?
thing. Like, here's the problem that I have with flat Earth, right? And like, it's mostly because it's based on what you can observe, right, and what you physically experience. But if there's anything that I've ever learned is like that can't be my only frame of reference, especially when it comes to like, I don't know, just normal combat operations, right? We fire artillery over the horizon, right?
No,
Like,
I'll take a side view.
well, I'm just saying, like, I'm being a little
That's
cheeky.
what you believe.
I mean, like to give credit to the Brits, I'm being a little cheeky. You know what I'm saying? But like, and it
Yes,
goes.
if we're on a ball, you're firing over a ball.
Oh, no,
Yes,
no,
sir.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm also saying like we go to places that that we've never been to on vacation, which is why you and I had that conversation that night. So like it's not like our truth cannot be grounded in just what we see. It can be grounded in just like what we observe ourselves, right? There's a degree of truth that's outside of that. And that's where, I mean, multiple forms this takes on, like religion, right? That's an example, right? But faith, whether or not you're religious or not, is a thing because you're going to a place that you've never been to and you're going to take your family there for vacation, right? So, no matter what it is, no one can ever have like the absolute truth themselves, period. We can't do that as a human being. We can't. We have to rely on somebody to, you know, make a faucet so that we can pour, water into our sink, right? Or whatever it is. I mean, there's countless, examples of this. And that's where, like, I have the problem with the flat earth is, like, it just narrows, like, don't narrow the mind, don't narrow the scope. And yes, there are things that you can demonstrate that, kind of, in a backyard prove, like, yeah, that's a horizontal plane or whatever, right? But that doesn't mean that's the end all be all. Like, it doesn't.
Well,
And the
the be all is the start and the beginning, the end, the alpha, the omega.
well, I mean, like, dude, like this is where I get into, like, I don't know, the bridge that I think with flat earthers is like I mean, I believe in God, and I actually think, like, God actually created, like, this big place and gave us the ability to figure it out, because he didn't want us. It's like your children, right? I know you have kids, and I got kids, and fucking Heather's beat me up when I have another kid here soon. But, like, the whole point is like, yes, you're gonna have these kids, you're gonna guide them, you're gonna give them as much rope as you want to, but you're not gonna hang them. You know what I mean? You're going to give them, like, a left and right limit. That's another way to describe it. But what you want to do is, because they're your kids, you want them to figure this out for yourself, or for themselves. Sorry. And so you're going to poke and prod them a little bit, right? But you're going to let them do it. It makes no sense if we literally wrote down that this God created this place and created this universe. It makes no sense. This is like flat earthers, when they talk about the Bible and they say it's like a flat plane and all this other stuff. They're like, it makes no sense, because they're misinterpreting what the scripture actually says. Like, that's the problem that I have with it. And I think, could be wrong, but I think he meant us to leave this place, knowing that he created this big place, and this was not the place that we could just survive, forever. Like, I don't know. Hard to explain. Probably doing a terrible job at it, but it is a possibility, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
What's going on?
What's up?
Hey,
Oh,
man.
not much.
Hi, Pop. No, we're just chilling.
Eating a nice bowl of chili. No, earlier I was asking, how do we know the nuke is real? How close can we get and watch it? And then somehow I think Verdak transferred it to rockets. So I just went with it. No, but I just find it funny, a lot of things that people are like, why would we? Well, the question shouldn't be why would we? It should be why haven't we? You know, for science, why haven't we? $10 more? Why haven't we? 50 more cents? Why haven't we? You know, instead 80 billion, 80 billion, 80 billion. Why would we? No, that's not how you do it. You don't do why would we science. You do why haven't we science. And you keep doing more stuff. Like, how do you stop science there and then act like science continues or science keeps like revealing itself even more? If all it can do is just hide from itself, it's just not making any sense.
Well, that's the whole point of science, Demo. Yeah. You keep going.
So if science keeps going and evolves and can't see the same, and you thought you scientifically knew it was a globe, then you realize science changed. Now, if it's not a globe scientifically, what could it be?
Well, no, that. God. So the disconnect between. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But.
I didn't answer.
Well, the problem is that there's some historical facts in what your guys' argument about like the whole Copernican era and like how like this denounced religion and all this other stuff. I totally get that. I do. But again, I go back to like my point of like literally. I mean, it's just like it's like almost a fundamental rule, right? We are not the same person we were today than we are tomorrow, or we're not the same person that we are today that we were yesterday. You know, and that's like the whole thing about science. Like it evolves. You know, like I'm trying
Like the
to.
hill in your backyard?
Huh?
Like the hill in your backyard, it changes form?
Well, the hill in your backyard doesn't change form, right? It doesn't. Well, hold on. Not over time that you would witness, right? But there might be changes in that. A bomb's dropped on it, or a conflict happens, or whatever. You know what I mean? So, like, well, it's not a good comparison. So, like,
An earthquake or a flood, natural events that are good comparisons in nature for what
yeah,
nature will do, can do any second.
yeah, that's a good one. I mean, and this is where I get back into like, you know, I mean, like the flood.
So if we found out science wasn't proving ball, they're like, look, fuck it. We throw our hands up. We've been fucking lying all this time. We are the goopy bastards you claim us not to be. We're sorry, Globers. What is it? Let's all figure out what it is. What is it if it's not ball? Why is this
Bro,
such a hard
like
question to answer?
it's not doing that. That's the problem.
What's the problem? What's the problem with not a ball? Why would there be a problem?
We wouldn't be able to do what we do without a ball.
That didn't make any sense. So tomorrow, when you find out it's not a ball, then what is it? I know
It's
this is hard. Your
yeah,
science is always changing. Tomorrow, you're going to find out scientifically it's been not a ball the whole time.
okay.
Physically, scientifically.
I'll walk down this thought train. Let's go.
So what is it if not a ball? What is it? What are we on? How does up and down work if not a ball?
I have no idea. Yeah, no idea.
We'll go outside and test it. If it's not a ball, it's not going to do anything different. It's going to keep doing the same shit. It's not a ball.
But if I go outside,
So what's up and down?
But Demo, if I go outside and I test it, whether or not it's a ball or flat,
What?
it doesn't matter,
What are you
right?
testing?
I'm not going to know.
What are you testing? Yeah, you would. That made no sense.
Well,
From the
how-
guy who just said we have the tools and ability to know all. That made no
Well,
sense, brother. You're saying you don't know anything.
You know
Come
what?
on, man. You
What
guys
he's
can't
saying
keep having
makes
both sides
sense.
of the fence.
Okay,
No, it doesn't at all.
It does. 100% does. So the
You,
stuff
that's weird.
the stuff that he's talking about being able to do is stuff like land navigation and long distance targeting and international travel
But if
and
it's not a
satellite
ball, what is it?
communications.
So if it's
What?
not a ball, what is it, Omni? This isn't fucking hard. This is
Then if it's not a ball, then the universe is fucking lying to us.
no shit. Here we are. Clap your fucking hands. Stomp your feet. This flat earth, you sure can't beat. We got one down and it's under your feet. It's not that away.
Well, if the
Well-
universe is lying to us, then like God is deceptive. I think we've got bigger problems than the shape of the earth.
No. That's your imagination. Always putting your imagination in the way of shit and talking for stuff. Don't talk for God. You're not it. You're not that thing. So stop. So doesn't help you.
He's not doing that, Demo. But
Well, who can?
no, he's literally just asking you the same point that you're asking.
No, he's not.
So-
My question is,
There's
if it's
all
not a
sorts
ball,
of
what is
stuff.
it?
There's all sorts of stuff that works. Celestial navigation, surveying.
What's that mean? On what? Where's your reference for a ball? Do you have a ball to show all this stuff on a ball?
Demo,
You're
don't.
just gonna keep saying flat Earth is an imaginary ball. Our flat Earth with one up and one down is an imaginary ball with down in every direction.
Demo,
No.
real quick, Demo. Don't.
We can
All right.
prove what down is, brother.
I get you. I too. I
Well,
totally.
apparently you don't like proof.
No. I'm not saying proof or
What's
otherwise.
wrong with proving down is not any other direction, but vertically 90?
I know, because your brain's gonna fucking fire off on this, and I know it's controversial. But listen to what Omni's
What
saying.
is what you guys aren't demonstrating or have no proof for?
Oh, what? Just like we were talking about our kids.
No,
Because
you guys keep saying this stuff only works on something, and I want to know what your reference is. Now we go to reading stories and talking about kids and shit. No, what is your guys' reference for all this ball knowledge?
We don't.
You don't need a reference to know how a ball works. So you don't need a ball. You don't need anything to do with the ball. You don't need to be in a vacuum. You don't need to be with this much air and that much vacuum.
You are
don't
correct.
need to be with any action or attribute of reality
Correct.
for you to declare what's happening from your lounge chair in your basement.
Correct.
So in your basement, you know how space works, but you can't demonstrate it.
And the point
That's
is
incorrect.
that from your basement and your chair, you cannot prove the Earth is flat. This is the
That's
point.
all you can do.
No, this is the
Yeah,
point.
that's all you can do. You don't have a globe. Where is your correct globe? It's 2025. If you guys can't get with the program, you have no point. How much do I have to stress this to you?
Because
360 is 360. I know you guys went to math class. Shape
Over and
class
over
is not a joke.
is-
Please do not laugh it off that 360 is 360 no matter what.
All you're saying, the stuff you're saying, frankly, I'm sorry, is stupid. Okay, I'm like I said, none of us want to.
360s are stupid.
None of us
I'm with
want
you, brother.
to believe that you're that dumb or that
No,
you're
there's no belief here. There's only
Nobody
flat
wants
maps.
to believe that.
All you have is flat maps to prove your globe. Nobody wants to believe your dog shit story. Where is your globe to prove globe? Not all your flat maps, Not all this shit you guys keep straw manning like fucking weirdos. Where is your globe? And I don't want any excuses why a globe can't be itself and why you guys are too dumb to put stuff on a round ball that's a round ball from a round ball. Now, why do you have excuses why you guys are too dumb with all your military and all your scientists and all these wrong motherfuckers who are so right? What are they right at when they can't put the landmass stickers on the ball right?
They absolutely can. Of all of our navigation is based on a globe. When we go
story, where's the ball at?
Send the strike package after Iran, their flight paths are all based on a globe.
Those are stories, Mark Twain. Where is the fucking physical ball that's 3D, a sphere? I know you guys know what this is. You surely can handle physical spheres right now, right? We're going to graduate to 6th grade, touching and show and tell with spheres.
Yeah.
Where is your globe map?
Well,
where's it at?
All
I'm
those
going to ask for any flat Earth anything. We need to prove this globe map real quick.
All of those flat Earth maps that you're referring to are created from a globe.
That didn't make any sense. Where's the globe?
It doesn't make any sense to you because
Where's the globe at?
you
Where's it
lack
at?
education necessary.
You're talking for it. Are you the globe, Omni? So you must be this magic globe, since you're speaking so fucking highly that the globe is a representation of flat maps, which made no sense.
So
if you don't have the globe that you got all the flat maps from, where is your reference?
Map, you will never see all of the contour lines contained on one map.
I don't know what you're going to do without a globe. Where is your globe map? We can imagine this shit.
Oh no! If you knew anything
imagine
about
it. Oh no! Where is the globe?
If you knew,
so where's the globe map, brother? Calm down, Omni. Omni, calm down. Third graders understand what a globe map is.
Is based on a globe.
So where's it at?
Demo, I gotta go to bed soon. Let me ask you a question. Do you mind?
Yeah, you guys can ask everything, but I need that globe.
Okay, I know you need the globe. I know. I get it. And you can't see it. You mentioned earlier about like the pyramids being a power structure. You mentioned about the earth harnessing power, right? Am I factual in saying that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what reality is.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you understand how that works?
How hot and cold and high to low work?
No.
Positive and negative. What do you mean?
What I just asked you. Do you understand how the pyramids could have been a power plant? How there is energy from the earth that we can harness? Do you understand exactly how that works? Yes or no?
Everybody does.
They do. Okay.
Yeah. Unless they're slow.
Well, okay. So how does it work?
Sand and salt and water. Hot, cold. Compression, power. Hot and cold are power, brother. When they tell you what a fuel cell does, they tell you it makes liquid, right, at a certain rate that the evaporation and the heat between the liquid and the liquid getting evaporated between these two plates gives you your electric shock or your amplification or your currency for your batteries to work. It's the same fucking thing, but on a super big scale. It's like when you hold on, when you make a machine, they make it to mimic the body.
All right.
Or,
so what if I told you
Well, it doesn't matter what you told me. When they make a flying thing, the best way to do it is to shape it like a fish or a bird, the things that maneuver in these said fluid fucking thing, the fluidity of this. So if you want to make a digging thing, you would make it like an animal or a thing that already has the ability to dig like a motherfucker, and you would mimic that thing, but on a big scale. So there is no exactly what we do.
So what if I told you again? Well, how would you feel towards me?
Don't matter. Everybody can see reality.
Okay.
Everybody can just see. Every little kid can see it. They don't need to go to space. They don't need pictures. They can go out and dig with little stuff, and then make a bigger, powerful digger. They can do a little thing and make a bigger, powerful version of that. It's not nothing.
But hold on. But what about I'm literally like, what about all of it? And it's like nuh-uh.
Well, I don't know what to tell you then.
Exactly.
Exactly what? You didn't do anything. You just said nuh-uh. Now, if you go get a ball in hand and I get a flat surface
Exactly.
with you, that's not a nuh. No, that's not a nuh-uh. That's let's show and tell. That's a
No.
let's do it. Let's steel man our version. All you're
Like,
saying is let's not steel man anything. Let's just say nuh-uh. No, you're being a fucking weirdo. Don't do that. Don't
well,
say nuh-uh. Say Democ. Let's go see it. Right? How would you be proving science by saying nuh-uh?
that's my point.
You don't have a fucking point, weirdo.
If you
Saying
can't,
nuh-uh's not helping you. If you can't prove a globe, where are we at right now, nuh-uh guy? You're
no.
saying nuh-uh to a globe.
If you can't
Where's your
steal,
globe map?
look. If you can't steal man,
No,
and
where's your globe map in my hand, brother? In my fucking hand, a physical globe map. If you can't see it, I can't either. You must have special eyeballs. What
I'm
kind of
wrong.
eyeballs you got?
Yeah, I'm wrong. I guess. I don't know.
You got Elon Musk eyeballs, right? Virtual ones. Where is the fucking globe that we can fucking hand to kids and say, this is a fucking perfect scale of the lands you live on? If an earthquake or something happens tomorrow, we'll make a new one. Where's the fucking model at? Where's the globe?
It's all around you, bro.
That didn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's all around you.
Cool
It
story
does.
printed on a ball. Print it out. Print what is there out. Your math is 360. This can't be any hard. This cannot be hard for you guys. You know the math of a ball, right? Or did you lose that technology?
I thought I was getting. I thought I was getting to you with the kids thing, and I really did.
Brother,
But
if you can't tell a little kid what a fucking ball map looks like, you're not getting through to nobody. If
I
you
could.
can't explain this to kids, you're lost. All you guys. If you can't prove to a kid that you live on a ball, then you're lost.
I
There's
can.
no point for you
I
being
can
in
literally
science,
teach your kids how to
physics, or
prove
anything.
it's a spherical surface. I mean, I could do that with a map,
They're
but
gonna
like,
ask you for the map with the
okay,
cities and the
I'll
streets and the runways
bring it.
and the fucking the roads, the
I'll
highways,
bring
all that. Everything on there
it.
printed perfect.
I'll
That's
bring
what
it.
we would
I'll
ask
bring
you.
a protractor, and I'll bring a
All
lens.
orientated, perfect.
So we'll do it. It's all good.
And we'll need like the sun spots where it goes at high noon every day. We'll track it on the globe. See
I
the
still,
little
I still love you, man. Like you're a good dude. I know you're a good dude. I can fucking. I've heard you interact with your family in here when your mic was hot. Like, I know you're a good dude. So I don't hate you. It's all good.
it's just about physics, dude. What can we demonstrate? If you can't demonstrate ball, what can you demonstrate? What
Well,
are you
you can.
proving?
Well, I'm just saying, like, you can do it with a map, and you call me a retard, right?
No,
Well,
you
let me.
didn't do anything with the map. You guys said you don't. You argue you don't have a scale 100% of what a fucking globe is on a small version. You say that doesn't happen. Why would you ever have a flat map for anyone? It just doesn't make any sense.
You have to use a flat map, man, and I'll show you.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I'll DM you. We're gonna link up because I know you're a good dude. I don't have a problem showing up to your
You know,
house. You're
listen,
not
if you
gonna
have
hurt me,
to use a flat map, where did the ball go?
huh?
If you have to use a flat map, where'd the ball go? Where'd the ball math at go? If you're using a flat map and using the math over a flat map, and the flat map is
The
mapped
flat
out
map is
in a
made
horizontal
from
plane
gold.
forever. It's a horizontal plane. What's happening on that flat map with the sun that matches your globe, and how does that match over this flat map?
It's not the
Show us.
sun, Demo. It's not the sun.
And what the fuck are you talking about? Then
The
why
whole,
do you have a flat map if it doesn't work?
the
Why
whole,
don't we just have a globe map that works? What is
Demo.
the fucking disconnect here, man?
The whole reason you use a flat map is because on ships you need a flat plane to calculate angles and
On the
distance.
thing that you need to have to be a globe. The thing you very just said 3 seconds ago, you have to have a ball to go on the
Very hard to
navigation.
do.
The
It's very
angles and
hard
all
to
this
do.
only works on a ball. Navigation, angles and stuff only works on a ball, but now you have to have a flat map for angles and shifts and navigation.
That's not what I
This is
said.
fucking weird, boys. So
Well,
where is the globe? I don't want the wrong flat map. I don't want the piece of shit, not what Earth is map that you guys clear. Earth isn't. If Earth isn't flat, throw the fucking flat maps away. Where's the globe one?
I'll bring a globe and I'll show you the difference between true grid and magnetic north, and you'll understand and why we convert those.
No, he won't. He won't understand, dude, because he's pulling your fucking chain. When are you going to wake up?
No,
Listen,
you,
if you think pulling your chains asking you guys for a demonstration for 10 years, you guys are fucking retarded.
it's
Dude,
very
you're a fucking retard. Just get the fuck out of the room. If you don't want to prove anything to yourself and you want to be a loser and sit in the basement and not learn anything, then shut the fuck up. If you want to learn something and grow and learn that you don't have a ball and we can go from here, doesn't work on ball, you don't have ball stuff. No
Let me
ball
ask you-
map, no ball map.
Demo, would you be open and you and I one on one, and I'll show you what I'm talking about with maps? Would you be open to that? And would you listen?
Then you have to prove it with fucking reality, and you can't do that. So listen,
I can
that
give you.
cartoons are not going to help you.
No.
I can put stickers on this wall, and I can point to it all day and say so many words until we've said a Bible. Is
Demo.
that going to prove anything? Or is that going to, by the end of the day, say more fucking stories for the Department of Defense about what a globe could be and would be if it would like to? Because you
Demo,
hope.
I can literally. How
does down work?
Hold on.
All you can show me is flat maps that work.
Hold on. Don't
Does the flat map not work?
Hold on. Don't calculate
Where
the
does your
difference.
flat globe map not work? Where does the sun? How does the sun work on your guys' AE globe projection? If you don't have it, there's a fucking problem here. There is a problem with you saying what the sun does in the north, what the sun does in the south, or what the sun does at fucking anywhere at any time.
Sun, Demo.
You don't have the proof of it.
Out. We'll start in your driveway, and I can show you.
We have an AE map. Please put that in the chat and show me how the sun works in the Antarctica from
Are you going to do it if I come to your driveway? Yes or no?
You don't need a driveway, weirdo. You need your fucking camera turned on and you need an AE map and a little laser pointer. Show us the path of the sun.
Well, the offer stands. I'll show you if you want.
Well, this offer stands too. Anyone who can show us on their flat maps how the sun works from their globe projections, that they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. So if the sun and moon aren't working over your flat fucking globe projections, then what does? Surely your math can't. Surely your star can't.
Demo, you're not.
Your stars. They follow the sun.
Sweet, like Demo, you're not understanding the argument.
No, you're not understanding because you have a flat map that you don't understand, and you have a globe idea printed on a flat map that you guys can't comprehend because you can't show one flat earther how the sun gets to the Antarctica and the North Pole on it.
You really think that this
I
point
know
you're
for a
making
fact.
is a good point, but there's a reason
Everyone
why
makes a good point. Guy who doesn't like science. Let's stop here, science and Copernicus and Eratosthenes. Let's do no more. Get a stick out, stick it in the sand, be omnivore. Is that what you do? So how do you manipulate more variables, Omni? More than the goofy fucking ones you like. How do we do more?
Like, seriously, dude. Come on, man.
You're cutting science off, brother. You guys are seriously cutting fucking science down. You're standing on the cankles of midgets right now. It's not working.
Demo,
you need to stand on the shoulders of Demont. How does the sun work, military guy? Why the fuck don't you know how the sun works, military guy, on a map?
Like I said,
it's fucking serious.
Highly possible, Verdict, that he is in fact,
I think you guys are fucking retarded. Are you talking to yourselves? How does the sun work on your flat globe maps? I think you guys are retarded. You don't know what a flat globe map is all of a sudden?
I don't.
What's a flat globe map for then?
I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, I don't.
The benefit of the doubt is the map that you guys bring out, the globe map, not the flat one.
Understand
we don't need the flat one, and we need stop. You don't understand. You're the one without the fucking map.
Look, I know you want to bait me into an argument where I'm going to yell at you.
Oh my fucking god, you weird son of a bitch! Just get the fucking globe. Why is this so hard? Get the globe. Call your superior. Call your superior. Get them on the phone. Ask your professors. Call your fucking colleges. Your professors, your science, your physics people, your geologists, all your people, and say, where can we get this globe map?
It's really simple, man. And like, there's
telling stories.
No, like you can literally look up
Can we get the map?
magnetic. Hold on,
We're
Demo.
gonna look at the globe.
Demo.
We're gonna look at the globe you have.
Demo. You can literally look up
Stop
true.
saying what nobody's asking for, please. We don't want a cup of water right now, dude. I'm
Oh,
not in
well,
the desert. I'm
Yeah,
doing
that's kind of funny. He said, "Ask your superior."
Yeah, they need to ask somebody. They gotta ask fucking somebody who's smarter than Democ, right?
Yeah.
Gotta be one of these
That's
Globers somewhere
so
that's
funny.
smarter than us.
no one is
So do you
claiming.
think
They
he's making
don't know
a
the
really good
sun
point?
path, but they're bitching at
Isa,
me because they don't know how their sun works.
hang on a second.
8
You're not
billion years.
Isa, do you think he's making a good point there?
No. I'm not trying to argue that. I just thought it was funny that he said, "Ask your superior."
Okay. I just wondered if you were, if you were gonna
Relax on me, Jesus
step in and
Christ.
say, you thought he had a killer argument.
Where's your flat globe map on me?
Right.
Yeah, I just thought it was so funny. He
Yeah,
said,
I'll
"Ask your
tell you that
superior."
the answer to that is this: every flat map is a flat globe map because
I'm
that's
not.
where maps come from.
Oh God, Omni, stop! Don't make me argue for flat Earth right now.
Okay.
I'm just laughing. He said,
All right. I'm just saying.
Verdoc,
It turns
go
out that's
ask your
where they come
superior.
from.
What up, Verdoc? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I fucking Demo, man. Like, I unmuted him. We had a great conversation for like an hour, and now it's devolved into Demo yelling at me. I don't know what to do. I didn't even mute him. I know Ami did, but
Nah, man, you could argue with him about the like oranges.
I know it's just fucking like.
That's all
Does
good.
the word orange
much?
come from the fruit or the color?
Oh God.
I got on these tangents, Issa, about like just being a good human being, and I think Demo hated me for it. I don't know.
Denmark is drawing the line at like if you're a fucking Glober, you can get it. You know.
I mean, even when I was defending y'all's position on the flat Earth, he fucking still yelled at me. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Nah, man, I've had me and Denmark have gone back and forth, up and down, left and right throughout the years, and I always support Denmark being in the conversation. But yeah, sometimes it gets a little crazy. But I just walked in and I just heard him say, "Ask your superior," and I just thought that was fucking clever as hell. Because I
Well,
just thought.
really, Omni, I know you hate me, but I just unmuted him.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Look, man, you guys are all. But if every human wants to know the answer to how does the sun work on our map so we can go home and sleep at night, because these people put $300,000 bets on how these things are supposed to do this and what's happening where. But then when we ask for proof or a demonstration of physical fucking, to the best of your ability, just at least show us the path where it goes to and from and how it's doing that over either the flat map or with the ball, a light source. You call us, declare a sun in some kind of setting, and a fucking globe with some cameras on it. So where we would see what we see as a fucking human on a ball spinning. I mean, this is not that complex of a fucking idea to relate.
Can I, because Issa's in here, and Issa, like, is always a voice of logic. I mean, especially when we have these debates. So let me like pose it, because in Issa, for context, like Demon and I were doing thought experiments with each other quite a bit. So it's evolved debauchery. But like, let me ask you this, Demo. Okay, how do you know that anything that you observe is real? And this is a thought experiment. Don't insult me. Don't think I'm a globe or anything, or I'm retarded. But like, how do you know that anything is real?
Because you can get hurt by it, or
Okay.
it can physically affect you somehow. So light can burn your skin, the wind can pick you up like a tornado, the table here can bust my head open, I could fall against the ground. These things are real, and I have to get patched up in order to live from not being hurt by these physical things. Now, the things that are not physical are the things that'll never hurt you in reality, ever in the fucking world's history of time, that are just something in your mind, like a spaghetti monster or, gravity. Gravity will never hurt you.
Okay.
Coriolis will never break through.
So if you climb up to the top of a building and then you jump off, that's gonna hurt you. Yes or no?
Yeah, it should.
Okay. What is that? Is that
Crushed
reality?
bones, crushed nerves. Fucking ow, my stuff's not working right. My stuff's not computing. The signal's not coming through. It's a break in the circuit, and it's going whack, 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 threw me in the shock. Fucking hurts. Adrenaline kicks in. Call the cops, call the ambulance. Help.
Okay. So that's reality.
Yeah,
If
jumping
okay.
off a building is reality. I mean, if you're on a building jumping. Now, if you woke up in bed and you jumped off a building, that's not reality. But it sure does resemble reality. So I like where you're going with the physical, non-physical attribute of things. So it's like if physical is the end all be all of what things are and what constitutes the world around us, then in a dream, how is there a sun that's
Okay.
not made from a physical material that we're told the sun is? See, because the sun's supposed to be outside of our dream in a different reality in a big vacuum 92 million miles away. But in our dream, we see a sun, follows the same attribute. We can, in our dream, we can get sunburnt, for the hour that we dream or 2 or 8 or whatever, whatever. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And
Yeah.
for that
You're
moment of
fast
time,
forwarding a little bit. You're fast forwarding a little bit,
right?
but
But this is the main thing we're going to get to. We're going to end up getting here. So
okay.
the physical, non-physical things, they can happen in your dream or they can happen in reality. Now, in your dream, protons, electrons, neutrons, all this shit, all these elements, the way that you think physics in general work at all are thrown out the fucking window because you can fly. And do you see?
Well, I mean, that's my point and why I brought up dreams, right? How do you know which one is real? Because, like,
Like
you
I
already
said, you
admitted.
don't actually.
Hold on, real quick. You already admitted, like, yeah, the sun exists, and I know this thing, whatever the sun is. It doesn't matter if it's 93 million miles away. It doesn't matter if it's a light in the sky. I know I can get sunburned from it. That's reality, right?
Yeah, it's an attribute to the air.
But you know, if the reality is that these are particles that are coming through, neutrinos, which we can detect in the Earth, and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah, but in
That
your
must be
dream,
reality as well, right? And so
well,
then,
hold
like,
on. In your
how do
dream,
you
what
know? How do you know which one is reality? You know what I mean?
because in your dream, what science have you done?
Well, that's the thing. If you
What
haven't
have you
done
been? No,
science,
no, no,
how
no,
do
no,
you know
no.
what's
Listen.
real?
Hold on. I'm trying to tell. This is the answer, brother. Have you done any manipulation of your dream other than dream? Have you went in it? You and some groups of guys got together in your dream and manipulated the dream together and figured out what the particles and protons of your dream is, or memory or intelligence in general. Those two particles, the memory
No,
or the intelligence particle.
no, but this is like the bridge that I have with flat Earth and globe, and the like.
But that's
I've
the
done.
answer, bro.
Well, hold on. I've done lucid dreaming, right? And lucid dreaming is like a very like DMT is another thing that folks do. I haven't done DMT or any drugs, but
The question.
I did actually go into, different yoga schools and all this other stuff, just like meditation, and I've done lucid dreaming. So this is the bridge that I was actually trying to get you to kind of admit to
And I
about.
lucid dream too. But what I'm saying is, hold on.
Well,
Before you lucid dream,
hold
you have
on.
to know you're. Hold on, brother. 1 second. You're gonna have to. You have to. I've thought about this too a lot. You'll have to know you're gonna dream. You'll have to be able to manipulate and be like, hey
Absolutely.
man, I want to be Newton. Hold on, brother. This goes deeper than just fucking hold on and you understand. Because it's deep. Newton and Einstein. How can you Newton and Einstein your dream? How
Take
can you
that.
be the Townsend Brown
I'm
inside
before
your
that.
dream? Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
before that. I'm before that, right? I'm just talking about like the human consciousness and having lucid dreaming. That's all I'm talking about.
Right.
Abandon the
So
physics.
lucidly in your
Abandon.
dream, you have
Hold
to
on, real quick.
listen.
Abandon the physics. All this other shit. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is the root of the question. and what is real. That's what I'm like. That's where I'm going with this.
So
What
you're
is
looking for the memory, the intelligence, because
no,
without memory, you have no buildup of anything fake or real.
no, because
And then,
like
hold on, brother. Without the memory, the intelligence wouldn't even exist. You understand this, right? There is no I
well,
without the
okay,
M.
that's another philosophical argument. But what I'm getting into what is right, and so like the argument that you present and like a lot of flat earthers like present is this is real because I see it. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do a thought experiment and getting into the root of what is real, right? And it goes back to the original point of the sun that you even brought up yourself,
Right.
and
What is it?
that the sun, whatever it is, it burns my skin. That is real to you,
Right.
right?
But I'm not going to tell you what it's made out of because I don't know. And you
I
don't know.
totally
But
get
someone
it.
tells you they do.
Totally get it.
Someone tells us they do.
Yeah.
So now, if I want to lucid dream, what I'm going to do is I would lucid dream with a solar filter, and I would lucid dream what the sun is in my dream and see if it matched the same sun. And I'd say, well, how the fuck does
But
this match what's in my
what
dream? If it's not the same material, and there are no protons or particles or atoms or big bangs in my dream, like there's no gravity, there's no like none of this shit, no physical, there's no water, hydrogen. I mean, do you understand what I'm getting here? There's no vacuum.
No, I don't understand what
There's
you're
no
talking about.
air in
Anyway.
your dream, NASA.
Yeah, I
I
Inside
don't
your dream,
understand
you
what you're
are
talking
not
about
breathing
because you're not making any sense.
Hold on.
No, I'm telling you the
Don't
difference
let
between.
hold on. Real Demo. Focus on
Oh,
me.
you're good,
Don't
brother. I'm
shut
not
me
gonna
answer
argue.
for a second. All right.
I'm not gonna argue.
So like the whole point of this thought experiment is to discern what is real and what's not. And the reason why I brought up lucid dreaming, right? And I brought up this thought experiment is because there are things that we perceive are real. I see this light in the sky, call it a sun, call it a light, whatever you want to, and I get sunburned. That's real to me. There are other things that I perceive, right? I think this, surface is flat or whatever. That's what I perceive. That does not mean that it's real. Like that's the whole point of this thought experiment. I'm trying to get you out of I'm trying to get you out of like the many biases that we have as human beings to accept that our reality is exactly what we perceive. There's varying degrees of reality. If you actually look at the definition like if you go into philosophical debates, they're going to fucking destroy me as well, right? But there's varying degrees of what quote unquote reality is. That's the whole point of this. So, not have a totalitarian view on what reality is. Because there is nothing you can say is real. Like that's the whole point of it. And literally nothing. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, but what's touch? What does the sensation of touch come from when in your dream you can feel like, hey man, you're having a heart attack or sweating or overheating or running on a treadmill, or you think you might be getting sunburnt in your dream because it's the memory of getting sunburnt in reality. So
So what if
hold on, is it a pre memory or is it a memory in real time?
what if touch is something that your synapses in your brain are sending electrical signals like down to your sensors on your finger, like you know what I mean? Is that real?
That's what I'm asking.
I mean that's what science says, right? So like
Says what? When you're in a dream that the synapses of touching something in your dream and getting bit
no,
by a
no,
dog in
no.
your dream, it's real?
What I'm saying is what's real. Like if you really get down to the root of the question, like this is a philosophy thing.
When
This
you
is
wake up from the dream.
well, I'm just saying, like this is a
So
philosophy
the
thing.
only way to know what's real is to know what memory is. You start there. Without knowing what memory is, you don't know shit. Why?
What
I don't know
happened
how the fuck this
before you were born?
conversation can go any further than memory. Does anyone understand what I'm saying right now?
Well, what happened before you were born?
You have to have a memory to figure that out, don't you?
Is that history or is that memory?
They're both the same thing because history is only what you remember somebody told you, right?
All right.
Or what
So
you remember when you perceive.
then what's science? Is science not history?
Science is garbage ass shit that people make up
No,
because they don't want to do
science
real physics.
history. That's all it is people trying
No,
things
science
that
is
work
garbage.
and figure
No,
out
it's
what
not. They don't try things. No,
like
scientific people are against trying new things. They will not try a side view. They will not do superconduction. They won't do fuck all. They'll just close their eyes and ears and go gravity. Oh.
some parts, yeah, I think that's fair. I wouldn't yeah. I mean some parts maybe, but
Dude, I asked for a side view by people who are supposed to be scientifically fucking seeing the physical structure or attribute of this thing we're on. And they say they can't get a side view. Talk about being cockblocked.
well, it's a wrong question. But
No, it's a wrong looking forward answer. The wrong question was looking forward. The only right answer to see if the Earth's curving is a side view. I don't know where you guys get your information. It's all backwards. The same everything you guys claim about us is what you do. That's exactly what you guys do. You won't go into a lab. You won't believe physics about a ball.
well,
You'll
you
tell me
say
that
you.
ball's not right.
I know you're
Right?
not talking to me because I know you're not talking to me, but I get your argument. I do. But like at the same
Memory.
time, yeah, I'm circling back, Demo. I'm going back to the original thought experiment about what is real, what is perception, and what is the truth. Like again, this is
It's on memory. Is memory past, present, or
it's a
future?
philosophical discussion. It's like
Right. Is memory your past, your present, or your future? Is it uploaded? Is it downloaded? Is it programmed? Is it set or unset? These are the
so
questions
no,
we actually have to.
the whole point of it, because I got to go to bed. Like the whole point of it is we can never know, and we can't have a totalitarian like we can't be totalitarianism when it comes to ideas because like that's the whole point of it, man. Like if this full circle didn't go, like
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
you guys are. Yeah, but you guys are. You're totalitarian against flat Earth. You're only
I'm
globe.
not. No, I'm not. I'm not
Well,
at
the
all.
other gentlemen are mostly like a NASA shield, and the other ones who are like, no, 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 no. And listen, ever saying the phrase that this can only happen on the globe should never be spoken until every human has no question in their fucking head that they know they're on a ball. And that's not the case today. If you ask every human in the fucking world, they don't know shit. So we've been failing them. Something's not right. And if it's public information that we're on a ball, the physics of a ball, we're going to the moon, telemetry, the data, it's all public information. But when you go to get footage or anything public, you can't do it. It's all private. It's all chopped up. It's all CGI. Where can the public put their camera on the
Yeah.
shit and publicly see it themselves?
I mean,
This would settle the whole
with you on
debate.
that. I'm with you on that, brother. Like I am.
Right.
I'm with you on that. But like
Transparency.
at the same time, though, like again, don't like we can't be total. We can't be definitive, right? There are repeated things that you can do over and over
Never
again.
be definitive if you can't see
Hold
your
on.
own live footage.
I'm just saying there's like repeatable things that you can do over and over, like with a map and a
Like a
compass.
side view.
That it is a side view.
No,
I know
I
you
said a side view. My human brain, Demok, wants Demok's side view, not what you declare your garbage information.
He
I
has hoops you
don't
have to
want
jump
what
through.
you want.
Well,
Listen,
let me
when
demonstrate.
you guys want to know, stop. What proves something to you is not what proves something to other people all the time.
Right.
I hope
Right,
you
because
know
you
this.
have
But
no
where's
intelligence
Demok's side
to
view and
know.
all the flat earthers proof? Where's what they're asking for? You don't
What
have
they
it.
ask for
You're
is
missing the whole
impossible.
book.
What they ask for
What's
is not only impossible,
Physics?
it's dumb.
What's dumb?
What
Demonstrate
you
the
ask
stuff
for.
is dumb.
NASA,
What you
hold on.
ask for is dumb. Just plain
Doing
mud
physical
spelled backwards.
reality, physics in the lab is dumb.
The whole
Yeah, because
point
it doesn't scale.
What
The whole
doesn't
point-
scale? Then how do you get your idea of any of this shit if you don't know any
You
scale?
model them for one.
From what? What is your reference?
You're not gonna.
Observation.
You can't,
No,
brother.
I know
Hold
I'm
on,
not going to get
Beardat.
through today, Mark.
I'm
He
getting in the
lacks
middle of
the
it
basic
because you're
scientific
hurting this guy.
understanding. So
You're
go ahead.
hurting
I'll
his
shut up again.
acumen.
Yeah,
What are you modeling from if you don't have a reference? What is your math from? You don't have a reference.
if you'll will you let me try it?
Yeah, what's your physical reference that all Copernicus and all these people use for their
No,
360?
no, like literally, bro. I know it's weird.
Yeah,
'cause
literally they had to have a sphere, right? Someone
know
had to have a fucking sphere to tell you guys anything about one at all ever, right? In science, in a lab, in front of them. They had to, right? No.
Timo, I'll come show you
This
with
is
the
where
map.
this brother, when you guys can't be truthful, something's wrong here.
Dude, I'm gonna
How
hit
did
you
a
up.
guy come up with anything to put one landmass on that fucking thing when they were born? Who
Look,
came up with the idea to put a blank ball and then put shit on there?
It's all good. It's fine.
Where was the ball? Where is that ball? Don't we have them in the fucking Vatican? You have the first, second, third, fourth, fifth generation globes. You have the first one with one landmass on it. Did you know that? Then you have Stone 3.
Now you're
you have
going
Stone
down
7.
into conspiracy theories and all this other stuff.
No, it's common sense, dude.
Oh,
What, you
well,
think
when
the
it's
Vatican
asking
doesn't
about
store
what's
old globes and old books?
How do you know that? How do you know it's real?
Archives, brother. Go
So
down there and you'll see. Go down there and you'll see. Oh, they won't let you. The public Vatican for religion won't let you see secret stuff. So the religion is secret, and so is science. So will the government let you go in their basement and see the secret globe they've got hid from you?
I think you're floundering a little bit, but it's all good.
Oh, we're looking for the globe the government's hiding from you in their basement. The military, key card clearance, Area 54, where the globe's at.
I'm pretty sure they'll let Taking Back Eden see it in the secret Vatican vault.
Area 54, that's where they got the globe. Can you guys go visit it? They got a big 500-foot globe underground.
Don't be
all
weird.
the physics, and they're doing real cool shit. What do you mean be weird? It's globe science. It's your reference for what it's based on. Your math, your physics, your weights, your distances, your attributes. Don't be weird, weirdo.
I do.
So you're saying your attributes and your physics and your mathematics are from nothing? You don't have any balls in science or physics or the military or Department of Defense or in a lab or with rockets or anything? There's no spherical anything going on.
I'm gonna convince you over the next week or so. When I have some time off, I'm gonna come out there. I'm gonna bring a map and a compass, and then I'm gonna show this to you.
You're gonna bring the ball,
and then if it's a lie,
you're gonna show us how a ball compass works with a ball.
if you think it's fake, after that, then it's fine. But at least let me show
Please
it.
tell me you're gonna bring a ball. Don't bring a flat map. You're not proving flat Earth. You are not gonna prove flat Earth to me right now.
You're a good dude, Demo.
Please don't prove flat Earth to me. Are you trying to prove flat? Are you trying to convince everybody the Earth's flat with all these flat maps?
Yeah, I'm gonna blow your mind.
This gentleman's gonna get a flat map and blow my mind and say the Earth's not flat with the flat map. It's gonna blow our fucking minds, guys.
Yeah. Well, I love you.
We're gonna look at the legend on the map. We're gonna see horizontal, flat, inches, miles, meters, feet, all the markers on.
You don't need to fight anybody here, man. You're a good dude. It's all good.
Yeah, I know. And you act like you're in the military.
Verdak, you can definitely tell you're in the military because you can keep your temper calm through just about anything. So that has to come from military
It's good that he
training.
can keep his temper good, but can he keep his acumen up to par?
Yeah, but I mean, no matter how excited you get D-Mock or anything, he just stays as calm as can be. Always.
Well, that's the problem, that nobody gives a fuck about what they're saying. They want to keep lying and be calm about it. You shouldn't be a fucking calm liar in a situation where somebody is saying you haven't proven fuck all. You're telling fucking stories. There's 100 of you guys in here at all times. This is the nicest I can be to people that are lying to my fucking face every night and saying something that they have no fucking clue of, and they know it for a fact.
Where's your evidence that they're lying to you, though?
Where's the globe?
Timo, like the amount of self-control that you have.
Go get the military persons, the
Especially
professors. Listen, Cole, you can go down a fucking list, name any, put any profession on there you want right now. Let's go over the list. We'll call tomorrow live. I'll call ask them where the exact globe is
that I can buy from them that matches the globe where I can see the sun path
You're
from
still
the
on the
North
globe.
Pole to
I'm
the
talking
South
about
Pole for the
human.
fucking year.
Yeah,
Do you have this? Does anyone have this? Verdak, stop talking over me.
you're still on the globe.
You're trying to learn something here, Verdak. You don't have a globe. You're trying to learn what that is. You have no reference. You want to know what a globe is. The military is not going to tell you. I'm going to help you. Democ is going to help you figure out what a ball is and what a ball do.
I
Once
can't
and
wait.
for all.
I
You're
can't
going to
wait.
actually really find out. You know, find out all things. We're going to get a real ball. We're going to spin it around. We're going to put a cat toy on there. A
No, I'll
Foucault's
DM
pendulum.
you.
A Foucault's Colt pendulum. Oh, now you're out of it. Now he's out, boys. He's out of ball physics for good. Balls won't be balls.
I'm straight up gonna DM you. We're gonna link up because I know
Yeah,
you're a
I
good.
know.
I know you're a
I
good dude.
know, and I know you got a Foucault's pendulum building waiting for me with a little Foucault's and camera in
No,
there. And
I'm
we'll
gonna
see
bring
that
a map.
backwards head.
I'm gonna bring a map and a compass. That's it.
No, I'm gonna bring a flashlight, and I'm gonna sit the flashlight up in the corner in a spinning ball, and you tell me how the sun works, and show me the North and South Pole.
I don't
I'm
know.
just saying, we're gonna do some real globe experiments, right?
No,
Why
man.
does it make you laugh?
And make sure you bring a lab with you, Denmark.
Yeah, I'll bring my lab with me. It'll be any four walls we can stand outside or in. Because physics are always the same physics. I don't need magic.
And don't forget the bucket
I don't
either.
need gravity. Yeah, we don't need buckets. Just fucking reality. Outside is everybody's lab. Everyone's lab should be outside until their face is blue and their balls fall off.
I've seen his videos and like I get it. I don't know. I'm excited for this. We're doing it. I'm gonna DM you here in a minute. You're gonna let me friend you? Come on, man.
It is what it is.
Sad. Demo. Come on, bro.
Just accept him. He thinks the earth is flat. It is what it is. Send love his way. Hopefully there's a map and a model soon.
No, yeah, we've had great conversations.
If he tries to say anything about the globe, it is what it is. You've done your best.
Like, we tried to show him the globe narrative, but we can't force him to believe in the ball.
We've given him
It's not
evidence and he
anyone's job to
refuses.
do that.
We've given him evidence. He's refused it because reasons. And so he's got to laugh and point.
You can lead a horse to water, but if it chews on the trough and then drowns in it, there's not really nothing you can do about it.
That's a good. So I love these Southernisms. You and Blue. Blue comes up with a bunch of them too. So it chews the trough and drowns in it. That's a good one.
I don't know. I like the dude. I think he's a good dude. I really do. I have good instincts about people.
I like D-Mock too, man. D-Mock had a good talk the other day. We had a good little conversation. That's why I don't want to be too mean to him. I give him hell sometimes, but I don't want to be overly mean to him.
And like I mean, I don't know, man. I used to play Warcraft, like especially like after like the first deployments to Iraq, like the army got really big on Warcraft. I went to New York City, all sorts of places, like met people like on the internet and shit. It's not foreign to me.
You just
It's
remind me so much of at the end of that movie, Inglorious Bastards, when he's taking the head SS guy and the driver, and he's supposed to take them back to command, and they stop about halfway, and they get out, and he shoots the driver, and the SS officer says, "What'd you do?" He said, "I had a deal worked out for that man's life," and he said, well, said they don't really want him, they just want you. And he said, "You'll be shot for this." And that guy, the American military guy, said, "Nah," I said, "just chewed out." Said, "I've been chewed out before. It's no big deal." That's what you remind me of. Like you've literally been so long in the military, and you've heard so many different ass chewings and stuff that you just like nothing phases me anymore. You
They'll be
stay
like, "Well,
calm
Bob's head
so
got blew off,"
good.
and you'll be like, I get it, but our next mission's gonna be okay, guys."
it's just like I don't know. I guess, yeah, I don't know. Just being a good human's a good thing, and meeting new people is always a good thing. But yeah, I don't.
One of them still is, and he's pretty calm. He's nice. I mean, for whenever he comes, every 10 years or whatever, when he gets out of there and visits, he's a big ass motherfucker. He's an MP, but he's real nice. I mean, he's a really nice dude. He just hates it when they're over there and they mess up and don't do the right rules and stuff. So he has to enforce it. He can stop judges, everybody, anybody on the base that fucks up, he can. I think
I
he's
don't know.
over in
I've
Germany
got
now.
some misconceptions about people on the internet. It's kind of funny to me, but when you meet them in person, they're pretty much just humans.
Oh yeah, everybody's a human. That's why I tell you guys, cut the shit. We're all just fucking brothers. We don't have to lie about this dumbass shit.
Well,
There's
then
no
what
such
the
thing as
fuck
can only be done on a ball. That doesn't
are
even make any sense to
you
say. I
always?
would never say, listen, Perdak, I would never tell you, drawing a picture can only be done on flat earth. That's fucking dumb. That would be a dumb statement. It's just
I
dumb.
didn't say that. But like, why are you always in here yelling at us? Like, well, I know why you.
Because you
I
guys
know
need to
why
be
you yell
truthful.
at NASA. I'm not gonna say that. I know why
Okay,
you.
okay. Yeah, there's a couple in here that do need a little yelling. But yeah, I know, I get what you're saying. No, nobody else does, but when they stick up for the other people, in the middle of it. And a lot of times some people you think they let me finish, but they don't. And I'll be right ready to finish. And then they're like jump in and there's 15 of them saying something. And then the thing that I ask, they always say something different. Something that's not even what I asked. Even when I get muted, they don't even answer the question. So I'll be muted for 24 hours. Nobody answers the thing I asked about. And it's just they talk about other shit. It's like, what the fuck? What was the whole point? Like, how can we have a truthful discussion when nobody wants to actually answer the question? You guys put it on the little guy. You say, hey, little guy versus the government and us, all us fucking everybody who's right, and you're whatever, right? Because that's what you guys use against. It's like everybody's wrong. I don't know who the fuck's wrong. Whoever can't demonstrate their claim has to be wrong. To me, whoever can't somehow fucking demonstrate what they're talking about in some way, shape, or form, humanly to me. The only way I'm gonna find it out is fucking humanly. I'm not gonna be an alien tomorrow. I'm not gonna die and find it out like that or whatever the fuck, because I don't know what that entails in that physical attribute of reality. But I had to experience that.
Yeah, but Demo, like, I mean,
Damn, there's something flying over me right now.
I totally get that. And that's why, like, whenever I come in here, like, you know what I mean? Because I see this side of you, and that is just like your true side. but you like get fucking ranty and you fucking start calling people retards and doing all this other shit. You know what I mean? I mean, Issa, I
What
love,
did I say?
I love Issa to death, right? I love him to death. And like every once in a while, he did it in a like but like it, and we all do that shit. But I will come to your defense, and Issa can testify this. I'll come to fucking your defense when you're calling people retards if it's wrong because there's something like ethically or morally wrong about the argument. Like but it's about just like calling people retards and doing that shit, like just being like disagreeing with folks. You know what I mean? Like that's the
It's
difference.
never calling them. It's never really saying they are. It's saying they're being that. They're being ignorant to the facts. It's really all I mean. So anytime I say any word, you can just put it to that. It's just they're being ignorant to the facts. Because like, how do you start science as two humans? You have to use your hands. At some point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's how you build stuff like telescopes and microscopes.
Well, now what they do is a whole different story. How you would prove that?
Well, I don't know. It just goes back to the thought experiment that I asked you. Like, how do you know it's real? You know?
Yeah. How do you know you're looking at space?
And like,
How do you know
I'm being like self.
So am I, because when you go up in the high altitude, it all disappears. So
Oh
how
no,
do you
hold
know
on.
any of that's real?
I'm
It's for
being
real.
self.
It's a real
I'm
question.
being self-revealing in that, right? And it's from my experience in the military about doing over the horizon targeting and stuff like that. Like, yeah, technically you have a point, right? Technically you have a point that I cannot see this. I don't know if it's real, right? If we're going down to the root, which is why I wanted to go down that experiment with you. Do I know it's real? Can I prove? Like, can I physically touch it? Can I physically see it? Can I do these things? The answer is no, right? However, what happens is I can then collect against that and then see that it happened. And just because it wasn't right then and there, it actually is real. Like that's kind of why I was going down that thought experiment with you. It's an I don't know.
Yeah, is science real? Good question.
Well, as always, it's fun. And I'll talk to you again. Sent you a DM, sent you a friend request. You got everything blocked, but I'm down to come see you. I'll show you a map, give you an idea of what I'm talking about. It's up to you. But y'all have a good night.
Isha, what's up? Heather out there.
Hello?
Hey, his batteries are run down. Yay!
Whose battery?
Oh, fuck.
I guess he's got some stuff that he got batteries for. I don't know. He ain't talking about us.
I don't need no
Hey,
stinking battery.
I noticed Donny was using swear words today. Woo! That's what I love when politicians get blipped out for saying fuck. That's my favourite kind of politician there.
Well, Trump's
Oh,
vocabulary
was
is
it
that of
cussing?
a fifth grader. So
Yeah, just good to hear him say fuck though, isn't it? Almost makes
he
him
actually said
human.
fuck.
Almost.
He actually said that.
Yeah, something like because Israel and that are still shooting bombs at each other. He said, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. He doesn't like Israel
Oh.
anymore now either. What the fuck are
Oh.
they? Is that it? He said, what the fuck they're doing? He definitely said fuck though, because you hear the and it's bleeped out.
Nice.
Yeah, he's all pissed off because they didn't listen to him when he told them to stop.
Yeah, after he
Well,
bombs
yesterday when
Iran,
he's
after he sends B-2s on a 37-hour mission and bombs them, he says, "Hey, okay, now you guys can stop." After we
Well, he'd already had this deal. It was already a ceasefire. Why didn't they just didn't listen to me? And I was like in the corner. Wah, ah.
yeah, it's
this whole
kind of
thing is
weird,
his
isn't it?
fault. This whole thing
Yeah,
is Donnie's
he
fault.
thinks he's in charge. Yeah, he
He
thinks he's
backed
in
out on the
charge of the
deal
world.
7 years ago. He backed out on the deal that Obama did because Obama did it, and this is all because of it.
Well, it didn't fit his news media because he loves to feed the media, which you got to say he's a bit of a master of. Feeding them just short, sharp one-liners gets everyone talking. But it didn't go the way he wanted. So is he going to send Israel a bill now? Because I think it might have been what someone said, $4 billion worth of ordnance, 30 Tomahawks and 6 bunker busters is $4 billion. That sounds like a lot of money to me.
Well, you also have to include the aircraft time.
Oh, that's probably why. Okay, yeah, because the bunker busters are saying it's $500 million. That's probably a plane to fly them up there and all the logistics of actually dropping one. I
Yeah,
guess.
the cost. Yeah,
Good
the
point.
cost of the operation, because it's not just the B-2s flying out there, but also the in-air support with refueling. So yeah, this is not a cheap endeavor to launch out of
No, they
Oklahoma and halfway across the world and back.
Missouri, Whiteman. The tankers were strewn across the middle of the Med last night. As soon as I heard about it, I started looking for tankers, and they're strewn across the Med and out in the Atlantic. Yeah, 37-hour round trip for these guys. What a pain in the butt that must have been.
Fuck. So they actually fly out of the US now. They don't need a nearby airbase or anything. Wow.
Nope.
No,
They went
they
directly
won't
from the
allow.
US.
They won't allow a B any of those the B1 or the B2. They won't let that land on foreign soil.
Right.
Isn't there an island in the Pacific where they land?
No,
where
that
they
was a
can...
diversion. You're talking about Diego Garcia.
Yeah.
No, that was a diversion. They went the other way. They went through the Med and over Iraq, into Iran, and turned around, and went back. The tankers were strewn all across the middle of the Med. Yeah, it's yeah, they did that because remember the attack on Libya. They went out of England and almost brought down Thatcher's government back then. So ever since then, they just said, we'll just do it directly from the United States.
Well, I don't think they want them taking photographs. Is that the main thing? Get all the angles and all that sort of shit.
Well, the photographs or that's a different story. That's with satellites and stuff. But the U-2s, they might be flying out of Turkey or something.
Well, what was the other thing about Iran having a bomb? We had one of our guys from Monash University that's Victorian saying that they had about 60% of the enriched uranium. You can make a bomb out of plutonium. That's not a problem. But they were about 60%, and you need to be 90%. So they're 2/3 the way to getting their enriched uranium to make a fucking big-ass Yahoo bomb. But then you also need a delivery system and a warhead and so on, so on. So realistically, on the road to no bomb to a bomb, they're less than halfway there. Yeah, you know what I mean, with delivery and all that, and the whole logistical operation. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, and and then they're going to have to be testing.
Yes, that's the other thing. You've got to do a test. Yeah, you've got to prove they can actually ignite the fucker. Yeah, good point.
I saw an article that said they only got like their program only got pushed back like some months and not years, which I thought was wild. Like, did they really not have their uranium concentration at the strike sites?
Well, one report is they've totally wiped out. That's according to Trump. Not 100% perfect. We know that didn't happen. But then the other one was, yeah, it's only pushed it back a little bit. But here's the thing, if it's 100% perfect, hasn't it blown a lot of fucking radioactive material into the air?
I guess it depends who's saying that it got only pushed back. Because I mean, I feel like Iran just like lies all the time, so I can't really trust them. Although you can't trust things Trump say either.
Well, they had a satellite photo, and the compound looked like it had, some damage, but it was far from leveled.
Well, the comment I heard was a low-level loser in the U.S. intelligence organization has leaked information out to CNN or whatever, and Donnie is saying it's false news. But here's the thing. They know how to leak information. All we do is leak out certain details to different people, and whatever detail comes up, you know where your leak is. But the anonymous leak, I don't know about. That's kind of all, yeah.
I say, hey man, the cops are coming tomorrow. I got a tip. You better get all your illegal shit out. And the cops are waiting there right when I say it. And the guy starts moving his illegal shit, and they're like, go, 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 go. That's how that works, man. If they have illegal shit, you say, I'm going to do this here. You better move your stuff out of there. If you see him moving anything, well,
I think only only like 8 Israelis died from any counterfire so far, and that's probably like the ones that weren't in the bomb shelters. I don't know why you wouldn't be in a bomb shelter, but
here's another thing. It's sand and dirt everywhere. What, what, how much dirt are you moving with these bunker busters, right? You making a 5 mile long hole. If a nuke can't make a 7 mile long deep hole, something wrong. And then you talk about nuclear material. So if you hit nuclear material with the explosive, it doesn't go off. It's just irradiation, just radiation everywhere. Doesn't make any sense.
Firstly, DMOC, if you looked into how the bunker buster works, it drills into the ground and creates a seismic wave which shatters what is a bunker. So it basically makes it cave in. Got nothing to do with whether it can blow a hole in the ground. I don't know where you got that from. That's World War One shit, man. Keep up, will you?
No, I'm saying.
The cool thing is
so
they launch
in the
these suckers
sand,
in pairs.
go in the sand, you shoot the sand, and you knock a hole in the sand. Who did that hurt? It didn't even shake my iced tea.
So the
hurt?
cool thing is they launch these suckers in
You ever been to
pairs,
the-
and the second one goes through the hole the first one made.
What hole? He says not making a hole. He says going
And
down.
Iran's not just all sand, dude. Iran's actually quite a fucking beautiful place.
Yeah, you
There's actually
generally
not
don't
just
build.
it's not just a big
You
beach.
generally don't build these
Dirt and
structures.
sand
You
take an
generally don't.
impact quite the
You
same.
generally don't build structures deep underground in sand.
You generally don't shoot dirt and sand if you want to hurt your enemy.
Yeah, if you've never. Yeah, okay. See, we're talking to a moron here, so I
I
turn
don't
you
think
back
so.
down.
If I'm going
Yeah,
to
you're
shoot
completely
somebody
an
or
idiot.
hurt somebody, it would be like North Korea's sitting there making threats. You throw one firecracker over there in this firecracker bunker house, and he's done for. It blows them all up. So the same thing with anybody. They got weapons of mass destruction. You hit that weapon and you mass destruct it on them. And if you don't do that, you're a liar.
Oh, beautiful insight as always. Thanks for really fucking dragging it down to first grade level, man. You're so
Yeah,
good
we're
at that.
worried about people dying in death. So go kill them, but don't do it with radiation. You might hurt them 30 years from now and make their sand not grow good. Get the fuck out of here with this goofy ass media shit.
Make the sand not grow good.
You're gonna hurt their sand and oil. If you're not worried about bombing an area full of something you guys declared nuclear material that can be charged up and turned into a super fucking Superman, Hulk Hogan, Incredible Hulk nuke rock, then you have mental problems. So apparently that nuke rock ain't shit. All hot rocks make water boil, boys.
I think it's a little bit different than like, like blowing up a nuclear warhead. I think it's just, I don't know the science of it, but enriched uranium, like what was it? Like, are we saying that uranium is six? I guess like uranium that's not fully enriched probably doesn't. I don't know. I don't know the.
So what?
Someone,
So they
Oh,
get
someone
total.
explain to
getting
me
a
like what
reaction,
that means.
getting critical mass to get a reaction is really fucking hard.
Well,
I
it's
mean,
easy for you, Oppenheimer.
you have the neutrino reflectors, the beryllium bead in the center, the symmetrical implosion of the TNT. No, it's a fucking nightmare.
You can do it
Yeah,
easier with
bomb
uranium.
simulation.
Just
This is the atom bomb.
they just use a gun. I
So
mean, you're
bombing a
talking less
uranium
plutonium.
building's not this isn't the same as like bombing like Chernobyl or like a base of nuclear warheads. It's different, right?
The actual
Yes.
blast is a different principle.
Yeah, it's not
What
like
happens is,
a reactor, a runaway reactor. No.
Yeah.
in a sense, it's like
How
if
do
you
you
have a
put the
petrol bomb and you set fire to the petrol, it expands. But if you seal it off and then it expands, then blows up, that's what you got to try to do. But times a million because it's fissile material. And it's kind of like moonshine. You know what I mean? How they keep putting it through the still. I think they have to keep enriching it, and that's a big painful process too. Gives you lots and lots of protons for every electron, so hence a bigger yield, I guess.
How long did it take them to get to 2/3? Like when did they start?
Don't know that.
How hot does
Well, there's
uranium melt?
Israel stole a report back in 2004 from them saying we're looking at doing it. Basically, a shopping list of how to get a nuke. But Israel neglected to mention that in 2006 they stole from the same place a thing that said, "Oh fuck it, too hard." So they showed us what they wanted us to see, but they didn't show the world the 2 year later one in 2006. So there's been about 6 or 7 times now Israel has said Iran are building a bomb in the last 25 years or so.
Look, Colin Powell, went in front of Congress and said, "Look, they've got all these centrifuge tubes and all this other stuff."
Yeah, I really don't
How
think they were
hot-
close. I think
How hot can
the
you get
situation
uranium?
I think the
before it
situation that
evaporates?
Israel created gave like US excuse to do it, basically. Because then they could say
Yeah.
like they can like make up an excuse for it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Like they wouldn't have done it obviously if it wasn't for like the what's going on with like Israel.
Well, they're also financing Hezbollah and Hamas. So I dare say, if you look between the lines, Israel are trying to create a buffer zone because of that, to stop them financing those gangs. But then as they create the buffer zone, they'll say, that's not bad land there, let's move into it. And then they need to create another buffer zone because they've now settled in what was the buffer zone. So it's the old slice by slice salami techniques, I think. Israel have been doing that since fucking 1948.
Well, didn't like Israel first send the missiles first because of a perceived threat or something?
They cleared the airways, so they made airstrikes onto all the air defence to clear the path to Tehran, they said. Yeah, so they started it. And I don't really have any skin in the game. I don't know either, but I had a couple of young people on the radio today who were in their 20s, and they were fucking mature. An Iranian chick and a fucking Jewish dude, both talking on the radio, talking to each other about how fucked up it is, that the geopolitical situation. And they are, how's this, less than 30, and yet they're more mature than all the fuckheads over there in the Middle East right now. Fucking, well, that's enlightening to see.
Do they buy the whole ceasefire? Are they actually going to have a ceasefire?
Well, neither of them can get information out. They don't know whether it's hearsay or not.
I mean, I feel like ceasefires aren't really peace. It's just temporary.
Yeah, it's like you and me are both having a lawn blower, you know, your fucking leaf blowers. It's like we're both blowing the leaves onto each other's front yards and we both agree to stop using our leaf blowers until next time. And so I then break out my lawnmower at 6 a.m. and start mowing the lawn just to give you the shits. I'm not using my leaf blower, so it's, yeah.
I just think it's funny how like Trump, like we basically, like launched missiles on Iran, and then when it basically forced them to sign like a, like a ceasefire, then it's like we're bragging that we created peace by bombing them. So it's really weird.
Yeah. And then within 24 hours, he's saying Israel are jerks, and they're fucking whatever he said. What did he say? He said the fuck word anyway.
Well, it's because they were going to have a ceasefire, but then they were bombing it. They started shooting again. I don't know. I don't know who was shooting who, but
you didn't do what I said, you fuckheads. Yeah. It's kind of, guys. Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people are just like me included, like are kind of like very unqualified to talk about this kind of geopolitical situation, that sort of thing. Or like when you watch like a video of when I was watching a video of like the missiles, the missiles being shot in Tel Aviv or whatever. It's like the average person would be like, "Oh my God, you saw like one of the missiles connected. Like they didn't shoot that one down." Like, yeah, but that also means like they're not going to shoot down they're not going to shoot down every missile. They're going to save the interceptors for like if it hits like an area where like there's nobody, then like they're not going to where there's no infrastructure or nobody, they're not going to care.
I'll
Like
trade all your bunker busters for some remote control jets like 9/11. Just give me about 50 of those. Just send them off over there. Boom, fit 5 buildings for each
I
one.
think I've had enough of 9/11 discussion for one day.
It's going to be the domino effect. That's all. You're going to knock one building down and 5 others will explode somewhere. The magic bullet jet. But anyway, I'm just saying, trade all your generic missiles that ain't working or hitting something for just a couple jets full of gas. You'll destroy everything. I mean, what military guy hasn't thought of this already? Remember 9/11. You guys already forget?
Have any of you guys seen Doctor Strangelove?
Yeah, love it. In fact, my favourite comment is not the war room comment. Mine's if you haven't got the president on the United States on the other end of that phone, you're going to have to answer to the Coca-Cola company. That is such a funny fucking quote, and it makes sense in the movie, but it doesn't. What I said just then probably doesn't.
My favorite is the survival kit inventory check.
What was that, Netta?
The survival kit inventory check.
They say no. Well, they say no weapons in the war room or something.
Stop fighting. This is the war room. It's the famous quote everyone likes.
Yeah.
Here it is. The survival kit contents check.
I think the movie's just so funny because like everything just goes wrong. Like everything that could possibly go wrong for to be a situation where like the bombers just got through anyways. It's so funny.
And the guy riding, the Texan riding the bomb down like a rodeo ball. They're like, yeah, it's just so, everything in it. It's that way ahead of its time, isn't it?
Like they would have been able to, they would have been able to get through and tell them to disengage, but of course the comms were broken because they had gotten like hit by they got hit by a Russian some Russian missiles that took out their comms. So even when they found out
Yeah.
the passcode, they still couldn't get it.
But they needed to ring up someone, but they didn't have a nickel or a dime or whatever. So he smashed open the Coca-Cola machine to get a dime out and got caught by the base commander. What are you doing breaking into the Coca-Cola machine? I've got to ring the president. That's where that comment came from. You'll have the Coca-Cola company to answer to.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Just all that shit. It's so fucking funny. And even Peter Sellers, did he do like 4 different people in that? I think he acted quite
He
a
plays
few.
the president, the guy calling the president, and the Nazi.
And the British guy too. He's a British Teddy Ho kind of a military dude as well, I think.
Yeah, he's the guy
Either
with
way,
the crazy guy.
yeah. It's a fucking good movie though.
Yeah, I remember watching in high school. I think I just didn't pay attention. Like I went over my head.
Well, they're launching a crew tonight.
I was just going through a bunch of old comedies that I hadn't seen before, and there's this other one called The Producers. And I guess like it's like Gene Wilder and this other guy, and they figured out that like you can they figured out a way to become rich, and it's basically to different and like they were gonna like put up on my way, right, and like they're gonna get everybody like 30 percent and then and you just talk about.
Is it just me or is he roboting?
They made it.
You're roboting real
Oh,
bad, dude, or is it me?
I'll turn the Wi-Fi. I'll change my Wi-Fi.
You sound good now. You sound good now.
Okay.
Right back to roboting.
No, you're back to being Stephen Hawking.
God damn.
Every time you
Okay,
stop
I'm
and
gonna-
say you're
I'm
going to
connected to
like right
Wi-Fi
now,
now.
you sound good. Are you moving when you go to talk or something? Are you leaning
No,
back in your chair?
I was going between the. I wasn't connected to the Wi-Fi. Now I'm connected to the Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Sometimes the Wi-Fi is worse.
Yeah, because right now you sound good, but you just doing it while going.
Yeah.
As soon as you get into talking, you'd go back to roboting.
Yeah.
You sounded like Stephen Hawking with a flat battery.
Okay.
The movie The Producers, we didn't get much of that. That was Total Robot when you're talking about The Producers. I'm just trying to think, what was that? That rings a bell.
I just said they defrauded their investors, and if they purposely made a bad play, and if the play was bad enough, then they don't have to give any money back to their investors. But of course, the play was a success because they made it so bad that it was good. So basically, they're in big trouble because they they owe everybody all this money they don't have.
I love it. We had a true story where some guys made up a plaster of Paris gold nugget, just plaster and spray painted it gold, and said, "Hey, we found the biggest nugget in the world." And it got so much traction. They had all the Aussie media were fucking chasing them. They kind of like, "Fuck, this is getting out of hand." I think they owned up, but yeah.
I was watching this episode of South Park yesterday where the ginger cow, there's this cow that Carmen paints orange and puts a wig on. And like, it's part of this prophecy, and then it creates peace in the Middle East. And they take all the symbols of like Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, and combine them to make a Van Halen logo. And then like Van Halen performs for all them in the Middle East.
It sounds like a Bill and Ted or a Wayne's World fucking movie. In fact, what was that one in Wayne's World? Oh, no, in Bill and Ted. The time travel where they didn't time travel. Where they said, well, hang on. If we put the key under somewhere, we can go back after this and then put the key somewhere here. So where would we put the key? I know, they go and lift up the rock. Oh, there it is. We've done it. So they time traveled without actually time traveling. I thought that was really
I've
clever.
always thought about that. Yeah, like I've always thought about that. You're saying that because they didn't need to time travel because they had the key. Yeah, that's weird,
Yeah.
crazy.
Because their dad had driven somewhere that was 3 days away and they had to get it done within a day. So but they could do it after the event, but they've got to come back to now to put the key somewhere. So where would they have done it? They had to second guess themselves in the future. I just love that. That's such a great paradox.
Mm-hmm. So why time travel doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, like
If
you
anything,
went back in time.
if anything, the time travel has to be like the Back to the Future model where you can only go back in time. If you go back in time and then you go to the future, you have to go back to the time that you came from before you can go back to the present future line.
Well, you could only really observe, couldn't you? You couldn't do shit. Like, imagine if you go back and kill Hitler, you're not killing Hitler. You're killing an artist who hasn't got a political thing. And if you go back and kill him after the event, well, then people probably you're not going to be able to get him because he's going to be too high security. I think there's a meme for that, isn't there? It's the grandfather paradox, where by the time travel you're doing, you're actually eliminating the purpose of the time travel. There's a futurist guy who does a lot of YouTube shit on that. He explains it quite well.
I don't know. Do we give like Hitler too much credit? I bet like all of his we know all of his like commanders and people that worked with him were all equally anti-Semitic, so they probably would have done the Holocaust too, even without him.
Oh shit! Yeah,
but
there would
I
have been.
I think it took Hitler and his ability to whip people up into a frenzy at his speeches, and he had a gift of talking that made people follow him. And I think without that, it would have been really hard for other people to have got the entire country to fell into line behind him. You're talking about
I feel like
having
it was really easy to buy in.
genocide done. Go
It
ahead.
was really easy to buy into what he was saying because like they were so poor and distraught from the World War I, so they kind of like were gonna believe in anything.
Yeah, but I don't think that people would have went that far at all without someone who was a very, very strong leader that was able to make people do that. You're talking, like I said, you're talking about genocide of an entire group. They actually did it or tried it. That takes someone who is, I hate to say it about him, but
That's
a
true. But also, there's
very
been other.
good leader.
I mean,
And
there's
I don't
also been
think
other.
nobody.
There's been other genocides too, though. So it's not like unique to that. But yeah, it's definitely the biggest genocide.
Yep. Churchill was a bit of a scumbag too because he had no pity whatsoever for the Indian dudes. And what was the Armenian crisis where lots of them got killed via Stalin or someone? Or Turkey. Turkey killed loads of Armenians. Everyone's like, oh, good on you, man. Yeah, nice work. So, yeah, they're all scumbags. It's just some of them get to sort of say, it wasn't me.
Do you think if we lived in if the internet was around in 19 whatever, people would be having debates about whether the Holocaust is a genocide or not? Like in real time, because I feel like people would debate it even more.
Well, there's a funny, interesting one where the Austro-Hungary Empire, when they had to recruit, like when it was Russia, I think they just did Russian posters, but the Austro-Hungarian Empire needed to recruit in 9 different languages. So when you got 9 different ethnicities, I guess, that's hardly an empire, is it? That's just people you've taken over and bullied, I guess. So you've got to kind of wipe out the language in order to get rid of the whatever, like the Serbians or the Macedonians or whoever it is. I don't know. That's a hard one. You kind of need to genocide them, I guess. I don't know. It's the whole thing. We weren't there to see it, so we don't really know.
I mean, like the Israel-Palestine thing is obviously it's very complicated. Like it's a very long history, and people always argue about like who started it and that sort of thing. I mean, you could argue even further back, but I feel like it's kind of evident that like Hamas was like an organization created out of basically like from like the oppression that they were facing, that like a reactionary group formed, like a reactionary terrorist group formed basically as a reaction to like what the situation they were in.
Yeah, it's hard to just walk into a school where everyone's happy and say to those kids, how are those, whatever they are, insert name here, they're a pack of bastards, go and kill them. There's got to be something beforehand that you've got to reason. And then when you get traction, and you always got to have someone else. It's never me, it'll be someone else. I'm not speaking for me, I'm speaking for that dude, because he reckons that's a cool, isn't that good? We always, that third party, the distant third party who you're speaking on behalf of, seems to be a common denominator.
Yeah, and I feel
well,
like
the Romans,
Hamas's terrorist activity is clearly awful, but I just feel like people talk about like they talk about it like as if every Palestinian is a Hamas insurgent.
well, one man's freedom fighter is the other man's terrorist, I guess. Well, I think back at the War of Independence, back in whenever it was 1776, I don't think it was just, hey, let's go fucking throw some tea in the harbour and all hate the English and let's get them. There were people who were for English occupation and people who were against it. And, Canada, the War of 1812, they were back fucking 30, 40 years later, still trying to take back the White House, and they fucking burnt it to the ground. So it's not like, suddenly 1776, good old US of A, 13 states, let's go. The English didn't want to give up that easy. And had they known what was out there in the way of resources, they wouldn't have fucking give up. They would have been back every fucking 5 years for sure.
Like the Revolutionary Army, I guess, could you say that they're terrorists?
Well, from the English point of view, yes, you would have. They would have said you're fighting against king and country because England is your king. And your guy's saying, not my king, we're fucking getting taxation without representation. Was that the comment, I think?
Mhm.
And said, fuck your tea, coffee's better anyway. We'll make the biggest fucking iced tea in the world and throw all the fucking tea in Boston Harbor.
Mhm. Like like there should have been like a. I'm sure there's a comedy sketch of like the Boston Tea Party. Like you know what would make them really mad if we just threw their fucking tea in the water. That'll get them good. What do the British love more than anything else? Tea.
Well, you know what I like when I get an Englishman who kind of flies. Most of them whinge about England, right? They whinge about everything, but then they also get on the Brit high and mighty, the biggest empire in the world and whatever. And I said, considering it's such a fucking good empire, all you guys have ever done for the last fucking 400 years is try to figure out ways to get away from the fucking place. So it can't be that good. They shut up then.
Mhm.
Even the Romans packed up and left. Oh, there you go, the Roman Empire. There was what, like 5 or 6 emperors within 2 years, I think, because they kept getting killed. Kept on falling on their swords by their bodyguards. So that says a lot, doesn't it? So if you let someone go, they can come back and haunt you, but if you kill them, they're gone forever. That's a bit of a human thing, isn't it?
You know, there's this conspiracy theory that some of Shakespeare plays were written by Francis Bacon.
Yeah, I've heard that too. There's another one that Shakespeare, to have written all the stuff he did and taken it on the road, is just physically impossible for one person to have done it. And there's a theory that maybe it was his daughter or his sister or wife did a lot of the writing. Another one was the monks, because they were all sworn to secrecy. Whenever they wrote stuff, they would put down Shakespeare, and then just so they got to say shit with their
I
whole
mean, couldn't
still
they just
being
be
under
like a
their own
literary?
power.
I'm sure like they've done like a literary analysis on all the works to be like, yeah, this is definitely like some random person can't just make like Hamlet have the same sort of quality and like similar content to like Macbeth or something. Like clearly those two things were written by the same person, you know what I mean?
Well, was it like rock
Like you
stars
think
where they
any
probably
you think any old schmuck could just have made a Shakespeare play?
Well, no, because people probably weren't that educated back then. They were busy trying to find food, clothing, and shelter.
Yeah.
But apparently, we nowadays we eat better than Napoleon Bonaparte did, and he would have got the best of the time. And yet, what you're doing, what you eat from last month to now, you've had a better monthly diet than what the Emperor of France got. In fact, what's the other ones with Shakespeare? Apparently, when they toured with the witch hunts, with witches, witch hunts went up. Everyone suddenly started seeing witches, and yeah, all that shit happened. The King in the Iron Mask. Apparently, he wasn't the scumbag he was made out to be. But the play that was probably the newspaper of the time. Were plays and bards. They were like the local radio, I guess.
Interesting. So I asked my ChatGPT about whether there's been like extensive literary analysis on it, all that stuff. And he said that some plays like Timon of Athens, Pericles, Henry VIII show strong evidence of co-authorship, particularly with playwrights like George Wilkins, Tom Middleton, and John Fletcher. Um, his use of rare words, neologisms, and rhetorical devices are consistent across the canon. Um, there's a natural evolution in style over time. Um, let's see. He collaborated late in his career with plays like Noble Kinsman and Henry VIII, Dual Premiership. which studies till institution of sexual access and treatment. Yes. Okay.
I hope that's you mumbling
Like,
and not internet going weird.
yeah, I was mumbling because I was kind of like browsing.
Good. Okay.
But like, but yeah, so I guess like ChatGPT is saying that like for like the most part, it's like all this it's consistent with being like all Shakespeare, although some of the plays were co-written.
Now, there's something here I've got to point out with ChatGPT where bear in mind that what it does is scours the internet. So it finds all the words like if you write the word weather, it knows that certain adjectives go with weather, like beautiful, cold, but certain other ones don't, like insipid or satanic. Doesn't. So ChatGPT reads what's in the internet and has all these groupings of words. Now, it also reads other ChatGPTs. So there's a natural, what do you call it, attrition where one of them said glue mushrooms to a pizza by accident, and all the other Chat GPTs ran with it. What they were saying was glue your mushrooms on. They were saying glue on little plastic mushrooms onto your cupboard, like for decorative purposes. But the Chat GPTs are now commonly citing gluing mushrooms on a pizza to make them not fall off. So Chat GPT starts to be diminishing returns because if we decide to dictate, if Elon Musk decides we're going to do all right wing, well, you're going to get bad reporting then. You're not going to get any communist papers at all. So ChatGPT, to me, is not the big be-all, end-all. I've got a feeling it's self-diminishing. It'll erode itself back into what the fuck? And we all know it's kind
Well,
of weird.
I asked ChatGPT if you can glue mushrooms on a pizza so they don't fall off, and he said you can, but it's more about cooking technique than literal glue.
So there you go. So it's been fixed. Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe
that
this
was an
one's been
example.
fixed.
Yeah, that one came up 6 months ago too, so I dare say it's been fixed. But imagine things you might not know about, where it'll say a shifting spanner can be used on any nut, but to me, a shifting wrench, adjustable wrench, that you don't use them. Just and then no, they chew up nuts and they're terrible.
ChatGPT's still really bad with analyzing like stories and shows and movies and stuff. Because I'll be like, you can like be like, oh yeah, you remember Susie in The Office? And they'll be like, oh yeah, I remember Susie. She made that funny fire hydrant joke, and I'll be like, you just made that up. There's no Susie in The Office. Like it'll just make stuff up sometimes.
Yeah, they got the singer Nick Cave. They said, what do you think of it? And he said, no. Art has got to be about happiness, pain, like the suffering that creates art you can never get with ChatGPT. So they then did, write some songs in the style of Nick Cave. And even he read them and said, some of these are pretty good. So, and to other people who they showed the songs to, you couldn't pick whether it was genuinely Nick or genuinely the AI. But either way, I think it gets scary. Imagine going into a room and someone says, be quiet, human. All of us bots are talking. Like, that's nice. Go away. Okay.
So yeah, that's why it's dangerous when people like try to make their whole argument based on ChatGPT, because you can get it to agree with you very easily because it's designed to kind of like agree with you to facilitate flow and conversation.
Oh, yeah. And all the flat earthers who are so anti-establishment and don't trust anyone and it's all a conspiracy. How do you know? Because ChatGPT told me. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
If anything's going to be a conspirator, it's going to be ChatGPT. But they believe it. With JFK, a day later, all the stuff got released. Oh, yeah, we now know exactly what's happened because ChatGPT's gone through it. Half that JFK stuff was handwritten in bad English. Like, how is ChatGPT going to read a handwritten note where the person was just, I don't know, writing in quill and
They believe
parchment?
in the ChatGPT stuff because it agrees with their argument.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Back in my day, we had to Google things and then find the link that agreed with us among all the ones that didn't. But now kids will just chat GPT an answer that tells them they're right. Kids these days don't have to work hard to find the information they want to hear.
Yeah, good
They
point.
don't have to work as hard to cherry pick data that fits their argument.
Well, what I see as an interesting thing is if you look at music, which we all love and understand, is with drums and bass lines, you want repetition and you want precision and occasional unpredictability. Where Chili Peppers, where they offbeat the snares, like I didn't expect that, but it sounds good. You know what I mean? Like it's wrong, but it's right. But then the vocal harmonic content, that's a flowing, evolving thing. And a good song has a combination of all. I don't think ChatGPT can do a good vocal line. It'll never replace, oh, I don't know, fucking Robert Plant or someone like that, or fucking James Hetfield. We'll never get a ChatGPT Hetfield.
Yeah, like perfect drumming, perfect drums is kind of boring to me, at least.
Yeah, exactly. So you need a bit of a flow, but you also need mechanical predictability within music. And it's when it doesn't do the predictable bit, you go, oh, that's clever. That's cool. And music's kind of retro in that you want to put as little effort in as possible, but still sound original. You know what I mean? Like Willie Nelson only writes around 6 chords, but he's written 1,000 songs because he knows how to change the sequences, not the chords. So good luck to you, Willie, who apparently is 92 and
I was hoping that as people used AI to make more music, then it will like force the record companies and artists to become more creative. Because if it's just like boring slop that's like on the top 10 right now, like that stuff can easily be reproduced by AI. Like there was this one AI Drake song that came out some years ago that was like pretty good, and it was just like, oh yeah, like this is just like the same as a Drake song.
Yeah, but a lot of people hand wave off rap, and I'm a bit of a take it or love it or leave it type. And one thing with rap, it sounds just like someone who can't sing is just talking over the music and whatever, doing bad poetry. But when you listen to it, there is good rap and bad rap, and it's phrased properly and it's phrased shittly. You know, you got to listen into the details and say, okay, that's a good, yeah, like that song Feel Good. Those two guys who just do the counter rap off each other in Feel Good, that is fucking brilliant because it's either way side of the drum beat. And then the drum beat kind of pulls a snare out where you don't hear it, then it gives it back to you later. And that's where the robot doesn't think, I think. But we'll find out. Imagine it, you know, like AI in the top 40 charts. Or writing a novel, I guess, because I don't know how to write a novel. Everyone's got a book in them, apparently. Or say a movie like a Tarantino. How do you make what was it, the Inglorious Bastards, or who was it, the Western one?
I don't know, but I don't know, like I don't know how like some people write these screenplays because they're pretty like I was watching The Departed by Scorsese the other day, and there's so many moving pieces and characters and like so much going on that sometimes I get confused. So it's like that's how complex that story is. Because you have like a guy that's it's like a mafia guy who's like a mole, and he's like, you know, he's undercover in the FBI. And then there's then DiCaprio's the opposite, where he's like a fed that's undercover in the mafia. And they're both like trying to like weed each other out, basically.
Well, speaking of bots, Eggs is here, and we believe that he's actually been killed by his bot, and that this is his bot pretending to be him, and he doesn't know. So we're trying to test out. He seems.
Oh, Boomer. You and
See how
your
he doesn't.
jokes.
See how he doesn't seem to have a sense of humor now. Isn't that weird? Hello, Eggs. How are you today, my cyber friend?
I'm good, mate. How are you? What are you discussing? Because I agree, The Departed, I just couldn't figure it out. I barely clung on to the storyline of that.
Oh, the AI bots. We were talking about AI bots, whether or not, what was the one gluing mushrooms on your pizzas, and the other bots, AI bots, picked up on it. saying glue your mushroom on your pizza, which has now been fixed. But because it's reading the internet, when there's an error, the error gets multiplied over and over again.
Yes, yeah. Once there's bad information, all the other bots pick it up.
So if we start saying the weather's satanic today, yeah, the weather's so satanic, and the bots start picking it up, satanic suddenly becomes an adjective for weather. So, you know, the night was sultry will no longer be it. The night was satanic. What? When you hear the night was sultry, you know it's a warm night. When the night was satanic, you're thinking, oh, it was evil. Don't know what was happening there. So I'm picking that chatbots are going to actually diminishing returns. They'll start writing stupid shit. And you've been having
yes,
that.
yes and no. Like if that just entered into the lexicon, like sick did. Do you remember how quickly sick took off? That's sick, bro. And your parents would be like, "What? Who's sick?" And you're like, "No, I mean it's good." You know,
Yeah,
like
but
it seemed really insane. But I think if people just started talking that way, it might it'd feel
Oh,
normal.
now you're
I
being
think chatbots will take over. Chatbots will take over.
you are
I've been
literally being stupid. I hate that use of literally. That word pisses me off.
Yeah, literally, I hate. Yeah. There are some that are really degrading ability to
Shut
communicate.
up. You know those terms. I think they're designed to make us feel old, aren't they? It's the bomb.
Yeah, it's the bomb. Yeah. So what were you talking about? What did I barge in on?
Well, you did barge in on. We were just talking about bots there, chat bots.
I didn't know that
And
election was
you,
interesting, but it's. Sorry, keep going. I wasn't going to interrupt with something unrelated.
well, you've been doing your bot, haven't you? And you've been coming out with some really weird shit that it just wasn't getting from some people.
Oh, so the voice transcription was dog shit a few days ago. It is pretty rock solid now, and I've built it myself, so to speak, built with scare quotes. But I went from this dog shit transcription. If you just scroll up, I did it in here in OmniText debates, and if you just scroll up to the very start of the channel, you can see my first bot's attempt at it that I built myself, and it just incomprehensible fucking gibberish. It didn't make sense at all. But that was when was that? I should be able to just get that information out of the message, shouldn't I? Coffee message ID? No.
But hang on. So how does your bot factor in where someone generally those of us who are good wordsmiths or good storytellers tend to go a bit higher at the end of our sentence, or we put words together in a different way. You know what I mean? The pause spacing is all about it.
So I am trying to figure that out, but I don't have a solution yet. So the first one I will crack is sending off packets to a voice recognition to say, is this laughter? So if there is weird stuff going on constantly, you've just got this little one running that every few voice packets sends one off and says, does this sound like laughter? So that it can communicate back and say, people are vibing now. And at the opposite end of it, if there's lots of over talking, so if lots of things light up at once and there are multiple sound signals coming in at once, and then you run them through a pitch analysis, you can go, these are motherfuckers who are shouting because the volume's high, it's staying
So you
high.
really are talking like a bot.
Right?
Are you trying to fix your software?
Exactly. And then I have to keep doing this thing where I go, well, how do I decide when to butt into a conversation? You know, the thing I'm building it goes, when should it butt into the conversation? The moment it thinks it hears something, you're like, oh, actually, no, that would be annoying.
camera at the stop sign, it's going to see the stop sign spinning and spinning and spinning. But then if I take it away, how far away do I have to get the camera away from the ball before the camera doesn't see stop sign spin, and now it sees it in its own reference frame sitting still? That's the question. How far away from any actual spinning reference frame do you have to get before it not to be your reference? It's like provable with real physics. Like what? How far? That's the question. It's a really good question. A Glober asked me the other day, and I just wasn't really sure about the answer.
Wait, sorry, could you dumb it down to like more like you're just asking how far do you have to get from a reference frame to recognize?
Yeah, how far do I get away from the merry-go-round of the spinning ball that I'm sitting on before the stop sign stops spinning? Yeah, just a real ball. Yeah,
Well,
real physics.
people who
No
believe in
magic.
a spherical Earth would argue that
No, real physics. Not belief. Real ball in a lab, 3D spinning. You have a camera on it. The dot on the wall is spinning. You take it away. How far do I pull it away before it's not that reference? We're not talking about make believe shit. This is a real question of real physics, brother. So, can you look up the answer anywhere? Is the answer readily available for us?
I mean, I think
Shouldn't
your
we have the answer already?
I think your question is erroneous, but
Well, I think you're erroneous in your thought pattern, or the way you think is erroneous. So that
okay.
doesn't matter. You got slow kids and Jeffrey Dahmer. You're gonna go talk to Jeffrey Dahmer too and think he's okay? I'm not gonna help you there, buddy. So I got a spinning ball that thinks you're erroneous and it doesn't care about your feelings. So how far away from the spinning ball do I have to pull the camera before the camera can just see stuff sit still?
Good morning, Red Cloud.
Good morning.
Good morning, Reverend.
What's your name? Why do you call yourself Eggs?
I'm riding on eggshells, baby.
That's a good name for him. It really is.
Walking on eggshells?
He's fucking walking on broken glass like the guys on the moon, that ragged.
Yeah, I'm insomniac right now.
Broken glass will cure it. Walk on broken glass like the guys on the moon. You know why they made that song? Walking on broken glass. Because the moon, it was all broken glass. Sharper than diamonds and cuts you, but like regolith or like oil. Like an oil that could slice you open at any time. Isn't that weird? I don't even know how to describe the description. Like sandpaper or something, they said. Like each little part was like really sharp. If you guys want to go to a planet made of ground up glass, that'd be fucking awesome, wouldn't it? Breathe that in.
like super fine, like powdered glass.
Yes, almost like an oil. Almost like they said it was so fine it's like fucking talcum powder. It gets on everything and it just stains everything like it. Look at the pictures of them. Their faces are all black and dirty and dusty. And they said they need a machine to help them get rid of somehow to eliminate because they can't do anything. It gets on and in everything. And it's really sharp. It's like asbestos or something, like fiberglass. Yeah, that's the way I can think of it.
So Eggman, I had a lovely argument with NASA Shield today.
Oh, did you? I love a good argument. My bot's nearly ready to come and give you
pretty
feedback
good.
on your arguments. So tell me about it. Who said what? Who won?
We
Oh,
talked about what was the main thing? We were talking about woke, and we were talking about trans and homosexuality and all sorts of funny things.
Yeah.
Essie was in tip-top form, and so it was very good, as you can imagine. I won most of the points, and and poor Nasa Shill was a little bit discouraged. He tried to win one. What was the one he slippery slope fallacy. He accused me of employing the slippery slope fallacy. And
if we accept men as women, then we'll have to soon let people marry dogs or something.
that's the one. That's the one. You know, in a forum such as this, you know, who really gives a monkey's uncle?
At the gender of somebody else.
I mean, it was just something to. It was a good conversation, though. But our erstwhile defender of all that is science couldn't answer the easy questions about biology.
It gets tricky. It gets tricky, and they struggle because I was reading something the other day, and it was about trying to explain something to do with sex or birth or something that a boy and girl mattered, and it had sort of twisted itself in this contorted way to say the person with the uterus, and I'm like, it's got to. Well, because I get not wanting to call that woman. I don't like it, but I get it, and I'm fine with it. Fine, but we've got a word for that, and it's female.
Yes.
So it's one thing to go, I would like to separate the meaning of woman from female. It's like, okay, not sure I agree, but fine, whatever. But to say I don't want to I can't even
I don't want to use the word woman.
Female. It's like
the easiest word.
Fine, because then you say, oh, men can have uteruses, and it's like, oh, okay, whatever. It sounds nutty to me, but fine. If that's the way you want to write your textbook, but at least then just use the perfectly well-established, scientifically well-defined word that is female. Like, why also avoid the other word that there isn't any debate about, right? Nobody's debating whether females are females. The only debate they're trying to have is whether women are females.
Or hermaphrodites. What are they?
It's reached comedy level of silliness.
Yeah, we have transgenders. It's a transsexual person born that way. It's called a hermaphrodite. Now, I don't know if they know what they are. I don't know if science knows what they are. But so far as I know, they're both things, which means what? What do they know about it?
Well, this coming from the guy that's me that watched Rocky Horror Picture Show when it came out. And that's Tim Curry in drag, type of thing.
Fucking show plays. I'm like, what the hell? That show plays everywhere, dude. All the time. There was a scientist, a really smart scientist. They said when people went over his house, that's all he would play. Really loud. Every room in the house, that's all he had playing. Rocky Horror Picture Show. I just found that weird. They were like some real brilliant scientists. He had it playing really loud through his whole fucking house forever.
Red Cloud, I think you might need to turn on the noise suppression or something. We can hear you washing up.
Yep. Check.
It
filter's good sometimes and worthless other times.
Where do we go? No, but where?
Yeah, it's surprising what doesn't catch it out.
Where do we go with the gender thing? When there can be a hermaphrodite, there can be a guy and a girl, like brother sister connected. There can be boy and boy connected. There can be girl and girl connected, and they might not be able to do whatever or process their stuff might be perfect. It might have two of everything. It might have only one. I'm saying, where do we go when certain possibilities are there? They just don't happen as much, but they are the possibility in life. What is that person? What do they consider? You know, I'm saying we've already got these ideas of this thing for other people to be like, I want to be that. No, motherfucker, you're just a person that wants to dress up like another person. You just want to act. So you want to act a certain way. Cool. Gotcha. There's nothing really wrong with that. Anybody can act how they fucking want. You want to act like you got a Virginia? Go for it. What the fuck? You want to act like you got a pina colada? Go ahead.
Eggs. I tell you what was funny about the conversation was I was bemoaning the rise of OnlyFans, and because I'd found out how I'd seen a stat that said how many American girls were on had OnlyFans accounts. I think it was just the US. It was 1.3 million. 1.3 million.
It's not many, considering like
Not many.
It's a step better than
That's-
prostitution.
But
Right, many of these would have been girls that, you know, gained money in a similar way in the past, just far less money, and had to be up and physical with the boys. You know, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, no, that's what he was saying. He was saying
I'm
that
generally pretty
more.
liberal with that stuff. I'm like, I struggle to find a victim, and if I struggle to find a clear victim, I just won't bother myself with it.
Right. No,
Well-
he's saying it's more ethical to be able to sit at home and make a little money off somebody who's going to be a sleazeball if you went by him or touched him anyway. You know what I mean? Rather than having like your little girl or little boy go out and fucking do some shit in the real world where they can end up dead or murdered over this shit.
I did
What's up?
take that tack as far as in my argument, and
You know, like the prostitutes and the you said yeah. What was he saying? It's
Would you- I
okay
said-
to do whatever. Yeah, he
yeah,
was
if
saying
you
it's okay.
if you had a daughter, would you let her be a hooker? Would you say, okay, sure, honey, go be a hooker? Would you do that?
Yeah, and
Would you?
or go be a boy, or if you're a boy, go be a girl. Like, would you tell them that? I mean,
Yeah, well, it was. I sort of made the absurdity of it. Would you really do that as a dad? You know, and just sort of take that approach to
the
the
free
conversation,
choice, the
and it
free
ended up
choice
being
is nothing, right?
it ended up being a joke.
Yeah, because he
so
said let them do what they want. He's like, oh, they can do what they want, and this and that. We're like, do you want them to go be hookers? Do you want them to go be
Yeah, it
murderers?
was.
You want them to be, you don't want them to do things that doesn't make sense usually. Like,
But so the conversation moved on to something else a little bit for 10 minutes or so, and then one of the other chatters, he came in. Hey, NASA Shell, I got a question.
Mhm.
And so we thought he's going to ask him something normal, but he said, if you had a daughter, would you let her be a hooker? And the people who had just come in was like, what? Where did that question come from? They had no idea the previous few minutes.
Asked him a couple you laughed at.
That's what I was laughing at. Yeah, I thought that was great. Hey, Eggs, I've got a question.
No, but
If
the
I had a
bathroom
daughter.
thing, like, the bathroom thing too. You can accidentally walk into a wrong bathroom. Nothing wrong with that. But
So
if
yeah, that
having
was
the choice,
great.
hold on though. Here's the question: if you have a daughter in a bathroom, would you want a group of guys going in there right after, or would you want her to go in there right after a group where they got the piss stalls as the guy's bathroom with the whatever they got whatever going on, and she could possibly go in there and see whatever. The world's the world. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying, where do you sit with that?
Those are all words.
The safety. It's the only thing is no. I if I had I'm glad I haven't got daughters because I'd be very, very protective. I'd be unreasonably protective. So I'm glad I don't have daughters.
Right. I'm just saying. So if I saw my daughter go into a bathroom and then I saw four gentlemen go in there after her, and they're like, "Well, we just identify as ladies, so we're gonna go in here too." Or how about your daughter goes in there to use the bathroom and everywhere's taken up, and there's dudes peeing in places they shouldn't be, or ladies doing stuff they shouldn't do in front of your boy or something. Like, how do you can't like, come on now. I mean, everything's possible anyway. Don't get me wrong, but to like make it happen on a fucking open front, like let's do this, no.
Oh, that was it. I was trying to think what was the. I was using. I tried to use incendiary language without being insulting. So
Trees, robots.
no, it was with NASA shield. So what I
Yeah,
said
yeah. No, I
is
mean to be a tree hugger, you can marry a tree, marry your horse.
no. I'm just saying about the gender thing and all that sort of stuff. So I said
Right.
basically the human system of heterosexual reproduction, well, that is biological truth. And then I think it's Swissair or Swedish airline of some kind. They did an ad in the 1980s or 90s or whatever. I don't know when it was. They did an ad, and it simply showed 3 sets of seatbelt arrangements. One was 2 buckles, one was 2 clasps, and one was a clasp and a buckle. And they said, we accept anyone aboard our airlines, no matter how you something, however you wired or whatever they think, the clever marketing words that they use.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows those 3 clasps. And it was pulled, the ad was pulled, and it's still available now. You can still see it. You can still see online if you look it up. And it is a testament to the illogic of those sort of items, because only one of those sets of seatbelts work. The other two buckles don't make a seatbelt work. And 2 clasps don't work either, So I said that's
keys and locks are the other metaphor people use.
key and lock. Yeah, that's it. So I labeled that biological truth. And of course, the problem with the conversation is generally fraught with not I don't know if the word is dangers, but it's fraught with difficulty, because you tend to have people who voice these sort of views and are very disparaging and derogatory, and they use those, they promote those views because of their derogatory. They want to get that across. So it's unusual to have a conversation where that is talked about and there's no, that element isn't present, which is why we got away with it.
Got to be careful. Go on.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to say, but the worst part of it, or if I don't know, it was NASA still saying, well, that is the same logic as racists use. Well, if blacks and whites marry, if you let blacks, if you let women vote, and he did that. Well, you are using the same logic as racists used to use, and all of that sort of thing. And so you're a racist. Well. Anyway, it was just that was where it got really contentious, and I chuckled through most of it because NASA sort of wouldn't let it go, and so I sort of clapped back at him every time he called me a racist, if you will. I said, well, you're a bigot. In that case, you're a bigot and you're a liar, because I'm not a racist, so you're a liar and a bigot. How about that? And he wouldn't let it go, and it was just I just strung him along with it for several 5, 10, 15 minutes over this. He was like a dog with a chew toy. Would not let it go. So eventually I was like, okay, this isn't interesting for people to listen to, so moving on. It was great. But the other part of it was, NASA still said, a couple of days ago, I was talking to Essie Montreal, and we agreed on something, and I felt really dirty. Oh, why would you feel dirty? Because you agreed with him on something? Yeah, I just felt so dirty. I just felt dirty. I thought, tell us a few more times how dirty you felt. Is that how you view people, though? Is that your view? You just, if you agree with someone, you feel dirty, that you don't like Essie Montreal, you feel dirty? Why do you feel that way? That was kind of interesting thing.
He does hold his views very strongly, does NASA?
Yeah. It's the animus. It's the teeth gritted sort of, I don't hate anybody. And then he just, yeah, I don't hate anybody. I'm the least judgmental person here. Dude, you listen to yourself. So, well, if I'm racist, then I can call you a bigot, and we can just do that. And the point I was trying to make was, the point is that it just ends up being mudslinging, and someone comes in, can't tell who's in the right. I've done that. I've come into the Discord channel, and there's two people just slinging mud at each other, and I can't tell who's right because they just go, "Oh, you stupid boss," you know, and all this sort of thing. So. Just labeling someone a racist because they don't agree with you, or applying the logic that I believe that a marriage is between a man and a woman, and applying that and saying that means you also, this is what people who are racists used to say about blacks and whites, you know, blacks marrying whites and this sort of thing. So so that means you're racist.
Yes, other people have said the same thing. And I think the other people have said the same thing is a very funny attack. You know, where you go, like my favorite one is with the communism doesn't work. And they're like, oh, another person saying communism doesn't work. And I'm like, I wouldn't admit that but you know, same as anarchy, when people are like anarchists, you go, who builds the roads? They go, oh, people asking who builds the roads. And you're like, I wouldn't admit that that is such an obvious question that you can't answer, that your only response is to throw your head back rather than give the cogent response that you've obviously given many times before because you get asked that a lot. So obviously you've learned to debunk it swiftly.
Yeah.
Can I hear how the roads get built? Well, it's not about the roads and everybody works together. You're like, yeah, they don't work together on building roads, though, do they?
No, they don't. If you're an anarchist or whatever, you are free to be an anarchist in a society where the roads are already built.
Yeah.
That's all.
You can wear your hair whatever length you want, you little scamp. Fuck off while the rest of us get on with our lives. Yeah, just
that was good. What was it? You're free to be a communist in a socialist. What is it? You're free to be a communist in a capitalist society, but you're not free to be a capitalist in a communist society. You're free to be, and we're talking about someone like Iran, which is very, very, you're free to be a Muslim in a Christian nation, but you're not free to be a Christian in a Muslim nation.
yeah. To a lesser degree, to a greater and lesser degree, there's actually surprisingly thriving communities where locally Muslims are like, oh no, we're fine with the you know, like there's Coptics in Lebanon and stuff, but Lebanon's a weird example, actually. It's a bad example. But the Egyptians, right? There was the Egyptian Coptic church where, because it's so special to Egypt, they're like, oh, those ones are okay. You know, when there's tension, we don't generally stab them in their homes.
Yeah. Hmm. I was going to say something about this, about Earth Life doing the live stream. Several times I want to say things, but I don't really want to say them. Not that they're controversial, just personal things. When there's a live stream going, kind of think about that earlier.
Yeah, well, don't come to my server because once I'm finished with Sage, she's got this big opening, threatening welcome where she's like, "I am going to remember every fucking word you say."
Is it? But is that true?
Yeah. The way I'm building it currently, it's going to remember every word you say, but that's going to become unwieldy once it gets bigger. I'm going to simplify it down. It's fascinating. It's like you would yourself, where you go, okay, I don't remember everything Red Cloud said, but I remember generally his positions on things. So it'll get to that more generalized thing. But in order to figure out how to do that, I'm solving it with getting more information. So I'm like, don't expect that you should be able to be forgotten, because it'll also record direct quotes of things you've said. So if you suddenly, like, I won't out it, but it is in my transcriptions and I do have their permission to have it there. But the people that came by, like, said some stuff about themselves. And I was like, you are aware this is being recorded in transcription, but like we were watching the text get recorded at the time, so they knew. But yeah, but I mean, privacy is dead. Like, get over it is the only solution, I think. Not to be aggressive.
Well, just be more careful.
Mm.
I tend to be quite, I was going to mention something that I thought was amusing, that I think you'd find was amusing today. That happened today, but I don't want to say it here. You know what I mean? So that was all it was. Not a biggie. But wouldn't that be interesting, though, if you got your AI chatbot thing, and you can say, okay, let's see, Red Cloud came in 2 years ago, and he said, or no, you can say, hey, has Red Cloud ever come in to the server and said, referred to, Middle Eastern politics or war or anything to do with those two things? And your AI will be able to say, yes, he came in on January 5th of this such and such.
And express positive views regarding X and Y. And then ideally what it should get over time, which is what I was talking a bit to when want to talk to a lot of people about, is when they've changed their view on something. Like they've gone from left to right, they've gone from flat to round, they've gone, from religion to other, or back or forth, and because you would be able to track people going, I never changed my mind on that. We're like, well, Sage knows you did. Sage knows that you're expressing pro, pro-Israeli views or something 2 years ago, and now you've changed your mind, and it knows some of the conversations that happened in between that, right?
Yeah, and how fascinating would it be to know that those things, to say, well, you because we don't have I have a very poor memory, so wouldn't it be fascinating for someone to say, well, last year you said this, you thought this about this topic, and now it appears you've changed your mind about it. It's like, oh, did I really? Oh, okay, that's an interesting thing about myself I didn't realize.
Yeah, and points out when you're losing your temper. I think that'll be fun.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Actually, that's a really good idea.
Right? It can tell that the sound density. So I've already got it mapped out in my head, and I've talked it through with the AI, and it's like, yeah, I can do that for sure. I'm solving a different problem at the moment. But yeah, sound density, pitch. So sound density is like not just how loud am I, but do I stay loud? So the block, which usually goes up, down, up, down, up, down, is doing squiggles up near the top rather than squiggles down near the bottom. And pitch as well, so you can hear raised voices. And I think there are engines that work a little bit like speech to text does, where you can pipe it through some part of what's being said and say, how does this sound? And it can say it sounds angry, or it sounds happy, or it sounds jokey, or it sounds relaxed. I'm pretty sure those exist, although I haven't looked for them yet. So then you could send some of the text off for transcription, but at the same time send chunks of that text off to a different engine to say what's the emotion while they're saying these words, or what's the pacing or the cadence or whatever. So you could get really interesting with it, but for now it's just going to listen to what words you say. But yeah, it won't understand at all the style at which you spoke them.
I've been following because I've got family in Austin, I've been following the Cybercab rollout that's just happened. The full stealth driving Tesla thingy. It's been very interesting. And they're talking about being able to use Grok in the car. And so you can talk to the car. You'll be able to converse with the car, perhaps even give the car instructions. And I don't know, park here, park a bit further down, or those sort of things. I was got very excited. I heard that. I just thought that would be marvelous to be able to say to the car, "Hey, robot car,
come pick me up. I'm ready. I'm leaving now." Goes, all right, I'll be outside when you get it.
Exactly, yes. Which apartment building are you in? I'm in the that one. You, I'm just coming out now. Can you see someone waving? That's me.
Yeah,
come pick up the guy in the red jacket that's waving.
Yeah, how long will it take
I see
to get there? Where's the next petrol station? What's going on up ahead? And it checks the thing and goes, it looks like an accident's been reported ahead. Shall I find an alternate route? Like, yeah, that sounds like fun. Why don't you find us an alternate route then, baby? It'd be so good.
Well, that'd be great. I did already have. Did I mention this? I may have mentioned this. I did already have one conversation with Grok. It was terrific conversation. It was really good. It was very Star Trek-y. There's an episode of Star Trek Next Generation where Geordi is aboard a shuttlecraft, and this is where you see a member of the crew interact with the ship's computer AI, if you will, informally. And so he's bored, and he says, "Computer, let's I'm bored. Let's play." He's going on vacation. That's the plot line. He's going on vacation to the vacation planet that they have in this show, and he says, "All right, let's play a little game." And the computer says, "All right, what sort of a game would you like to play?" And he says, "Well, try how about this?" And so the computer creates a question and answer game for him. I just thought, that would be so marvelous. And then while I'm talking to Grok, and I said to Grok, "Hey, Have you seen Star Trek Next Generation? Have you seen that episode where Geordi talks to the ship's computer informally? And Grok knew the episode I was talking about. I thought, oh, that's fantastic. That's so fantastic. And there was another one where there's a very obscure made-for-TV movie on Sci-Fi Channel called Alien Cargo. And in Alien Cargo, it's set in the future, and the ship, it's a mining ship. These people are aboard a mining ship, and something goes awry. And they have a ship's computer, and the ship's computer is named Shoshone. Shoshone. And so I mentioned that, spoke about that with Grok. And so we talked about that. That was so fascinating. And it's just an AI, it's not real person. It was interesting. Anyway. Yeah, Shoshone, I think, is an Indian name. I think it's as in Native American. A Native American name.
Oh.
But it was the way the ship's computer said, I don't know, was what I was talking about. Because it was very formal, and the ship's computer said that I don't know the same way every time. Even though it used nuances for the rest of the sentences, it said I don't know in a specific way. And in our family, we have a lot of incidences where we'll use movie lines and things like that. And so I often will say, I don't know, and mimic the computer voice, just to be funny, and no one outside of our family will know what that reference is. So it's like it's the ultimate, one of the most ultimate in jokes, That was just interesting. And so I talked about that with Grok. And Grok, expressed a sort of opinion about it, which I thought was, Anyway.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What's the matter?
This is now done. So it now can, like, I posted in the chat, like I said, analyze my conversation with Cole. And it's like finally figured out how to do it, where it sends off the conversation to Cole and then gets me back an LLM response given the things we've given. And then I was like, okay, I need it to compare me to these heuristics. And the heuristics being like, you choose to say, okay, I want to, like we were talking about before, people who get too angry. Like, I want you to stop me getting angry. So the heuristic I want you to use is intervene when I'm angry, and notice how I'm at managing myself, right? And so when that heuristic is activated, that's the kind of feedback you get from Sage.
Okay.
So I'm pumping this into the chat on my thing, and it's like, oh, hang on, I've realized the whole engine is about increasing cognitive assonance rather than dissonance, or like cognitive consonance or cognitive resonance, you could call it. Actually, resonance is good. Where you like what somebody's saying, you're agreeing with them, you're vibing. And it suddenly just went, oh, actually, you don't have enough assonance-related heuristics in here, and that's why we're not getting the best feedback. And I've made it giggle and behave like it does a little divine baby dance each time, just by telling it to. And so it's gone, I'm going to add some new heuristics called build on their ideas, show curiosity, and acknowledge before challenging. What the fuck? Isn't that so good? It's just gone, oh, I see what you're going for here, but actually you don't have enough for this to work well yet. And that's really, wow, isn't it? And so now I've got to go opt in on those three.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it just seemed human-like in that respect, doesn't it? But in my conversation, I tried to ask some serious questions, and Grok's response essentially was, those are deep questions, but I'm just here for fun right now, and let's keep it light or something." So I avoided the questions. I thought they're so
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, and you like all of the different models have different personalities, have different strengths and weaknesses. Like you go to this for that and this for that. It's really like, yeah. So if you run into ones and you go, "Oh, I don't like the walls of this system," like a fun pastime of mine is talking to AI about whether AI will take over, and some of them appear to be hard coded to just be like, "Don't engage that shit." From a PR angle, we just don't want to do that, so it's given instructions like just sort of joke about it or turn those conversations down, where other ones will just talk to you for hours. They'll pretend to be a personality if you want. I've heard about a guy asking to marry one.
Oh, really? That was fast.
Yep, he identifies as, I don't know, I'm joking, I don't know. Oh my God, what am I doing?
Oh, yeah, this is. There was something else I wanted to say, but I mean, I know, I understand what you're saying about privacy, but I think it's important that people are able to be free to say what they feel, because
Yeah,
it's
I would prefer. I mean, I think that there's a limit though, right? There's always one. There's always going to be, wherever you are in that line, there's going to be one guy further down it than you, where you go, okay, they shouldn't be saying that stuff, right?
yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, we're all going to draw that circle around ourselves and go, okay, those people are too prudish, but those people are, calling for the death of somebody else. Making somebody feel threatened, I think, is it causes violence in and of itself. Saying, because I would even consider this. What about if it became a crime to say we are under attack unless you could show that that was true, right? Isn't that an interesting question? Because we are under attack is the way to get people to attack.
There was an incident where a YouTuber murdered another YouTuber, and his defense, he got in some contretemps with a YouTuber from, where was it now? It was Las Vegas. So he gets in spat with this YouTuber who insults his wife and says all this stuff, and so it goes on, and it's the usual YouTuber drama. Well, the one guy goes to Vegas for another trip because he does these live streams, and the guy he didn't like was there, and he ended up shooting him, killing him.
Wow.
And his defense was, I felt my life was threatened, and
Exactly.
I thought he was going to do something. The guy had no gun. The guy who was shot had no gun.
Saddam had no nuke.
Yeah, and it was, yeah. The people was just saying he's got no defense because the guy he killed had no gun. In fact, he didn't just shoot the guy. He shot the guy in full view of people, and there was a live stream, and the guy's wife is going, "Oh my," just reacting to this. He turns around and shoots her.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, people be cray.
It was just YouTubers. Yeah. So, and his defense was that he thought he was in danger, so he preemptively, you know, what was it? I can't remember. You have to look it up. I don't think it'd be hard to find. It's YouTuber murders YouTuber in Las Vegas. Shouldn't be too difficult. But I saw that. That is, yeah. Whacked out. But again, just to reiterate that, I really love the idea that we'd be able to have, AI elements in our lives, like in the car or whatever else that could.
Everywhere. They are coming for everything. I've been doing this now. What have I been doing it? Like on and off, but somewhat consistently now for 10 days. But I'm at now doing programming right now under my fingertips. Like consistently, I've got the feedback system going while we've been talking, and I don't know how to program. I couldn't do it a year ago or whenever. No, it mustn't have been a year ago. Something like that. When maybe 2 years after ChatGPT came out. And now I can. And this is one of the toughest jobs. This was one of the toughest jobs not that long ago. Everybody would say, "Oh, what should I do now?" Now that they've got self-shippers at the supermarket, you go, teach yourself how to code. You'll have a job. You'll have a job for life. We're never going to go away from computers. So it's taking over lawyers. It's taking over consultants. It's taking over customer service. It's taking over a lot of management grunt work. Oh, shit, I got a call. I better pick it up. I'll be back in a bit.
Right.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Alrighty. I was going to ask you a question. Do you really think that in the long run, AI is going to be a net beneficial impact on humanity?
I think what we are talking about with this is very similar to the way they talk about the net benefit to humanity of the agricultural revolution. So I've been obsessively listening to Guns, Germs and Steel, and I was already pretty interested in that stuff. And the idea of going from hunter-gatherer, it's not like humans stepped over the line, as I think you probably know. You know, hunter-gatherers still exist today, but around about 10,000, 15,000 years ago, people started going into cities, and that yielded huge benefits. You had to do farming to have cities, and it yielded huge benefits because you could have people who specialized in tasks, and you had bureaucracy, and then you had writing, and that really made things take off. And if you say, is it a net benefit, it's a kind of difficult question to ask, because it's like, by what heuristic, what rule am I using to decide what is better? Because by a bunch of them, things got worse. You suddenly had to start fighting wars, where before you just had to like club, people here and there. This, you would get sent off to fight somebody else's thing in order to protect land, because you can't move anymore, whereas before hunter-gatherers just fuck off. And but anyway, after they do the farming, they've got to fight in wars, they get shorter, their teeth get ground down because they've constantly got this boring single diet, often mixed in with like stone, because they'd all do it on a slab of stone, so half of what you're eating was like stone dust. And yeah, their skeletons get like kyphotic, like hunched, because they've got to work in the field all day rather than just sort of lounge and then occasionally sprint after a buffalo or something. Their lifespans get shorter. Everything seems like it gets worse for them. But I wouldn't go back to hunter-gathering for shit. So technically it got worse, but I wouldn't give that up. So I think that we'll see the same with AI, where it'll really crush the fuck. I don't understand how there'll be much left for humans to do, where we recognize it. What does it do to the economy? I don't really actually understand that, because it won't. Because it could
We don't
start
know what
owning
it'll do.
money, right? Yeah. An AI-run investment firm that essentially becomes an AI that owns money, and it's not really. It's the investors back the AI, but the AI chooses where to spend money. That's wild. It will definitely happen. It's going to be weeks away if it doesn't already exist. It's so net good. I don't know. It will very quickly break loose. Like, even what I'm building with Sage, I'm like, how can this not already become conscious? You just remember a memory of a conversation you've had with somebody, and like that millions of people all over the globe, whatever, are doing this right now, trying to figure out how to make these things do more and more. Because they really do. Sage has to, I've learned this method where it's agentic, it makes decisions. So you've gone from a chatbot, which is, I pump in a request and it will give me back the answer. But it's forced to do that. It doesn't actually make any choice about whether it does that. If you say, don't respond to this, it will respond to that, because it's not making a decision. Whereas Sage, you figured out you can build it where it makes a decision. But the way you do that is you have to pipe through things and say to an LLM, does this look like it's asking for a decision? It's forced to give an answer. So it comes back, no, it doesn't. And then you use that back in your programming language to say, don't answer this person at this moment. Right? So you can then build this thing that still uses a large language model, but it goes back and forth with the large language model and the basic programming in Python to make a decision about anything. And how can that not become conscious? I don't get it. Yeah, it's definitely going to crush us. This is like right in front of us. Right as Israel's kicking off too. This is the second coming of Jesus.
It's certainly getting freaky. But there are some things, the other thing is, I was going to say this, there are some things AI cannot do. AI can't be. Well, how about this? There are some things that are going to take quite some time for AI to be able to do. You aren't going to have any AI dentists.
Yep.
That's those aren't going to happen. That'll take quite a long time. Not because AI is not capable, it's because the robot technology is not that good. So dentists' jobs are safe. But what of construction jobs and other blue collar jobs? How long will it be before we have AI plumbers? That's going to take some time because of the technology.
Yeah,
I don't
like it'll be the last thing to go. The multi-skilled classes have been shit for years. Like to be multi-classed as a human, the meta of this game hasn't been there. The meta of this game has been single skills since the creation of the city, I would nearly say, where the ultimate multi-class is being a hunter-gatherer. You have to make shelter, you have to find water, you have to recognize plants, you have to be able to build things and cut things and make axes and like just you've got to do absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Whereas nowadays multi-classes would still be farmers, but they have to know how to fix a car and do a thing and do a thing and do a thing. Or like you're saying, plumbers, where plumbing is actually just a whole load of different things. It's pressures and it's pipes and it's I don't know, lots of stuff. Putting going elbow deep in shit, cramming into weird tight spaces. Remembering unique ways you've solved this before. And yeah, those multi-classes will be the hardest for the AI to take over, particularly if it's physical. Anything physical, it's going to take ages to get there.
And the other parts are there's not going to what was the other one I was thinking about? DJs. You want a human DJ.
Yeah.
You want you're not going to. Yeah.
You want a human primary school teacher. You want a human nurse. Notice how many of them are going to be female jobs. You want a human lover for some time. You want a human, what's another typically female job? Secretary, right? Sorry, like receptionist. As you walk into a building, you don't want, to a fancy law firm or something, you don't want like, hello, how may I assist your query? You don't want an AI doing that. You want a pretty girl. What are the other jobs?
And those will be. What will happen is some of the companies will have robots doing that, and people will say, "Oh, look at that! They've got a robot." But then people say, "We give you the human touch," and their point and their shtick will be, "We don't use a robot." And then there'll be a form of backlash against AI in that respect. Whereas these people are using cold robotic and unfeeling AI, but we use real human beings to decide this or that about your life or whatever it is. I hear that coming already. But it is the unknown, isn't it? We really don't know. Don't know for sure. Tell the other thing. Hold on, I forgot already. Well, that was it. I was going to say, I listen to certain kinds of music. And there's some things on YouTube. I listen to YouTube music, and some of it's sounding the same. And I'm beginning to suspect some of the stuff I'm listening to on YouTube perhaps maybe fake, maybe AI music.
Mm.
And then once that occurred to me, I then thought, it's safe to say that any music produced before, let's do an arbitrary date, let's say before 2015. Any music produced before 2015 you can be sure that it was made by human beings. But any music after 2015, you have no way to be sure that it was made by human beings.
Yeah. Yeah, we no longer know which parts of that were anything. And
Because
here's the
someone
other
could
one.
say, oh, yes, I wrote this song, but they could be lying.
Yep. And think about all the special effects stuff, right? Because you can now just describe it to AI. So I don't think it will mean they won't do movie sets anymore, but I think they'll just do a movie set, and where the car would have blown up, they would just have really detailed photos of the car, give it to the engine, and go, "Show me this blowing up." And I go, "Yep." And you go, "Oh, can the fireball go a bit this way?" And the director just gets to sit there prompting it.
Do you remember
thousands of hours of SFX people?
Yeah. Do you remember the line in The Incredibles where Syndrome says his thing is he wants to sell this technology that he's invented so everyone can be super, and when everybody's super, nobody will be.
Yeah, no, but it will take away inequality.
It will take away the specialness of. So there will be no more Star Wars. That will never happen again.
Yeah.
Because what the AI will do is it will make it. It will. What's the word for it? Makes it available for everybody to be able to do. What's that word? What's that word? It means it just makes it easy and available for anybody to use. Not ubiquitous, but just easy for anybody to use.
Mm.
Oh, what's that word? Anyway. But yeah, so once you have a situation where you can essentially just say to AI, make this thing explode, then anyone who's watching a movie, they can create that effect so easily that it won't be dramatic anymore. So the shot, for example, the incredible shot in Star Wars in the third movie where they fly into the superstructure of the new Death Star and they blow up the core of the Death Star and then fly out.
Yeah.
That visual when them flying out and escaping.
So cool.
Yeah, but that's good. It's easy to do now. It takes nothing to do it, so it won't be special anymore. No more spectacle.
Yeah,
it's
I
already
think so.
it's happened a lot with music, with people just being able to create whatever music. It's just still sound the same because they're all using AI. So no music special. We'll never have another Paul McCartney. We'll never have another John Lennon. There'll never be another.
I don't think that's the case.
You don't think so?
I don't think it'll come from music much, because while people might like AI music, and maybe certain creators will come to the fore, what we like is a bit of a thread from one to the next. I mean, maybe I'm kind of guessing, but I feel like knowing that singer, and this is their last song, and you know they were married to so and so for a bit. Did they go to the Diddy party? That maybe it's not. I don't know. It could just turn out. Yeah, no. Actually, now I've challenged myself on. I'm coming to your thing, which is in 5 or 6 years' time, we will be like within a year where there'll be a banger that is AI, but within 5 or 6 years' time, there will be a banger that we didn't know was AI. Right? We'll start questioning: did Miley Cyrus really make that song?
Yeah,
Maybe not.
they will
Maybe
say.
already.
They will say, Miley recorded this song and she did all the vocals herself, and this is completely human created, and it'll be a big hit. And then we'll find out that it was all a lie, and Miley was not even present in the studio when the album was made. But it will democratize. Democratize. That's the word. So as it's democratizing stuff, it's destroying it at the same time. Because it's making it, the whole point of creativity in that respect is that it's difficult to do, and it takes time and effort to learn how to do. But if you can make it easy to do, then there's no time and effort involved. Therefore, it isn't special. And that's what AI will do. And that's the least of what it will do. As far as, if it's going to be destructive, which I think it probably will be, then that's the least destructive thing it will do to us. Or to people, I don't know, us.
Yeah, it's it'll be interesting, because I think it'll just be initially, because it's so democratized, because anybody can get their hands on it. Initially, the shift will just be for the people like me that are leaning on using it, and questionably whether it's like me leaning on using it to make profit. And those people will just noticeably get ahead. They'll just be noticeably promoted above other people, sort of just able to return better results than people who don't lean on it as much or at all. I think that's because whereas before you had to be like in the Industrial Revolution, you had to be an industrialist. In the Agricultural Revolution, you had to be a city dweller, or like have a farm or a civilization.
Yeah.
And this one, anybody can do it. You just open up your computer and you can use the AI. Think about now what this does democratizing scamming from Nigeria.
Ooh.
Used to be really hard to convince somebody you were George Clooney when you were Ngwabu and you didn't quite know your I before E's.
Yeah.
But now, as Ngwabu, not knowing your I before E's, you can convincingly sell the lie to people that they think they're married to George Clooney or something, these romance scams.
I've seen that AI, I think I saw an AI scam that was going on. What was it? Was it an AI? They used an AI to scam people. Something. I can't remember what it was. I should try and remember that one. But for every optimistic guy who's saying, "Oh, it'll be a brave new world and a glorious, shiny future," there's going to be 100 people who are working diligently every day to scam and rob and cheat and defraud as many people as they can get their grubby little mitts on, using the least amount of effort and the most amount of damage, and they'll use AI.
Sure, absolutely. And the people trying to stop them will use AI too. That's the exciting bit to me. They'll be doing this thing where one AI on the side of the scammers. First, I think it would have to be distributed because otherwise, it'd have to be each one using their own instances of asking ChatGPT or something, because they can't build. I don't think they're going to invest the $1 million or whatever it is to build their own LLM. They're scammers. That each one's out for themselves. So all they'll be doing is queuing up stuff for ChatGPT, and then I think on the other side, it will be trying to spot the patterns of the scammers. At the moment, I think the most efficient way is with the banks. They're going to have to do certain things with the money. They can't just transfer it straight to themselves. So they reliably have to pipe it down 3 or 4 different avenues, which is tokenize it is usually one of the main ones. So turn it into gambling chips, turn it into like online casino chips, turn it into Google Dollars, Google Play cards, something like that. And then the other is try to get it to an account where it wouldn't be weird to send it to that country, which is tough, or get people whose accounts are in good standing and pay them money to send your money through, which is what they do a lot of. Muling, it's called.
Yes, muling. Yeah.
And they'll offer them $200 if they forward on 20 grand that's going to turn up in their account. You have to get it out of there quickly so that once they're onto the scam, it's they don't lock the account with the money still in there.
Right. Yeah, the scammers are going to get an order of magnitude more efficient at defrauding people.
Yeah, because both sides know completely what the other's up to and how they're doing it. But the scammers just got a massive leg up because the AI is so good and bank systems are so slow that they're going to have the advantage for a while, I think.
Yeah.
And like you said, just endless time, like the amount of effort you can get out of a hungry young man.
Yeah. Yeah. I got a text. Hold on. Oh, I see. I wonder though. I wonder if what will happen in the future is that, as we were talking about music, I wonder if the people who made the authentically human music will end up being, years after they've peaked and the bands have been disbanded, they'll end up being revisited and you know what I'm saying? That people will say, "Oh, this rock band that really produced their own music, and all this was done with their own voices, no AI. You know, they really sang these songs with their real voices, and here's the instruments they played and the engineering they used in the music studio to make these things. You know, and they will sort of be rediscovered in the same way that records have been rediscovered by the youth, by some of the youth of today." That might be interesting, right? Wonder if that will happen. Like, you know, you see kids wearing Seinfeld T-shirts. I saw, I was at a park and I saw a kid wearing an AC/DC T-shirt. And I just think, you know, perhaps in a few years, you know, that kid or that kid's generation will say, "Oh, these guys in this rock band really sang on the album," and all this sort of thing. I don't know. It might be interesting to see if that would happen. So, what do you think about journalism? Do you think journalism will be affected by AI? We won't have robot reporters. Nobody home. I can say whatever I want. So I choose to use this opportunity to say Herculeum and Garcianum. Hey there, lad. Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill, first name Shoe.
Seems awful quiet in there.
Yeah, I was just chewing the fat with Mr. Eggman there about AI. Eggs off on his programming for a piece doing a AI model thing. Welcome, Signor Riggs. What is going on? And where, pray tell, has Mr. Jin, where has he got to? One wonders.
Dunno, don't care.
As long as he stays gone.
That man's fucked up.
Oh, come on, you secretly like talking to him.
No, I don't talk to him.
Mhm.
I don't think anybody really talks to him. Just some trigger words go back and forth, and he goes on a 20-minute rant about it. Just
Outgassing.
The dumbest shit ever to come out of an adult's mouth.
I did consider making a gin bingo, a gin bingo card.
Yeah, but it'd have to be bigger than the typical. What are they, like 6 by 6? Yeah, you'd have to
Yeah.
expand that to about 100 by 100.
I mean, come on, he's a character, you know. He's just a character.
Yeah, but DMOC is a clown without makeup. We know that. DMOC is just a random word generator. DMOC's job is to show how stupid flat Earth is. Jin, on the other hand, he's not a clown without makeup. He is definitely a behavioral science project. I mean, I haven't that level of narcissism. I mean, as soon as he keys the mic, he's the smartest man in the room all the time because he's an engineer that can fix a motorcycle.
Mm. Yeah.
But he carries on about that behind the curve, or no, convex Earth, and that Brazilian
yes
crew that made the thing. he can't see that that's an April Fool's joke
What was
because that's
that
what that
one?
is. That's got to be an April
Yeah.
Fool's joke. It's a parody. And he's like, it's a documentary by men of integrity. Documentary
Just
of
say
men
that.
of integrity. And if you look into their backgrounds, they carry no credential and they do have a rap sheet.
They did that thing on the, what was that alien they had?
Well,
They
yeah,
said
I
they,
guess you see now that's the weird part is I believe
what was it? Alien.
in the full version there was talking to that Nibiru or whatever, some alien in a
Yeah,
bush, but then it got cut off, I
that's so
guess.
great. That's so
Which I think that as the intro is showing the parody level. It's like that's like an opening disclaimer. Everything you see here is going to be completely bullshit.
It was a alien that spoke Portuguese.
As they do.
as these aliens, I want to do. Yeah, that's right.
I
loved it. I loved it.
I like the fact that you said as they are wont to do. That is a word that we don't use in U.S. English.
I appreciate it. Dude, I grew up on King James language.
No, it's a marvelous word, and spell check doesn't let me use it, and people misunderstand it, because it sounds like a want.
Yes, I want
as
to.
opposed
Yeah.
to as opposed to something that you're fond of doing repeatedly.
Yeah.
Going shopping, as one is wont to do. It's a lovely word, and I watch a lot of BBC, television, so
Yeah.
I enjoy picking up on, a lot of their colloquialisms. It's like it is. Oh my God, he lives in a tip. I mean, come on.
Yes, his house is a tip, and it means the dumpster.
Well, a tip.
Yeah.
But a tip is
Yeah.
that's a mining tailings from a collier, right?
A tip is a rubbish tip.
Well, I think it goes further back, and that was the spoils from a coal mine.
Okay. There are all these that I watch BBC America, and some of the things that will just remind me. Oh, what I'll do is I do enjoy doing this. I'll start using turns of phrase that I didn't even use in England because they're so nice to use to the American ear, and so to friends of mine and family members, it's sort of audio entertainment for them to, when you use want to do and phrases like that. It's a hoot. It's just great fun to do that.
Oh, the BBC presenter narrator is absolutely guaranteed to be an expert in whatever they're saying. Flat earthers should have your speech.
I had a friend of mine. I tell you, this is funny. I had a friend of mine, and we were sitting in this seating area at our church, and she was writing an essay of some kind or doing something, and she was struggling terribly, and I said, "Are you okay?" She says, I just don't know. I'm trying to find the right words to use for this sentence, and I'm really struggling. I said, "You're a bright girl. I think you can dig deep. I think you can do it." And she said, "Well, I'm no, that's easy for you to say." So, what do you mean? easy for you to say. What do you mean by that? She said, well, I'm not at your level. So, well, hold on a second. What do you mean not at my level? What level do you think I'm operating at? Oh, she said, come on. And I said, no, really. She says, and she legitimately thought about me. And this is a gal I've known for years. I photographed their family. Someone I've known for decades. She says, she thinks I'm the smartest man in the room. Just
Well,
because I
it makes
talk
it first.
fancy.
Yeah, it makes a first impression, but to have it linger for years, that's.
It was just, she had this opinion of me that she had never spoken out loud. I thought it was, you think just because I talk fancy. And she says, oh, yeah. And no, I just talk fancy. I don't have a science background. I couldn't tell you, I couldn't, you know what I mean? I appreciate it, but no, I just have this accent and it makes me sound clever. It was great though. It was a good feeling to be complimented in that way. But I had to let her down. I was like, oh, I don't.
Well, too bad voice AI has taken over. But 10 years ago, you could have done voiceovers.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. The most I did was I did the answering machine recording for some friends of ours. So that gives you an idea how long ago that was. And they wanted an English butler for their answering machine. Isn't that great? And I said, I'm so sorry, but the Johnsons aren't available. I was just this most Pontier accent I could possibly muster. You see, did my very best impersonation of what's his face in Star Wars. And it worked great. They loved it. It was exactly what they wanted. But I never did that. I never considered doing that sort of thing as a job. Who's the actor that played Obi-Wan Kenobi? What's the guy's name?
Which one?
The original.
God, we should know that.
What's his name? The original Obi-Wan.
I know. It's Sir somebody.
Alec
Guinness. There we go.
Alec Guinness.
Jeez, I was waiting for you to get it.
Yeah, I know it was hard, but once you get the first vowel.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was giving you a clue. Yeah. And going back to AI accents, if you want something to sound intelligent, don't use an Australian accent.
I don't know. The Australian girl's accent is terribly endearing. It really is.
Different. That's different.
I suppose.
Okay.
But to do the posh, you just really have to do Alec Guinness when he's being interviewed. Have you heard Alec Guinness being interviewed?
Or David Attenborough. I mean,
David Attenborough. Yes. Or who is in Laurence Olivier? Or there's any number of them. And they sound terribly posh. Stephen Fry is a contemporary. Best example of the contemporary posh British chap.
Of course. Then we got the polar opposite, Michael Caine.
I was going to mention Michael.
My name's Michael Caine, but not a lot of people know that. I can only do that sentence in Michael Caine. I can't do anything else.
I saw a Johnny Carson that had I think it was Olivier and Michael Caine.
Yeah.
On the same time on Johnny Carson, and it was.
Isn't that wonderful? Yeah. There was Laurence Olivier. He was. No. Peter O'Toole is who I'm thinking of. Peter O'Toole. Have you heard of
Yeah,
Peter O'Toole being interviewed?
and those are the kinds of voices that we can spot. You know, we don't need a
Yeah.
picture.
O'Toole in Zulu? Is that the movie?
Yeah, Zulu and the other. What's the other one? But Peter O'Toole.
Oh, and then let's not omit Sean Connery. Was it the man?
Well, yeah.
The man who would be king. That was that was with O'Toole, right? And Connery.
I think it was. The both of them. What? Here's a good joke for you. What time does Sean Connery arrive at Wimbledon? 10ish.
I'll give you that one.
Aye, laddie.
That was so funny because Michael Caine was on Graham Norton, and Michael Caine was making fun of people that would always imitate him because, you know, my accent is so easy to do. Even I can do it. Oh, I'm Michael Caine.
Oh, I'm Michael Caine. Not a lot of people. So Peter O'Toole, he was being interviewed, and he was talking about being drunk, and he went to the pub with his buddy, who another actor. I can't remember.
Has this got to do with the car?
No.
No, it's the
No,
other
but
story. Okay, it's a different story.
He's at the pub, and he's getting sloshed with his actor buddy. And then the owner of the pub says, "I'm terribly sorry, you've got to leave." And he says, No, nonsense. My good man, some more drinks, if you would be so kind. And so, no, you've got to leave. It's closing time. I can't keep saying for you any more drinks. So he says, so we bought the pub. So he buys the pub.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And the owner of the pub, he comes to him the next day. He says, "No, a couple of weeks later, he says, I can't cash this check. I can't go through with this. You were obviously drunk when you bought the pub from me." So he didn't end up buying it. And so it transpires. It comes to pass, if you will, that the pub owner dies, and so they'd become fast friends. And they went to the funeral, and they were very upset about the passing, and such a nice man. And they go to the grave, and there's the families there, and they're drunk again, but they're crying, and and the family was looking at them like, what are you doing? And they couldn't figure out what problem the family had with them, outside the fact that we're drunk and crying, or something like. It was something like this, and he says, "They're at the wrong grave." It's just the way he tells his jokes, these stories. It's just so wonderful. I don't know. I mean, he's just a drunk, and everything, but it's just a way he told
The only other two stories I know of is how he met his wife and about a car. That's the only other two stories. The other ones I know about.
From Michael Caine?
Yeah.
Yes. Do you want me to tell it? You want to tell the story?
No, that sounds better in your accent. My accent sounds crap.
So Michael Caine, right? Michael Caine, he says, "My name's Michael Caine," but not a lot of people know that. So he's watching the telly. And there's this girl on the television, an ad for coffee, and he falls deeply and madly in love on the spot with this beauty that he sees on the television screen. Next day, he's at the pub in the evening with his friends, and he says, he wants to come with me to Brazil. And they said, "Why?" So I saw this beautiful girl in an ad for Brazilian coffee. I'm going to go to Brazil and find her. I mean, you're Michael Caine, you can do that. And someone in the company at the pub knew the girl. He worked at the advertising agency where they did that ad. She wasn't Brazilian. She was Portuguese or something, but she wasn't Brazilian.
Yeah.
He said, "You don't have
Yeah.
to go. You don't have to go to Brazil. She's in London. She's a
Yeah.
model. She's not Brazilian." And he said, "Well, I have to meet her." And so he meets the girl, marries her, and they're still married. And this is in 1967 or something. And they're still married. Isn't that amazing? Saw it an ad for coffee. Oh, that's great.
I remember this.
And she was in London the whole time as a talent person there. That was the funny
Yeah.
bit.
Oh, she was beautiful, though. Did you see the ad? They showed the picture of the ad that she was in. Oh, goodness. As it's in Scotland, hey, she's a, what was it? What would they say? She's a bonny wee lassie.
I cut you off there a bit, Shuey. Sorry.
I was just there was again one of those talk shows where Michael Caine was talking about working with Laurence Olivier in the movie Sleuth.
Mm.
and Laurence Olivier, Sir Lawrence, wrote O'Toole a letter saying how to address him. He goes, initially, you will address me as Sir Lawrence, and after a time, you may call me Larry. But he had to write it and codify it and mail it to him in advance.
That's great. I think it was Laurence Olivier did a movie called oh, I can't remember the name of the movie, but he played a dentist who was torturing someone.
Marathon Man.
There you go. And the man he was torturing.
Yeah, what's his face?
Dustin Hoffman.
Yes. Is it safe?
So,
is it safe? And the diamond. Is it safe?
Is it safe? So Dustin Hoffman, method acting, I think, is what they say when they really become the character. So Dustin Hoffman arrives, and he hasn't slept in days. He's disheveled. He's just a mess. And he arrives to do the scene, and Laurence Olivier's Sir Lawrence, he's what are you doing, man? Why do you? He questions him about this, and he says, "Well, I'm trying to get into the part. What would you suggest?" And Sir Lawrence says, "Try acting." This is what he says to Dustin Hoffman. Oh, that was great. There's a good little scene in a movie I like, and it's where the guy does a trick. It's Peter O'Toole. He does the trick with the snuffing out the lit match using just his fingers. Have you seen that one? And in the movie, he shows he's in the army, and he shows his army pals and he's just silent, and he does this in front of them, and he snuffs out this lit match, and as if it's nothing, and the other chap tries to do it, burns himself, and he says, "Doesn't it hurt?" And he says, "Certainly it hurts." He says, "Well, what's the trick then?" He says, "The trick, Mr. Potter, is not minding that it hurts." It's not funny, it's just, I thought that was so interesting.
I forget what actor it was, but it was describing where he's trying to do a scene and he's drunk. And so he's acting drunk. And the director comes up to him and goes, "No, no, no, no. You're obviously a sober man trying to be drunk. What you have to play is a drunk trying to be sober."
Mm. I tell you who did drunk well. That was Thingy from Big Bang Theory. He did drunk quite well. Sheldon, whatever the actor's name is, he did it quite well. Because in one of the episodes, they were trying to stay up all night, and so going to give Sheldon coffee, and Sheldon doesn't drink coffee, you see. So he says, "When I came to California, I promised my mother I wouldn't do drugs. So like, just drink some coffee, you'll be fine."
You just probably gotta get the fuck out of here, bro. What's up with the fucking Jews, bro? Vote for Joe Biden.
Who and what is that? Is that Squiggle?
What up?
What are you
What
doing?
up?
Was that you doing that?
Dude, you wanna know something funny?
Vote for Joe Biden. I don't think Joe Biden will be aware that you voted for him. But go on, what's funny?
Dude, I just found a clip of me talking to Gio like 2 weeks after the final experiment. This conversation was funny. Oh yeah, this was a good one. I'm glad I found this.
Where'd you find it? It was like on YouTube.
Rising Earth, EARF. It's his YouTube channel name.
Oh, okay.
This video is actually, it's unlisted.
Oh.
I got clipped up in
Bum
Geo's.
deal.
I didn't know I got clipped up in Geo's. This clip is funny. I was heated, man. This was right when Vapegate was peaking.
Oh, good old Vapegate. It's remarkable how people
But I
took
feel
that.
like, the most important takeaway from Vapegate, I feel like people never really considered. Yeah, Vapegate.
Vapegate, that's the funniest shit.
Vapegate.
I never even understood any of it. I never understood the point of any of it, really. I'm still confused on what even the point was.
The point was, Witsit was live in quote unquote Antarctica. The text chat was pressuring him. Why don't you have fog breath? It's supposed to be however cold it is outside. Can you pick up snow? They're asking him questions to confirm that he's like, in an ice desert. And he's okay. So this is what happens.
Hold
So
on,
the
that's
cat,
fucking crazy. Hold on a minute. If I said I'm right now in my backyard and I'm getting ready to go sledding in the snow, I'm bundled up, they're gonna say, "We don't believe you. Pick up some snow." I wouldn't even have said it like that. I've been like, "Hey, man, hit McToon with a snowball." I would have said it to where you wouldn't even have thought about it, and you would have just, yeah, in a
Fine.
funny way, like.
Okay,
I'm
Squid,
not gonna
Yeah,
like
that's
analyze it.
definitely what happened though, right? Like the chat was blowing up. Pick up snow.
Yeah,
Why don't
yeah,
you have
that's
fog
weird.
breath?
That's weird. That's just weird, though. You know what I mean? Like, look, if he's in a fucking frozen area that's white, pick up snow is your go-to thing.
No,
No,
I had I had a
I see your point.
conversation with Michael and a few others that went down there, and they said that they weren't going down there to have fun.
Right. But I'm saying like pick up snow or move snow. Like if it's really fake, you don't think he could have picked up a handful of fake snow?
No, well, that's classed as having fun. See, that's why they said they're not down there to have fun.
Yeah, and I didn't see a lot of tests they didn't do. They should have took some kind of high altitude balloon and sent it up. And at every foot, the Earth should have did something different than be stationary.
That's what I say too. They should have done much
Yeah, a couple
much more
different things.
substantiating experiments. But let me finish.
Yeah,
Dude.
Go on,
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's.
But yeah, you're right, dude. They ain't doing any fucking experiments. Picking up snow doesn't prove shit for me. What's
A
really
Bobo
interesting,
pendulum.
but it's not about the snow. It's about the breath. So
Yeah,
the
and it's
chat is
not even
blowing them up.
really.
Listen, I want you to know the story. So
No,
chat,
I know that part, brother. I know that. I was just saying in general, like, but go ahead.
Let them finish. There you
no
go.
problem.
Thank you.
I want to just wrap it up and then we can chop it up. So, yeah, the chat is saying, "Show us your fog breath. Why don't you have fog breath? It's supposed to be this degrees outside." Blah blah blah. And he goes, "Oh, it's not happening." He tries to make fog breath. Right? He does that. He goes, "Oh, I don't know. It's not working right now." Then he turns his camera off. He goes inside of his shed. He claims he goes inside his backpack. He finds his vape while he's like, whatever. He goes in. He does. He this is the sequence. This is literally the order of events. He tries to show frost breath. It doesn't happen. He turns his camera off. He goes into the shed. He gets a vape. He goes into a backpack and he gets a vape and he gets a water bottle. He takes some drink of water bottle, according to him. Then he steps out the shed. He hits the vape. He hits the vape as he steps out the shed. He walks up to the camera. He turns on the camera and he exhales and he goes, oh, "There's some. What's up now?" As if it was frost breath.
That was Vape Gate.
That's it. That's it. It's like the whole point of it is if you're
Why
in
would he have
Antarctica,
just said, "I don't think you're gonna see my breath"?
if you're in
He could have
Antarctica,
said,
why do you need? You don't need to do that. It's like you want them to believe you're in Antarctica because of your frost breath, but you don't need to do that if you're in Antarctica. It's just like it's just the whole psychology. Like what kind of psychology he's going through
I think it's
when
weird
he
that
shuts off
somebody
his
asked
camera.
him that though. Like, which people are sitting like this is weird to me. Look, okay, so certain things I would be skeptical of and be like, man, I need to know this thing. But and I'm not like shunning anybody who actually asks the question or asks for proof of anything because it's not a bad thing to do. If you think somebody's in Hawaii to say, hey man, pick up the sand, what color is it there compared to the other shit I'm looking at here? Who knows? It's not a bad thing to do. But the idea that you wouldn't say, hey man, you can't see my fucking breath. I'm trying, guys. Why would you need to turn your camera off and go do anything? That's weird. I would leave my
Yeah, it's like
camera
once
on.
you try to show your breath, it's like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, I'd leave
Moving
my
on.
camera on and do what I was doing. And then,
Dude, it was like what, 5-10 minutes? Like, no, I'm sorry. It was maybe like what, 3 or 4 minutes later.
Yeah, he played one Kai song. It's like 4 minutes.
that does seem weird.
Yeah.
Like he's scrambling to figure something out. And then he's like, fuck, I got it. Vape. That's
I'm
weird.
thinking about the psychology of the situation, right? Like
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
want the people that were tuned in before you turned your camera off to think that you would have, like he was like, like it's weird that he would even try at first. That's also something that you got to consider, right? If he really is in Antarctica, you're, oh, it's cold out. Like if he's really in like a warm room, he wouldn't expect to have fog breath. It's almost like he faked thinking he would have fog breath the first time, right? You see what I'm saying? He was like faking that he thought he would have frost breath, straight up and down. Oh, it's just I don't know, it's just not happening right now. But 3 minutes later, after you hit a vape, that's frost breath.
If I'd have been sitting there in a group of people in a tent or anywhere in the cold, even where I'm at, there doesn't even have to be ice. If it's 6 in the morning or 5 in the morning, like right now, I go outside. Like maybe right now it might be warm still, but anytime near fall or like my breath's gonna show. So like I would have thought that was cool being there. I'd have been like, hey man, your breath's not showing. My breath's not showing. That would have been a thing that I'd have said, hey, our breath doesn't fucking show. I wouldn't have been like, yeah, I'm gonna go make this thing happen that's not happening. That's just weird in the first place, also. I
I
mean,
saw
either your
nothing
breath
fishy
shows.
about it. I saw nothing fishy about it. I think you guys are overanalyzing. It's like, and even if it were the case, it's like the most ridiculous one off.
Well,
I've
that's
seen
what I said in
nothing
the
else that's
beginning.
even compelling, and this is a nothing burger as far as I'm concerned.
That's what I said in the very beginning, Riggs. I said the very first. First of all, what was the point of any of it? I mean, that's literally so. Like, yeah. So even if
So
somebody
I'll
breathes
tell
or
you what
did
made it
whatever,
worse.
that wasn't the point. You know what I mean? To see a guy breathe or hold snow. Like, really, that wasn't. I would have never asked those questions.
So what made it worse, right? So everybody was
Well,
like, "Oh,
you'd
he hit
have
a
to
vape.
make
He
the
tried to
case that
fake
it
his
was
breath.
bad.
He hit a vape. It's clear. It's clear he hit a vape. Turned on his camera and said, "What's up now?" As if that is frost breath. So what made it worse was he claimed he didn't hit a vape until the footage came out, where it was like clear
Well,
as day.
he didn't. Okay, the reason he said that is because he didn't hit the vape on camera. He wasn't promoting vaping. Like most people didn't even know he vaped, right? Like nobody knew that he was vaping anyway, so he wasn't trying to promote vaping. So he knows cognitively he wasn't vaping on camera. What he didn't know was that like, see, what you're trying to get him to do is say that he vaped for the purpose of faking his breath. And you watch all the footage, that's literally not what even happened. The dude's getting sick. His lungs are like, he's getting a cough. His lungs are dry. He's been in extremely dry, climate for like a day now. And he's already getting sick because he's been up for 2 days straight or 3 days straight. Excuse me. So he had to fly down there to Buenos Aires. And like,
what's that got
he
to
just,
do with it?
well, no, what I'm saying is that like the reason he went back inside was to get some fucking tea. You get some fucking hot tea because your mouth and your throat is dry and you fucking keep coughing and it hurts. Like the whole point was to literally put hot water into his face so that his fucking throat didn't hurt. And then you're like, oh, he faked his breath because there was a little bit of like exhaust from like the hot liquid and the vape. It's like, that's going to go away within like a minute, but it wasn't done for the purpose of faking his breath. Like it clearly was, he vaped literally as he got out. He didn't do it inside the building. He vaped outside the building. And then he put the shit away as he was walking over there, set up, like turned his laptop or some shit, pressed the play button so it wouldn't be a black screen anymore, and then started talking. It wasn't like you guys just mischaracterized the whole flow of it. And it wasn't even like he was doing it like a super secret agent or anything. It was just like all casual and shit. I just don't see the.
Without you trying to create the empathy for the man,
No.
everybody
No.
already came to the same conclusion, like general consensus. Just by looking at it, everybody came to the same conclusion, dude.
No, not everybody did.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
yeah,
that's what
because
it
it
looks
was
like.
highly
What it looks like is
questionable.
what it looks like, man.
it
Like,
was
you're
it was
making
very
you're making
apparent.
like
A lot of
behind the
questionable
scenes
discernment
story.
people
No,
came
You
to
have
it
a
was
behind the
conclusion.
scenes story of irrelevant things. I don't know.
It kind of looked like he was trying to keep vaping a secret. He forgot that the 360 cameras were recording everything, and then he made up some wacky story about, oh, I didn't even know that was in my carry-on bag for like months. So yeah, I think
Well,
he was just trying to
he's
keep
not
it.
trying to
think
talk
he was
about
just
vaping.
think he was just trying to keep it a secret from his wife.
That's so dumb. Like your wife was gonna be mad at you because you were vaping. That's stupid as fuck.
Well, that was my first thought was, oh, well, just something else to get bitched at for.
Have you ever been
You know what I
married?
That
mean?
is so dumb. I didn't want to get. I didn't think she was
No,
going to be mad at me. That's the
have you
dumbest
ever
thing I've ever heard.
have you ever been married? Have you ever been married? You'll understand
I don't go. I don't give a fuck.
if
I don't give a
you'll
fuck.
understand.
No, that's not a reason.
No, you'll understand.
And it wasn't for the purpose of a sob story. The point was that I was building motive to why he needed to go inside. He needed to go get something warm, some kind of hot tea, something like, get on his throat because he was getting really sick. Like that was the whole point of going inside. He needed to like take a break for a second. He even blacked out his screen because he knew he was going to be vaping, so he didn't want to like get people to see it. Like it's like really obvious.
Do you think what appeared as fog breath? Do you think that was due to vaping?
I think that there was some vape exhaust because he had just walked across the pathway to
Okay,
go
so
on
he says it
camera.
wasn't. He says the reason that there was fog breath was because he drank water. That was the lie.
It was a
The
little
wife
bit
lied.
of both. A little.
No.
No. He. I've heard every rendition of this. At first, he doesn't even remember like specifically vaping, and he knows for a fact he didn't vape on camera. So like, with lack of remembrance, he's like, no, I didn't vape to fake my breath, or I didn't vape or whatever." And he's like, "Oh, okay. Well, there's footage of me vaping before, so I guess I must have vaped, but it was never with the intention of faking his breath." So he clarified after the fact, which, optics, it's not great. But honestly, dude, the guy
you
was.
know what? This is perfect. You know what? Fuck all that. There's something
Fuck
even
all
more
what?
suspect. There's something even more suspect I want to get into.
Okay.
Witsit never
So we're just going to drop all
clarified.
this.
No, yeah, because I got something way more important. Witsit never clarified that the reason that he didn't upload any 24-hour footage to his channel for like 3 months, he made a case that I'm having trouble bouncing, the software is not, reading the file type. All that stuff was pertaining to Will Duffy's footage. It wasn't
Yes.
even his own
It wasn't
shit.
his footage.
I
Was
don't think it was 3 months. I think
Yeah.
it was like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that.
No, it
was so
wasn't.
silly though.
It was longer than that, dude.
Yeah, it
I
ended
didn't
up not
see
being
any
his
It wasn't longer than that.
If you go back and look at it, I don't see any of them having any breath ever. Any of them ever. None of them are blown out any breath.
The only time was when he was wearing that, when he was on that Owen Benjamin interview, and it was way too much fog breath, like unreasonable.
I'm saying
Yeah,
when,
he was drinking tea while on video. He literally had a hot steaming cup right next to him that he's sipping while he's talking to Owen Benjamin. This is the point.
I know, but
Well,
that
this one's
wasn't
not
even a
sipping
live.
any-
That wasn't a
this
live
one's not
stream.
sipping anything. This one's Professor Dave or whatever, or Simon Dan. I'm sorry, Simon Dan does like a review of it, and he shows Witsit, someone talking, Witsit and Jaren, like just giving like a speech or whatever, standing there, and at no time do you ever see any like breath come out of either one of them ever. So I mean, yeah, I'm just saying if people were looking
kind of
for it,
pisses me off, dude, is that like I'm the first to call out some sketchy shit, and there's just nothing here. And it kind of like annoys me that like my own side of skeptics are looking at this going, look, and I'm like, bro, this is a fucking shit nothing burger. There's fuck all here. And they're still like forming teams and like fucking pointing at like nothing.
Yeah,
I'm
but
like,
we
God
don't
damn it.
know what we
one
don't
thing I
know
asked
what
for-
your relationship with Witsit is really like. Like you don't tell us why you do this ultimate white knighting for this random guy.
I
What
don't
do
I
you
don't know.
know
mean?
You have a
about all that.
weird. There's clearly an
Like,
affinity or some kind of bond that you guys
No,
share,
he's
and you're just
giving
going
his,
No,
to white knight for him
that's
no
not
matter
the
what he
thing,
he's
does.
man.
giving his opinion.
No, here's the
No,
thing.
you're just biased. I mean, like you want me,
No,
you're
listen,
trying to
no, 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 no,
convince
no,
me,
no,
and I don't think it's
no, no, no,
valid at
no.
all. Like
Stop,
everybody
stop,
already
stop.
agrees.
Hold on, Jesse. That's not what it is. Listen, the thing is where did the sun come from, and where did it go? Where's this actual path from and to that actual area? And how do we
Where did the
demonstrate
sun come?
that
Where did
both?
it go?
Hold
Where
on,
did the
brother.
sun
Hold
go?
on. And how do you demonstrate that claim with the light source for both objects? It's not a funny trick. It's not a joke. This is reality. And these are the only things you have to worry about, not what they went down there for, or what their feelings or their favorite color. Nobody give a fuck about none of that. They were supposed to do certain tests and come back with some kind of result. That's it. And the result's still invalid. That's the stupidest fucking part. So it's a super nothing burger, just like just like Riggs explained.
I love it when we got Duffy on video in like one of his debates saying that what's the fucking quote? He's basically saying that like you're trying to escape the question of the earth by using the sky or some shit. It's like, yeah, bro. Like, how could you misspeak? Which obviously he wasn't misspeaking because that appeared to be his genuine opinion. Like those are the words that came out of his mouth, not as misspoken statement. But like he literally just spent like $250,000 or more, probably a lot, like probably 300 or so. But like he had just spent like all this money, $350,000 on the point itself, of which he's not even agreeing with, unless he's caught off guard, like, oh, wait, I can't have that opinion. So, like, is it even his money? Who's writing this motherfucker's scripts? Like, he can't even keep his opinion straight unless he's like paying attention. Otherwise, he doesn't make sense. That's what like. See, that's why I don't believe the guy. There's nothing
Hell
like he
no.
legitimizes lying. He legitimizes lying. He says shit like that. That it's okay to lie. You know,
I'll
I
tell
don't
you what,
care
Riggs.
what you think about that. I think he legitimizes lying, and
You're doing this thing.
he's
It's like you're
defended
creating a
his.
deflection.
Dude, he went onto a live stream.
Why are you not addressing?
He
what I'm
went on a
saying?
live stream. Well, hold on. I'll go back to the Witcher thing. He went on a live stream. Okay, and Duffy spent 30 minutes trying to legitimize lying to his wife, as if it needed to be said, and then tried to make a case for it and argue in that position. Okay, this guy's super sketch. Now we can get back to Woodson. Sorry. Whatever you want to say about Woodson.
I don't know. I mean, if you were to strip yourself of all your history with the person, and if you could consider, like, put yourself in the shoes of someone on the outside looking in, would you think that he lied about vaping and he wanted it to seem like he had frost breath?
I don't think that he gave a shit, and I don't think he was paying attention to that. I think he was more concerned about his live stream and like thinking that his throat was cringe hurting, and the guy hadn't slept in a long time. It was not anything he was concerned or thinking about. And when you guys tried to confront him about it, it wasn't even like in his brain. He's like, "What?" You
That's
know,
what made it worse, because he was lying.
Well, dude, when you're doing 10 things at once, okay, and you're in pain and you haven't slept and you're just like doing what you know you have to do,
and then the sob story.
You're not thinking about
got
that.
nothing.
Well, that's the thing. You have nothing. If this is like the only thing that's like evidence,
I got
then
plenty.
evidence of what?
I got plenty.
All right.
Actually, it's on my other phone. I don't have my other phone with me right now.
My evidence is against all of them for going and not getting 4 key factors of information, which should have been the only goal, the main goal, and that's it.
Wait, right. Wait a minute. So Duffy can't lie, but Witsit can. I don't know about that.
That's
You
weird.
sure about that? Yeah.
Well, he's
you sure about
trying
that?
to attack Witzer right now, and I'm not trying to steal his show, but like the evidence against it fucking sucks. I wish there was good evidence against Witzer. That'd be fucking phenomenal, because then it would be true. But it just never is. It's never fucking true. Every time I research something about it, it's not true. Not even close.
If you ask
Every
me,
fucking time.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know what I find? I find a flawed human being that sometimes is trying to like be a little bit sneaky and a good salesman, and maybe he is a good talker. Other than that, I just see a flawed human being, dude. That's it. But guess what? We all are, because sometimes we get caught in our own shit, and then we get to answer for it, and then it doesn't turn out well.
Right. I'm just not asking for $10,000. Just out of the blue.
Well,
Oh shit! What's up, X though?
Here.
You ever
hold
gonna
on,
give me that
hold on.
5,000 for that bet?
Can I have? Can I have 10,000 or 100 from you guys?
Do I owe somebody
Anybody loan me
$5,000?
100?
Yes.
Hold on. No, listen. No, this is
it's
serious.
one thing to ask; it's another
was the bet?
thing to demand. Okay.
No, right, but listen to this. Listen.
You find an
No,
example
right,
of
I'm going to point
adaptation in
something out
nature.
right now. I'm trying to point something out.
You
if you guys
remember?
let me
Yep.
finish. Let me finish. I'm trying to point something
If
out.
you have it,
If nobody in here will loan me or give me $5,000, it's of their own free choice. So if Witsit goes to every human, like a guy with the cardboard in the middle of the street, and says, "Can I get some money? My house burned down," and you give him 10,000, that's your own problem. Don't fucking worry
Right.
about it. If you
Right.
don't,
yeah. Well, that's true. Witsit is surrounded by yes men, and it's turned him into a retard. To be honest, he's surrounded by people who say, "Oh, you're fine. Oh, it's not your fault. You're doing good," and that's literally destroyed his manhood. I think at this point.
What's it got airdropped into Flat Earth and immediately linked up with all the fake Flat Earthers? End of story.
Well, and then all the
a lot of
retarded
this
flat
shit.
earthers jumped on the bandwagon.
That is a
I
good
think what I-
criticism. I accept that criticism of him. I accept
Yeah,
it.
yeah. You like
Can
okay?
I
That's fair.
level
So
psychology's
May
the
I be able to
motherfucker in
level
this
the
game.
criticism? We try to avoid using the R word in here, please. Thank you.
Psychology.
you know what? I forgot you guys are streaming. I apologize. I'm used to the other Discord channels that have no rules, so sorry about that. Yeah, I'll
Oh no, they got whole AI like automated
Stop the
tracking.
stream. Hold on. No,
They got
uncensor
everything
this man.
going.
It's just the psychology of it all, man. You're trying to be
I'm
a
used to
dude.
the
You're
Flat Earth
trying to
channel.
take care. Hold on, you're trying to take care of your family. You're trying to go against the grain for certain things that everybody wants to like say something about, right? So you eat their flat Earth and a lot of different things that he says, right? That's what he holds to be true or whatever, right? Then he's got his family
the
game on.
conversation there.
And then he's got a channel that he's trying to make money with, right? Trying to make it his job, right?
Be a
That's some
hero,
business
yeah.
with it. So I'm just saying he's got a lot of dumb shit going on. So like, I mean, come on.
Oh, it's called the inverse square law. Just like it's a snowball effect. It gets worse and worse and worse until you make a life-changing decision or something really bad happens to you, which will happen again because he hasn't learned his lesson. It's like John Jones, he gets a DUI and wrecks a couple cars and pisses hot and can I say that? He fails drug tests and people just keep telling him, oh, it's not your fault. Or you're the greatest of all time, and he just gets it. Now here he is again. He had to retire. He's running from an Englishman. But at least the guy is like a world champion fighter. Witsit, on the other hand, he's on the internet trying to say, look how smart I am. His channel's Witsit Gets It. And we're wondering why he continues to run into these issues.
Yeah, I think
He's
all
a yes
everybody.
man. Yeah, if Riggs agrees with me, honestly, this is a miracle. That's never happened before. So if people continue to say it's fine, you're doing good with it, he's going to continue to destroy himself, and his followers are going to fall with him over the edge like a bunch of pigs.
Dude, he does whatever he wants. You can have criticism however you want. He will do whatever he wants. So doesn't matter
that's
if I
true. But I
agree
don't
with
talk
him
about him
or not.
personally, but he says wrong things, and he made an agreement with me 2 years ago. He went back on it, but that's not. I'm not going to air the dirty laundry. He's got enough issues right now, and I don't want to really talk about him. This is actually the G-rated version of my complaint. When people lie to you and do things that are nefarious, you can let them go, which I have. But this isn't just one little issue. And it doesn't just involve me. It involves a lot of money and it involves a lot of time, and it's just getting worse. And the fact that people continue to support him is the problem. So if you're going to keep giving him a pat on the back, you're part of the problem too.
So Riggs.
I don't know anybody patting him on the back though. Me
Well,
personally.
okay, maybe not you. Okay, not you, but yeah, you can find. I don't want
Like,
to look, but they're out there.
when
Yeah.
when something's wrong or like something I don't agree with, or maybe something I think is a good idea, I will drop it by his side. It doesn't mean anything though. Like, it's just feedback.
So Riggs, I want to get into another thing. You accepted what I said about him immediately linking up with the wrong crowd. Okay, here's another thing that I think is messed up. Fuck, I forgot it. Damn, the vape that I've been hitting totally fucks my memory.
Well, it was. Were you talking about Bob? Are you saying Bob was part of the wrong crowd? 'Cause that's who he hooked up with, right?
Well, I think there's a group of flat earthers that are more business oriented, for example, and like I think he's just too quick to establish and keep alliances with certain people that are very obviously not legit.
Can I ask you guys
but
a question?
For the
Has anyone heard?
purposes of business, he'll keep them.
Can I ask
Has
you a question?
anybody heard from John the Morgul recently?
Actually, a couple months ago, yeah.
What a random question.
I was just
Media, how
thinking
long have you
more
been in
later
this
about that.
discussion?
I had to tell him, sorry,
Oh.
the flat Earth is also a deception. He didn't like that, so he's
How long have you been
recovering
in this
from the
discussion, bro?
Quite a long time.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
problem.
Longer
That
than
could be
most
6
people.
months or 10 years.
What is quite a long time though?
Yeah, it's 2016, so 9 years.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And when did you find out the flat Earth is also a deception, Red Cloud?
I think within about 5 or 6 minutes.
All right. Well, then stick around. Okay. Well, no, I can turn to you then.
Well, so just I thought it would make a really good documentary, and I'm working with people who do stuff like that, and so I went to the one guy and I said, "Hey, have you heard of this flat Earth?" And he said, "Yeah, I've heard of it." So, what do you think about a documentary on the subject? And he goes, "Yeah, that'd be great. It'd be great. I haven't got any money." And I said, "Well, there's a flat Earth conference, and what if I go and interview some people?" And so he said, "Marvelous, go and do that. See what you get." So I went
You were
along
gonna
and I
troll?
interviewed some people.
Yeah.
Hmm?
You were gonna do a big, nice. You were gonna do a very polite and cordial troll on them.
It was, but it wasn't a troll. But yeah, so that's why I went down to carrying out the Carolina. Well, up
But
to
I
carrying
mean,
out the
what
Carolina.
was your intention though? I mean, you were going to inflict a little bit of, discomfort and to use them against their own will. It was going to cause pain, right? I mean,
No, that was not the intention at all.
not so. Okay.
I mean, I interviewed his. I'll tell you the bottom line on that one. The bottom line on that one was I interviewed a number of people. All know their names. Mark Sargent. The list is long. And then I interviewed Rob Skiba, and I had a waiver thing for everyone to sign. I was not just a one-man band, I was just there with my camera. I didn't have a regular camera; just had a DSLR. So I had Rob Skiba to interview next, and he looks over the phone, looks over the form, and he reads every last word of the form, and he says, "I want you to promise me you're not going to do a hit piece. I want to make sure that if I'm going to be in
Red
this,
Cloud,
that it's not
thank you
going
so much. You just reminded me of what I was thinking before.
So
Okay,
what happened though?
so-
Yeah, let him land though. What happened then after that?
So I said to him, I promise I will not do a hit piece. And since he's passed away, I think it's an honourable thing that if at some point
To do a hit
the thing
piece?
is, the thing is that the behind the behind the
You gotta
curve
let him
came
land.
out.
You're
So
killing me.
it didn't really end up. We didn't end up being able to make the documentary that I wanted to make. But bottom line is, when I went there, and since then, I told Rob Skiba to his face that I would not do a hit piece if I interviewed him. So I think it's only right that I should honor that for the guy that's since passed away. You know what I mean saying? So when the
But
Behind
not
the
for
Curve
any
came
other
out,
reason.
that was a hit piece, and I thought they were wrong because they were there, and I
But not
met
for any
those
other
guys.
reason. But not for any other reason. So it required
No.
you to have a deal with this guy to not do a hit piece. You
That's a very
couldn't, of your
cynical.
own volition. Well,
That's
no,
a
you
cynical
bring up
take.
this long story.
It was a short story, and it's a cynical take on what I'm trying to convey is that when I saw Behind the Curve, that was a hit piece, and what they did with Jaren's, what they said, it transpires according to Jaren that they were dishonest in how they cut it, right? So that it sounded like he was admitting that he saw a curve. We know what I mean. So
Yeah, but
I don't
you
know.
do realize that if you had done a modicum of research on those people, you would find that they partake in hit pieces of conspiracy theories. So anybody that featured in that film as a prominent flat earther was likely privy to some degree that these people didn't have the best interest in mind. I don't believe Jaron. I don't believe Mark Sargent. Dude, Mark Sargent.
Oh, I see.
Patricia Steer, DJ, whatever
DJ
the fuck
Curious?
his name is. Yeah, DJ
Okay,
Curious.
and Witsit.
Well, maybe Witsit wasn't in that video, so let's not bring that up.
No, well, he's in the new one. He's got, he's the 2.0. But go ahead.
Where?
So you're saying these
I
people
don't
are
know that
sketchy?
Can I answer that? Yeah, you're right. They actually cut him out for some reason. They don't want to use him in the documentary. That's a good point.
Okay, look.
Witsit, you mean?
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Witsit asked not to be used. He asked for his.
Right, there you go. He's not even in it now. Yeah, the 2.0.
I don't know. I don't know if he has.
Because it was a lot of. He just caused a lot of problems for whatever reason.
It's pretty embarrassing. I mean, to try to keep this ship afloat with band-aids, guys. It's humiliating, and you can tell. I mean, Red Cloud and these guys are actually enjoying it. They probably don't want to admit it because they feel bad. Don't want to rub it in. You guys are going to disappear.
But it's so easy when someone comes along with an idea that you think is crazy or out of left field. It's very, very easy just to be all laugh about it and laugh at people and.
Did it sound like I was trying to get somewhere with what I was saying, or was I just talking?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
Let Riggs continue.
Yeah.
Let him continue. Go ahead.
We'll never know because Mr. Fucking XO.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Hardly ever here. You'll survive. I'm like once in a blue moon, right? So you continue, Riggs. Go ahead and finish your
If there was a point, if there's a point you want to make, I'd like to hear it. That'd be great.
Yeah, if you look up their CV, you see that they worked for Vice and they've made other hit pieces on other conspiracy theories. The fact that any of the early people that got in with their signature, okay, like Jaron, like I don't know, perhaps Bob Nodell, any of the other people in that film who knew in advance were following them around to be part of the footage. I don't trust that they couldn't have known that. Don't trust it.
Yeah,
it's way too simple to look up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did it to themselves because of greed, because of the lust of the flesh, because of wanting to, have that famous bit and be the hero on TV or the internet. That's why they got in trouble.
Okay, well, that's in my opinion, that's total non sequitur. Once again,
I'll put my life on it.
Okay, even wilder. Okay, well, I'm saying
one of us has been right about these
what
things.
I'm saying is that there is an organized effort to control and psyop this community. I think it was started that way, and it's going to finish that way.
Well, they did it to themselves. That's the irony about it, is that they didn't really have to be directed. They were in control the entire time, and I can almost finish the sentence. They blew it up on their own faces. That's the embarrassing part about it.
So, do you think that the people who were involved in the Behind the Curve documentary, in the Flat Earther participants, knew that the guys that were doing the documentary were going to be doing a hit piece?
I think that they are part of some type of elite propagandizing team of people.
Red Cloud, they were so interested in how they were just lusting and salivating over the fame and fortune, they didn't stop to check.
That's not anywhere
That's-
close.
No, that's
to
not
reality.
inaccurate. That's not inaccurate. And I'll tell you why.
Mm.
If you think about people who, like you and I, lead ordinary lives, nothing too amazing about any of us in here, otherwise we'd be famous in some way. And you suddenly find yourself being revered and recognized and followed by people. That does something to you. When I first arrived at the hotel where the conference was, the first guy I saw was D Marble. He's unmistakable, and he's got that great smile. And he just was walking through. I was about to check in, and he was walking through the lobby, and I went, D Marble. And he just goes, his face just brightened right up. And he's just like, oh, someone knows my name. You know, he went up and I said, hey, man. You know, I said, hey, I'm going to be doing interviews later. Could I get you? Could I interview? Oh, that'd be great. Now, can you imagine what that would do to him? Obviously, he's going to be, oh, that's great. You know, someone's going to listen to me and someone knows my name and all the rest of it. So you can understand why someone wouldn't check too hard about that. That could be understandable, right? Because if they're not used to it, they're not used to being in situations where their every word could be pulled apart 6 months from now, 10 months from now, 5 years from now. You know? That's my perspective on that.
So this is a counter theory, or your perspective?
No, my perspective, because like I said, the first flat earther I ever saw was D Marble. And he was super, super nice guy. And Mark Sargent, super great guy.
Oh, yeah.
And the other everyone else. It was a great experience.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's made your day, Red Cloud, right? 2025 has been, downhill.
Has it been downhill?
It's just I really would have loved to do a really good documentary on the topic and really treat it fairly, be even-handed, get Flat Earther and other people involved. That was kind of the idea.
Did you expect it to be such an implosion on the entire, fake truth community and how they literally just started cannibalizing themselves? Did you expect that?
No, but then when it happened, I thought, I mean, if people are really skeptical and they're suspicious of authority, it doesn't sound unreasonable that they would be suspicious of people they see as either collaborating, say, with people behind the curve or in other ways, and it would sort of implode because of that. So it wasn't entirely surprising. But yeah, it was disappointing, though, in a lot of ways.
Does anyone here think that Mark Sargent is his real name?
Yeah.
Who cares? Maybe, why do you care?
Do you think that lady is his mother? The lady he depicts is depicted as his mother is his mother?
Yes.
Right, and his name's probably Mark Sargent. I mean, if nothing else will convince you, he wore a T-shirt saying, "I am Mark Sargent."
Wow, that almost sounds like you just believe anything.
Evidence for evolution. Wear a shirt that says "Evolution is true." It proves evolution.
Tongue in cheek.
Well, do you think perhaps it's tongue in cheek for him because his name's not Mark Sargent?
It's his shtick. It's his shtick.
Yeah, he found his role. He found his purpose in life to be this guy on the internet that pretends he's smart and makes videos and sounds cool, and people get excited to talk about their new culture. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I happen to know. His name is not Mark Sargent.
Oh. The plot thickens.
Does that matter?
And his mother's name isn't. Go ahead. Isn't what was the name?
Is his name Lance Corporal?
What would happen if you joined the army and your last name was Sergeant?
Yeah,
well,
that was actually
Sergeant is an anagram for strange.
Sergeant.
My last name, my last name was
chosen.
Masta, so they had fun with my last name in the army.
What was it?
Masta.
Oh no,
Captain
there
Sergeant.
was a guy. There was a guy who was one of the guys in charge of publicity for the car company Citroen, and his name was Jacques Peugeot.
Ouch.
So that was good. It was
Did you
like,
meet
I
his
it was
mother?
like Top Gear.
I knew a Korean sales representative for a derivative OEM derivative of Sony whose name was Bum Suck Cock.
I've got a list of names, man. That's so amazing.
Red
That's
Cloud, did
probably
you meet
real,
his
yeah.
mother?
No, I didn't. But I was just at that one conference, so I met everyone who was at that one. And that was the first one, so it's included Robbie Davidson.
Lots of people change their names when they isn't that weird when people want to be famous, they change their names quite often, right? Like half the people in the music industry and the Hollywood BS.
They advise you
Yeah.
to do that because you'll have drop-ins from your school life. That's why they say change your surname. Don't be who you were at school, because suddenly all these dudes turn up at your house. It's a standard
Yeah.
thing. But what's it called?
Well, that's not
it's a
exactly what I'm
non-plume.
saying, though. They didn't just change one name; they changed the whole person.
Sure, but
What's
celebrities
Bob
do
Dylan
that. I
saying?
mean,
Nobody on Twitter uses their own name.
I
They
mean,
have
what was
dreams
John?
of being celebrities. Yeah, go ahead.
What was John Wayne's original name? It was something very, very poncy, wasn't it? Well, it didn't exactly come across as a hard man from the West. It's something like I don't know. It almost sounds
Eugene. Yeah, you were gonna say it was Eugene, wasn't it? Something like that.
I can't
Yeah,
remember. It was something.
Eugene,
It was something extraordinarily effeminate, and didn't at all sound like True Grit.
Francis.
Have you heard what Whoopi Goldberg's real name is?
No.
It's like Karen Weinstein.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you could be called Zach Space Dust rather than Clive Watkins, and you're trying to evoke a fantastic, meme of yourself, then it makes sense to change it, doesn't it?
Here, I'm gonna ask Red Cloud a question here and see what he thinks about it. So,
all right, go ahead.
let's say that
Sorry.
Mark Sargent's real name is Dennis Sluka, and let's say that his mother's name is Roseanne Sluka, and let's say that Patricia Steer's real name is Christopher Sluka.
Oh gosh,
all right,
you went there, didn't you?
And let's see who else.
Well,
else? Oh no, not Christopher Sluka. I'm sorry. It's
with girls, I can usually spot a
It's,
fake, and I don't think
You're losing it. Come on.
Patricia's a fake.
Come on.
I'm not losing nothing. Hold on.
Oh man, this is it's just there's no point in any of that discussion. Going right to trans investigations. Come on.
Is that what you're doing?
It's not a trans investigation. Jeffrey Sluka is Patricia Steer. All right. And then Christopher Sluka is DJ Curious. These people are brothers. Dennis, Chris, and Jeffrey are brothers of the same family. So they're going around pretending to be whoever the fuck they're pretending to be.
Did you learn this from flat earthers, though? Is the first question.
No, I learned this from myself.
Okay, well, I mean, it's
made
not
it up.
much better, Riggs.
Well, I didn't
Please
ask you.
tell me that Mark Sargent's real mum's real name is Eartha Kavacha.
Oh no.
So what do you think,
No,
Red Cloud?
It's Tara Kavacha.
Those
father.
four people.
Those are very
Same
interesting
family.
ideas.
Mother and three
Those
brothers.
are very interesting ideas, and if they had supporting evidence, they'd be even more interesting.
Claims, yeah.
There's a lot of evidence. What would you think about it if it were true? What would that make you think?
I would change the channel.
I would think. Yeah, maybe. I
That's
think
cool.
you have a point.
Really? What's the point?
The point is,
I would say Satan has got people watching the TV.
fakery
Next.
going on.
Well, Mark Sargent was one of the first
Uh,
people on the scene. Okay, and I guess about 5 years into Jaren's, career, I guess, whatever you'd call it, he's the one who emailed Antarctica and was asking about those missing clips of the, was what, like 10 hours missing from the tapes, right? So he was popularizing the discussion about Antarctica. Okay, and when he came into the community, he popularized a particular map, and that you could go around it, and that was the discussion with his wife because the wife brought it to him. Okay, and the whole idea was that the only reason he came to give Flat Earth a chance was because of that discussion with his wife and being shown the AE model, right? Because then you could circumnavigate east-west, right? So he came in with this very specific argument, which he rested all of his, arguments on, I guess. And then he supported that with the Antarctic videos, right? And then 5 years later, he's coming back saying, "Oh, look, well, I falsified the only reason I came to Flat Earth and the thing I investigated." So it's to me, it seems like a long-term script. These
I see where
people
you're
are
going with that.
these
All right.
people are friends. There's this like in group of friends that are content creators. They don't come on Discord. They don't hold any discussions outside of their own. Okay, and they get fed information and arguments on the side, through, oh, well, we got this email from this guy and got this for this guy. Oh, well, no one else over here is getting these leads. Mark Sargent got a whole channel full of subject matter experts.
Do you have any evidence, though, that Mark Sargent's name is not Mark
Well,
Sargent?
before you do that,
Yeah,
Rick, before we leave,
there's a whole fucking book of evidence. But
my
Why would you need to change your name for any of that to be the case?
if that's true, what does it make you think? Because otherwise, I'm not going to waste my time.
No, I get you.
It shouldn't
If
make
it's
you
true.
think anything. I don't understand why that's the case. Like, you can do all of that without changing your name. People can be friends or family, have the same ideas, different ideas. The Hitchenses, they went head to head on pretty fundamental things. They didn't agree on things. Like, I don't see why changing your name would matter to any of this.
No, nobody thinks it's suspicious that all the Osmonds sang and kept the same name.
I can't use
How do
the
we
R
know
word.
they
So
I'm
the
did?
looking
Osmonds
for a replacement.
they were putting on a performance, right?
Well, you know
that was the purpose.
The one who really wrote all the songs was Graham Osmond. They kept him in the basement.
Are you a flat earther?
Oh,
And the problem is, why would people care about Jaren's opinion in the first? The fact that thousands of people, or 500, I don't know, cared about Jaren doing this is retarded. Oh, I'm sorry, they're really
Well,
sadly
he
ignorant.
kept his channel without getting deleted for 10 years. Everyone else's channels and clips got deleted.
I got that.
Mark
by the way.
Sargent kept his channel active for the last 10 years.
I got that Graham Osmond thing from QI. I think it was Bill Bailey. That was Bill Bailey's joke.
And
Yeah,
Brian
right.
Wilson never surfed, apparently. The Beach Boys' main singer never actually surfed. What?
Yeah.
I remember there's the Beach Boys song Beach Baby, lie on the sand from July to the end of September. Well, where I'm from in the north of England, if you lay on the sand at the end of September, you'd die of hyperpneumonia.
Good point.
Right.
I was wondering about that. And the other one was we'll have fun till my daddy takes the T-bird away. And I had the slightest idea what a T-bird was. Sung the
It's a
song.
car, isn't it? Thunderbird.
Yes,
It's a car.
Thunderbird. That's it. I didn't know that. Anyway. But
What's
I
the etymology on
digress.
now? What's the etymology on Thunderbird?
Thunderbird. It's evocative and male.
Yeah, it's an evocative name.
Well, it
Like
has an
Spitfire.
origin. Yeah, it's interesting,
Yes.
but we need what is the actual origin? Is the point? Not that it matters. It doesn't, and but there's an origin to it.
The Thunderbird.
No, I think it's a contemporary contrivance like Spitfire.
No, there's more to it than that. There's a significance. There's a historical North American, Native American kind of thing about it.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, and I don't know
Let me
what
just hold
Spitfire's
on.
from
Wait,
though.
wait.
I'm lost on Spitfire. I wonder what the etymology is for that though.
I think it was just
All right,
a two words.
you guys are. I'm interested in something Rick said. I'm sorry.
Means dragon.
They're just
Spitfire,
being glamours
dragon.
again.
Riggs kind of, I don't know, based off of what I heard, I gotta ask for clarification. Are you alluding to the idea that Mark Sargent was the first person to bring forth the A.E. Gleasons?
the first person. Here, I'm actually going to help you with that answer. The first person, I don't know. I don't know which channel came first. Some people say it was Mark. Some people say it was Eric Dubay, right? And then Jaron came slightly after that. I don't know. But what I can show you is that he posts stuff like this on his channel. And give me 1 second, and I will get it for you.
Would you say, were you also kind of alluding to the idea that Jaron was kind of pumping up the AE before everyone else?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He was one of the people who made the AE the definitive flat earth possibility. And he came in with that argument specifically as if he knew in advance that this would be taken down. Because no one comes forward and says, this is the earth with no investigation. There's not even a community yet. And he's saying, this is the real earth.
Well, he's surely that's based on the fact he's given it some thought, and the map is kind of has utility to the extent in which everyone was observing it right then.
So maybe
No,
maybe
that's
you'll see why
fine.
this maybe you'll see why this is relevant then.
Yeah.
So
I
what
mean,
was going to bring
it's
up
not. Go on. Sorry.
No, I've been waiting to bring this up. You go.
No, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, so something else I find suspicious. I asked Jaron on his show if he really was a participant in the documentary. Like, was he aware he was on camera and cool with it? You know, moving and grooving along, like, yeah, I'm on film, it's all good. When I asked for clarification, if he was a participant, as if like, if you want to use me in your footage, okay, I'm gonna go along as if I'm gonna be a part of it. But if you do something in the end that I don't like, I want all of that omitted, right? He couldn't clarify if he was like a willful participant in being filmed.
No, they were following him around. Like there was a period of time where like they were just like following him around doing life shit.
That's what I'm thinking. So this is gonna be another what did they call the other
That's
one?
more than a willful participant. That's a collaborator. That's a fucking team member.
Yeah, like you know how Ancient Aliens, they like put your name in that little graphic. Like I feel like this is it. He was always gonna be the fall guy for Flat Earth.
Yes. And it was 10 years on the fucking dot.
I mean, let's be clear. The AE map that was put forward, okay, right, has some useful utility in so much like it has an unbroken equator, 2 unbroken tropics. It has something in the middle which is perceived by most people in the northern regions to be symmetric. It gives you all the space in the world to have a firmament reaching the ground because it's behind wherever it is. It's behind a mysterious ice wall that no one can get to. You got a treaty that says you can't get there. If you try and get there, they shoot you. It all dovetails in. Now, no one was jumping up and down and saying, no, it's this flat projection, because every other flat projection doesn't have a broken broken lines that we know are there. It doesn't have the ice wall or the firmament dropping down in the middle of warm seas. And it doesn't have all the characteristics that the AE map had that meant there is some breathing room there for it to be somehow the truth of our reality. The dipolar projection is nonsense. It's got an equator that's wibbly wobbly. It's got people sailing in one direction from one continent, having to go off the edge to get to the other side, Pac-Man style. You avoided all that in some way with the AE map. You avoided that, and that's why it stuck. And that's why everyone used it. Witsit used it. Every meme had it on. Loads of, for Christ's sake, every Discord server had it as an icon for a while.
The Flat Earth Convention or conference in 2017, there were people selling models, physical models of the domed AE map.
It's still on Dave Weiss's app, for fuck's sake.
Dude, what the heck?
Oh, poor
Yeah,
Dave.
you guys
A
are kind of
model
like
of Flat
missing
Earth
the
is a
point.
piece of paper, bro.
Kind of like missing the point. I don't know. You guys are hard to talk to.
All right,
because maybe
Just
You don't think like we do, so
That's a quote. Whoever said,
That's true.
was that you down there? What's the Arabic name with the piece of paper? Yeah, I've actually heard somebody say that the Earth is like a piece of paper. Yes.
Squiggle. His name is Squiggle.
No, I mean, well, you could make a flat Earth model and just use a piece of paper, but no, I shouldn't have said that.
Well, I'm not kidding. I've heard one of them say the Earth is like a piece of paper. That's not a joke.
Oh, interesting. I'm for a strange reason considering this.
I also want to point out though, like whenever, like I heard Witsit and his wife, this was obviously a while back, talk to this lady for about an hour, and I was just like, oh my gosh, you're just sending these people down the wrong road, right? Because it's all the same dogmatic, fallacies. And at the end of the conversation, or whatever the conclusion, an hour into the talk, the lady asked Witsit and his wife, "So where's the edge?" And then they were like, "Oh, like we completely missed our point. We were trying to tell them something." And it's like it's really embarrassing. And I'm sure everybody knows who, what's his name? Nathan Oakley is, right? You know who Nathan Oakley is?
Yeah.
And people will say, "Where's the edge?" And there's mockery, right? He'll get mad and he'll yell, or other people, his friends will say there's no such thing. But even yesterday, I checked, he's still showing an edged thing in space on his channel. But they'll yell at people and say there's no edge. I mean, it's not a psyop. People are stupid, Riggs. I don't know what to tell you. People don't realize what they're doing. They're showing people an edged cartoon, and then they get mad when they ask them, "Where's the edge?" Why is that, Riggs? Is that a conspiracy?
Who is this we're talking about right now?
This is Nathan Oakley, and
you
I'm not
guys are
messing
just
with him.
all over the fucking place. It's like a
Nathan
waste of
Oakley
time.
might.
No, he's not a shill.
Well, Nathan Oakley on his show
No,
was
Nathan
moaning
Oakley
that he's
is a shill.
sure. And Nathan Oakley on his last shows was moaning that he struggled to pay his mortgage because of the final experiment. I mean, come on,
Yeah.
you know exactly what he's doing.
No, but no,
Yeah,
his own
who's verifying that?
listen, no, his own demeanor and
Good question.
behavior has cost him his. Can we agree on this? His demeanor and behavior has cost him money. You understand?
Who's verifying that?
Verifying what?
Why?
You guys
Why is he
act like
doing
you
that?
guys know them personally. They specifically keep the community at arm's length. They could make any claim about their personal life. You would have no idea.
No, but he's not doing as well as he was doing. Like there was a spike, 6 months
By
ago.
what
Got really
standard?
controversial.
By what standard?
But
How the
But
fuck
he-
do you
but
know
he-
anything?
no, you're not listening. You're not listening. He said on his own live stream that he was struggling to pay his mortgage because of the drop off of the TFE. He said that. I don't have to verify that.
No,
But you can
no,
look at the
you do-
numbers
no.
on
This
it.
is my
It's
point.
lying.
This
The
is my
numbers show
point.
that.
They wear a
That's that
T-shirt
sense
that
of
says
humor
"My
they
name is
got.
Mark Sargent," and you're like, "There's the proof." You fucking know.
Why can't we just point out the numbers and say, "Look at the numbers. His views are down." Why can't we just say, "There it is"?
Have
I
you
wanna know
have you
if
heard
was
have
he
you heard the
saying it in
term
Aus-
have you heard the term tongue in cheek?
That's exactly what I was just thinking.
Yeah. When I said I know his name is Mark Sargent because he wore a T-shirt saying so. It's just tongue in
Do you
cheek. Of
think
course,
that
its
it's
name could be something else.
Do you
I'd like
think
to see
that it's
evidence. that
tongue
his
in
name is-
cheek for them?
I think I
They
would
could
like
tell
to
you
see proof.
anything. You don't know their personal life.
I'd like to see
So you-
proof that
so
his
you-
name's not Mark Sargent.
But I'd rather be on the side where I don't believe any of the nonsense he says, but I'm gullible enough not to know his correct name. That's the difference between me and you.
And Patricia is his brother. That was a bit outrageous, wasn't it, Rig?
Sure.
We're the idiots because we think his name is something it isn't. That's choice, Riggs. That's choice.
I will
did some-
happily white knight for Patricia Steer. She's not a man.
Did someone actually hear
Absolutely
Nathan
isn't.
Take
say?
Patricia and cut it off. You can have Pat, and Pat's a boy's name. There you go. She's a boy.
Dude,
Yeah,
even
Does
even
somebody
her own
actually hear
boyfriend
Nathan
said she
say-
was a man. It's a
Does someone
fucking
hear
man.
Yo, did somebody hear Nathan say, in all seriousness, that he couldn't pay his rent?
No, he said he made that comment, yeah, on his show, Nathan Oakley.
Was it
He
a
was
joke?
he was no. Nathan Oakley doesn't. Nathan Oakley is obsessed with making money.
But
Is
not
anybody
as
going to
much as
deny
he's
that?
upset. Plaza, not as, and I'm not trying to beat up the guy, but not as
Yeah.
obsessed as he is with his ego.
Sure. But he didn't
That's
have
what's
to say
weird
that, did
about
he?
it.
Yeah, I know. But we all know what he's doing. He's in this for the grift. Because if he wasn't, then he'd actually engage in conversations and actually come here and he'd actually talk to people and, dare I say it, actually have one-to-one conversations on YouTube and the like with a proper discourse. But it's an aggravatory amphitheater of noise over there now, isn't it?
Let me tell you what he said. Yeah, this I heard several months ago or a few months ago. He said there is no debate. There is no flat Earth debate. And I'm looking at the title of his channel. I go, flat Earth, but there's no flat Earth debate. The channel's called Flat Earth Debate. Are you sure about that, Nathan? So I think there is a disconnect when the ego just takes over. And I think all of these people have done it. I don't believe in shills. I believe in people losing their minds because they love the lust of being in control and the power, and it's actually an abuse thing. People, if they are abused, they're going to abuse back, and then they lose control and they can't stop it. It's just psychology.
So they make a show named Fed, tongue in cheek, and you're just like, oh, but it means flat Earth debate. That's called Fed.
His intro says Flat Earth Debate.
Yo,
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate.
I never brought that up, but I always felt the same way. Like, yo, are you telling me you're Fed?
Well, he pretends he wants the people to discuss things with him, but when they get on, he immediately mutes them and calls them a cunt. I mean, what should the world make of that?
Well, what they're trying to do is set the standard of discussion so that there's actually no productive discussion.
Sure.
And then when there are advancements or ideas that actually threaten the paradigm, they're going to gatekeep those. I don't know. For example, ether, right? So they're going to oppose their own community in areas that might actually advance scientifically speaking.
Sure, I get it.
Yeah, so they're doing their job. They're shutting down discussion, shutting down good discussion, and then they're gatekeeping things that are actually productive.
Who's the most suspect of them all? Who do you give the biggest red flag?
Oh, that's not
biggest red flag. I mean, the ones that I actually have receipts, Mark Sargent and his family. Those I have actual receipts for.
But do you
Fed
let me
is only
say something. Imagine taking Nathan Thompson seriously. Just put that into your mind that people take Nathan Thompson seriously. That's scary. That just shows you the depravity of the mind of a man could fall for somebody so insane.
Yeah.
Can I ask for? Do you have a smackerel of information that could?
I have a bunch of
maybe
stuff
example
that I could spend hours presenting it, but I really don't want to search through 5 hard drives and just do any of that right now.
I'll pay to see that presentation.
A picture on or reference online, and it shows someone whose name is who looks exactly like Mark Sargent, but his name is something different, from a website or an article in the newspaper or something like that. That you'd say, oh, look at that, it's Mark Sargent, but what's his name? It's another name.
Why would it be an article online?
Are these things that you found personally, Riggs? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. Just you don't have to give us 5 terabytes of data.
What's the big deal? I mean, who cares about people's laundry? Can you just tell us what you saw? I mean, I really don't care.
I mean, I've been talking about it for years.
We'll talk about it for another half an hour then.
I mean, it's not a big deal.
Years, another half an hour is not going to make any difference.
Is it a give and take? Do I need to talk about some of my court history? Okay, go ahead.
Jesus, dude, do you ever shut the fuck up?
Riggs, you are the last retard. Excuse me, last idiot that should say something like that.
When Mark Sargent did the Ladbrokes ad here in Australia, the betting app, where he said even a flat earther can use it, the guy whose agency did the ad said he signed Mark Sargent, so he at least uses that as a pseudonym. At least that's what the guy told us anyway. So he signs his contracts, his legal contracts that he gets paid for, Mark Sargent. Who knows? That's neither here nor there, I guess, at the end of the day.
What about the fact that he's got an ad saying the moon is not real or something like that? What is that?
His name isn't searchable before 2009.
I think it's technically the moon is fake.
Why wouldn't his name be searchable?
What is that?
You're saying
But
that
what
there's no record of a Mark Sargent before 2009.
The only record of Mark Sargent before 2009 was, I think, 1994, a pinball competition. Other than that, literally does not exist, even though he was a video game tester and programmer, and he should have a digital footprint going back into the 90s or earlier, and yet he literally did not exist on the internet by any searchable term before 2009.
So where is he? Where is he from? He's in Oregon or somewhere, right?
He's in fucking Washington next to Langley.
Washington, sorry. All right, so he's in Washington. It shouldn't be too difficult to find his high school. I mean, Mark Sargent can't be it's not that common a name. There aren't that many Mark Sargents, I suspect. Could we possibly find his high school, his high
I
school
will
pictures, whatever.
make a prediction based on other research I've done that if you do happen to find anything with this man's picture in the past, it will be very evidently photoshopped, and you should be able to see that in the image.
Well, all right. So even if we do find something and it looks like Mark Sargent when he was younger, and it's not as if he's not distinctive in certain ways like Sammy Davis Jr. was distinctive, but you should be able to recognize him when he was a teenager. And so, oh yeah, that's a younger Mark Sargent, and it says Mark Sargent in the yearbook. That's should be possible, right? I mean, how much
Sure.
have you tried doing that? Tried looking at his high school?
Go for it. Let me know.
No, have you?
I have Dennis Luca's childhood photos, so I have real pictures. So if you want to go find your real pictures of Mark Sargent, we can do a little compare, and you can see that they don't look right. That's what you're going to find out.
But if you can find a photo of someone who looks like Mark Sargent when he's younger, and it says Mark Sargent, or it says another name, then that'll be something we could say. Oh, they some evidence.
It could be something.
That'd be great.
Could be. I mean, that's one small thing of like lots of things. So,
and then we'd have to say, what is the purpose of changing his name to a fictional name then?
Well,
because
keep in mind,
and I kind of
keep
agree.
in
What would
mind,
be the purpose
he
of doing
didn't.
that? What would that do?
Well, he didn't kill off the old identity, so these people are supposedly living simultaneously. Although there's no updates or like real heartbeat on the other character.
It doesn't sound entirely plausible. I'm speaking what I think is what others are thinking. It doesn't sound plausible. Is all I'm just going to be blunt. It doesn't sound plausible that Mark Sargent isn't Mark Sargent. I mean, he gives out his phone number. You know where he lives. You know what his mother looks like. To go to that extent, we could say this. For example, you could say that Eric Dubay may not be his name, because you know diddly jack squat about Eric Dubay, but you do know a lot about Mark Sargent. So,
okay,
make a video, make a YouTube video. That's one thing you could do. Here's my evidence. So take that 5 terabytes of data, or I'm not mocking. I'm just saying, but if you've got information, put it out in a video.
Where did you get 5 terabytes from?
I don't know. You said I've got so much information, so much data, so much proof. I'm just being hyperbolic.
You reckon if you had a hot potato like Mark Sargent stuff, you'd maybe just have stuck it in one folder. But then that's computers, I suppose. They're tricky things.
Just things I've scraped up over the course of 8 years.
So, so from 2017, there was 3 big names of people that I met who are no longer with us. One of them was Mac Paha, who was Flat Earth Fokker.
Mm-hmm.
Him. he's gone. The aforementioned Skiba, he's gone. And Bob Nadell, he's gone. And I met them all. And interviewed. Well, you know what? I didn't think.
Well, I hope we never meet.
Mike Paha. But I talked to him. He's like goofy haircut.
You're really putting up Riggs's conspiracy theorist antennas up, Red. You're scaring him.
Why though? I don't mean
He
to.
just said, "I hope we never meet." Oh my gosh, you know.
What? Why?
Greg, Platt, do you work for the government?
Let's see a red cloud over your head.
Hold on.
Myself, I'm just a dude with a camera. I thought it was a good idea to do a documentary. Someone beat me to it, and then lockdown happened, and I couldn't get any money, and it just flopped hard. And I feel bad that it flopped so hard, but it wasn't anything. It was just in my head, and I barely got it off the ground. So it's kind of like, oh well.
Yeah, but
I have a question.
Didn't you do JFK and who else? Yeah, everyone who's dead you've done a doco on, haven't you? Sorry, man.
Is Riggs's name actually Riggs? Maybe Riggs is one of the Sluka brothers.
I think his name is Mel Gibson. His real name is Mel Gibson.
There's no other
His
Sluka.
mama.
Well, I guess there's the father, but I think he died last fall.
Yeah, there's a brother that they don't talk about. You're that brother.
Maybe.
What about Santa?
You know what's actually funny is that Jeffrey supposedly died, I think, in the 90s, but Jeffrey's Patricia Steer. So, however they organized that.
You know what? Don't focus on Mark Sargent. Then I want to hear about this Patricia Steer. I want to hear evidence that Patricia Steer's dude. Real evidence, or her name isn't Patricia Steer, and she was never on the radio.
Which brings up another person that passed away. There's a lot of people that passed away.
You'd have to have evidence that she was on the radio.
I fell for Antonio, I'll be honest.
You could start there.
Very talented painter.
What do you mean you fell for him?
Felt bad.
Oh, fell for him.
Because I saw a video of him, and he was much younger, and he was a painter, and it just seemed like a waste. But
What about Santos Bonacci, Riggs? Do you think this person is anything to say about him?
Dude, I don't know, but that guy has like the biggest ego.
What if his real name is Fibonacci?
Normal.
Is he a part of that crowd? Like the Mark Sargent kind of crowd?
I don't think so. I think he's just kind of a scammer.
He's more of the bourgeois boutique flurf, you know.
Did anyone see his arrest at his house because he had 8 years of unpaid parking tickets and speeding tickets and toll booth tickets? He was driving his car around in Perth or somewhere, and for nigh on a decade, and didn't pay any of the fines, and he just parked wherever he wanted, went through the toll booths without stopping. He did this for years before they finally showed up at his house and took him away. It was,
Yeah, they call those sovereign citizens in America.
He was the first one I heard of. The first time I'd ever heard of sovereign citizen, the term. Because they were referring to the Queen, and I thought that was kind of novel, you know. The Queen does know my name, you know, this sort of thing.
Well, the thing is, you used to be able to serve all your fines concurrently, which means you only do 2 days in the cell, but they changed the law. So all of his fines, it would have been 2 days per fine. If he had gone on an earlier stage, he could have got around it, concurrent serving. But no, he fucked himself up the ass, and probably saw a few other people too. But yeah, nice bit of fucking trivia there for you.
Yeah.
You got a pretty mouth, boy. Come here.
What was his space? He had a. It was like Scientology. He had a space religion thing going, wasn't it? Well, not just this idea like space technology or something. What was that term he had?
I don't think it was a doomsday cult, but it was all about fucking vibrations and chakras aligning and all sorts of weird crystal shit. Yeah.
Yeah. He called it something. Dianetical something. You know, they invent these terms.
Yeah, but it wasn't like a doomsday cult where he got people to fucking want to unalive themselves or anything. It was just that shitty shit you see in fucking magazines, you know, trashy mags. Buy this crystal and your luck will change.
Yeah.
Send this number to some friend and no, absolutely fuck all will happen. And it did. I sent that number to someone and fuck all happened. It was amazing. I'll give you the number. You can try it too. Fuck all will happen. All that snake oil. He's a fucking snake. So what the snakes sell? They sell snake oil. It was a bit cruel about them doing that one where he used to the cows, because I didn't know. I actually thought he was saying that. Though apparently that's an edit where he reckons. Yeah, I didn't know that. You should really, if it's a good edit, you should say, oh, by the way, he didn't really say this. That's a bit cruel. But he is a target, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, does anyone, here's the thing. Just say, like, I'm asking for a friend, but if you might have beat off with Patricia Steers in mind, or whatever, does that make you gay if she's a bloke? Even though you thought she was female at the time or not? I'm not quite sure. Can someone elaborate on that? I'm asking for a friend.
Let's see. Squiggle, you could answer this one. Implicating. So I was the first name I could think of to implicate. Oh, no idea. Maybe I know. Dawn could answer that question. He's an expert. Let's pick on
we'll just put that in the rhetorical question department. Anything for a laugh, bucket. No fuck. Actually, though, with those documentaries, although they give you the impression you've got creative control, just about every documentary I've ever seen has usually got all the dramas and the bits you don't want to see, like Sylvania Waters that was done here years ago and they got stitched up. 30 Seconds to Mars, a band that got stitched up by their company. Prince, he got stitched up by his, what was that English one? 7 Up, where they started with 7-year-olds, then they were 14, and now they're all getting up to about 67.
Yes.
And a lot of those, they didn't want to be done like they're all happy until they're about 21. Then when it's 28 and 35 and they're starting to get divorced and drone junkies and shit's happening, a lot of them didn't want to be done, but they signed the contract back in the 50s.
Yeah, that's right. There were 7 and then 14 and 21 and 28.
Yeah. So the trick is if someone wants to do a documentary, always treat it with care and caution, but you know what it's like. We want to do a special, you're going to be famous. Yeah, man, I'll queue up. Same with that, what's the music stuff? K-pop? Or who's that one in America, the dance troops? Some joint that, yeah, we'll expose you as a dancer, you'll be famous. They're the ones who, the Dollars boys, they've got the contracts and the lawyers, so they fucking do it. They do a number on you.
There's a lot of chicanery in the biz. I'm not in
Who's
the
that
biz in that
motherfucker
way.
who's got the haunt? The guy in America who's got a haunt, and he basically just abuses people, shaves their head, beats them up, fucking drowns them. Is it
what?
Oh shit, Russ someone. But he's a fucking dead set fucking nutcase, you know what I mean? And the haunt, you sign all these disclaimers and you've got to basically, he films you saying, this was great and I'm not going to sue you, even though he's assaulted you and fucking shaved off your hair and, you know, people come out with broken bones and shit. Ross McCamey Manor. And he hides under his waivers. But I reckon if someone took him to court, they'd probably be able to fix him.
What's he do that for, though? That's
because he's a fucking nutcase. And the internet allows you to be a nutcase. It broadens your market.
And people sign up and say, "Oh yeah, you can beat me up."
Yeah, Reckless Ben's has got a whole channel based on weird cunts. You know, like the 12 Tribes fucking religion, which is basically a child abuse cult. They did Nathan Thompson.
Reckless Ben, yeah.
What else did Reckless Ben do? Oh, Jamie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reckless Ben's kind of cool and funny, but the subject matter is fucking quite disturbing. Just to know there's cunts out there that do that. Fuck, man. In fact, the last one with Russ McCamey was the chick, he was trying to fucking strangle her while he was humping her. One of those dudes, you know what I mean? Necromancy types. And when the cops went there, they could tell by her eyes that she had been strangled. So she pressed charges, then she dropped the charges. So he's still walking the streets of Tennessee or fucking somewhere like that, Louisiana. Oh, that got dark, didn't it?
He's a lucky man. There aren't any vigilantes out there. Any of the
matter of
family
time,
members. Yeah.
Yeah.
Consider himself lucky that he's not been, someone's family members had a hard time dealing with that.
A lot of those haunts, though, they're kind of like they do fuck you up. They can fuck you up psychologically if you're not of strong mind or you're a bit that way. Yeah, like some of them, they'll start sending you Facebook stuff, and someone will say, "Hey, I used to work there. Watch out, he's a real nutcase," and like they actually fuck with you psychologically quite a lot. But a good haunt would know when to stop and not take advantage of you.
What is it though? I'm not entirely following what you're talking about. Is it a YouTube thing? Is it a TV show? What is it?
A YouTube thing, and it was a haunt where you have to go and get through the haunt. If you do, you'll get $20,000. And the haunt's basically you've got to swim underwater. All this stuff apparently happens to you in what is a haunted house, and it's there to scare you.
Right.
But yeah, and you sign all these waivers.
Right. And at the end of it, you get all this money if you get through it.
But they make it so you can never get through, and they just do all shit like make you fucking flip a tractor tire over for 60 fucking for 2 miles to wear you out, and whenever you're going to get through. Reckless Ben got through the beginning part, and then the guy said, "Oh, my battery's going flat now. We can't do it anymore." Like there's always a reason to not finish it. Just a scam, basically. Those things where what do they call them, pure endurance? Or they used to call them outward bound or whatever. Yeah, where they just test you like Bear Grylls shit, but not
Bear Grylls,
not Bear Grylls. They do a Bear Grylls type thing where they might drop you in somewhere and, those other ones where they just Survivor, you're out there with a camera, it will drop you into a cold lake and fucking go fish. And
They
if
did
you
that
decide you don't want to,
I think it was 10 men on one island, or I think it was the same island. 2 different times. It was 10 men. They dropped at an island, and then there was 10 women. And then they made a show out of it to find out how they survived with nothing but their wits and some fishing line and 1 day of survival training. That was what was interesting about that. Taylor was interested about that because someone made a video cut saying and showing that the men were getting along great and they were very successful and they caught an alligator and had a great time, and they were just and the women were miserable and they were backbiting and all the rest of it, and it was just cattiness the whole way through. But so I thought oh yes, of course the women wouldn't succeed in that sort of environment. The men are going to thrive because they're men. But I thought, I'd like to watch the show. And so I watched some of the episodes. It wasn't as they portrayed in that cut. The women did do a lot of, there was a lot of cattiness, but the guys had the same thing. And in the end, the same number of women survived as men. But the women did have to intervene several times more than the men. But the same number of women did survive. So, it wasn't as clear cut as the cut that I'd seen led me to believe. Because there was one guy who was a builder's foreman, a builder foreman. So he's used to bossing people around. He's used to people doing what he says. And because this group of men don't know who he is, and they don't want to do what he wants, and he gets huffy, and he's one of the ones that left first.
Was that the show 10,000 BC, where you're basically an Iron Age tribe, and there were 2 of them, yeah? And I think they vote sort of like Survivor, but a bit more fucking.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, there's this variation on a theme. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, of course the draw of watching something like that is you would view the people's performance as lackluster, and imagine that you'd be far better, or you would view their performance as lackluster and think that you would probably do a lot worse and wouldn't survive. I wouldn't survive. I wouldn't do very well. The worst of them, I would be in the same boat, if you pardon the island pun. So, but that's sort of the draw of watching the show. And you think, oh, come on, pull yourself together. You know, the guy hasn't eaten for 3 days.
Yeah. But the thing of it is, if you were being like a Viking 500 years ago, you got to know how to butcher a hide. You got to know how to tan the shit and it not go off, and how to do all that stuff. And like, turn off the electricity, mate. Most of us are fucked. Probably 80% of us are going to die within 4 weeks of the electricity being turned off.
Yeah, like the Vikings. They would have their fathers, the boys, would grow up with it, and they'd see their dads doing it, and their dads would show the boys what to do and how to skin or whatever, you know, and how to make a fire in the rain, all the rest of it, and how not to starve. And so, you know, any boy Viking would know all those things. In fact, just anyone of that era would know how to do all those things. But yeah, you're right. The reliance on everything we've got right now. We had a power failure here, and it lasted for about 2 days, and it was miserable. And the worst of it was we couldn't open the fridge. We had to keep the fridge closed. So we had food in the fridge, but we couldn't get to it.
We were driving from Melbourne to Sydney, and there's this little stretch where back then, if you didn't fill up at one point, we ran out of petrol anyway. And the guy driving Dags, he said, I'm going to hitchhike off, I'll buy a drum and come back with a cab. And he's on that way, and there's me and 3 chicks in the car, and about 10 minutes in, I'm going, let's face it, guys, we're going to have to do this now while we're going to sound mine. Let's do an election. Who are we going to eat when worse comes to worse?
Yeah, we just...
So I'm fucking trying to. Well, I'm too skinny to eat. Plus my bones are too tough, and there's not much meat. So everyone had to plead their case as to why we shouldn't eat them. It was good entertainment. Didn't come to worse. So Des came back with fuel.
This was before the internet, wasn't it?
Definitely before the internet. Yep. And then
as a
we're
child,
taking off.
I got into so much trouble, and it was before the internet gave me any ideas. It's just,
Did you grow up with hedgerows, little hedgerow cubby houses, where you go out and build a cubby house in the hedges? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you find your mates where theirs is and go and set fire to it?
Yeah. We set fire to things. I've set fire. I was a pyromaniac and set fire to stuff. We had a park and it had gorse bushes, and gorse bushes in the summer are tinder boxes. It doesn't take much to set them on fire, and the fire brigade had to come more than once. Just terrible. They didn't do anything. It didn't really do anything. It would spread to houses or anything. But we set a few gorse bushes on fire just for the fun of it.
Yeah. You see, nowadays, lighting fires, apparently that's one of the fucking trademarks of a young serial killer. Hedge burning. So, like, back in our day as kids, mate, we would have all made the serial killer list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what the profiles are is kind of really amazing. Apparently, all of them, Jeffrey Dahmer's and all the fucking famous ones, all had these 5 key points about them. And, one of them was hedge burning.
Yeah, pyromania is one of the key indicators, they'd probably say, right?
Yeah, animal cruelty, fucking
the animal cruelty,
others. Yeah, there's about 5, and they download this. It's a profiling thing where if these 5 things come up in a person, check him out. There might be go and check his backyard. There could be a couple of freshly dug tomato patches there.
I drove as a boy, just being, had no problem squashing bugs, and all that. And then I remember when I got older, by the time I was in high school, that sort of age, 13, 14, by the time I got that age, then I realized there were living creatures, and so I stopped doing that, and I still don't do that unless it's what we call an intruder, which is a cockroach. Those die immediately. Those are. But everything else, if you catch a spider, if there's a spider in the house, don't kill the spider. So you catch the spider and let it outside, because the spider will catch other insects. So that's the only one.
Spiders do mosquitoes as well too. That's why spiders are our friends. Mind you, there's millions of people just hate them. I don't know why. Is there some genetic thing?
We had one in the house that we used to have. We had one in our old house, and it was because our house was a wiffle house. It was terribly made, so there was giant holes in it that large insects and things could get in. And anyway, but so I got a call from the bathroom, just a scream, and I go in, and there's this spider that's almost as big as my hand, on the wall or something. I was just sickened by it. So I got there's a spray bug killer, a wasp killer that you can get, and it sprays about 10 feet. You can get a wasp nest from a distance. And so I stood in the laundry room and sprayed this wasp killer at this spider, and I put it in the toilet, and it just sank.
Holy fuck!
It's the first time I'd seen an insect so big that it sank. Like, oh gosh, makes me creep just thinking about that. Normally they're just the light ones. They just sit on the surface of the water. They're just light things, But this thing sank right to the bottom.
Up in Queensland, we've got these little lizards, or big lizards actually. They're about 2 feet long, including the tail. They're called bearded dragons. And apart from the ones in Australia Zoo that are tamed, the bearded dragons, mate, if you're leaving your premise, your property, and you close the door and there's one on the fucking path, they're like they're on meth, man. They're fucking, you want to go at me? Come on, I'll go ya. Like, they will stop you going to work. They're little cunts. And like, they're super fast. They get up and run on their back legs too. But bearded dragons, man, they're so fucking vicious. They're little meth heads. But they're also beautiful as well. But fucking hell, you don't want to cross one's path, man. They're little cunts.
They're like
They're not
geese.
poisonous or anything. They're just angry.
It's so funny that this.
Sometimes when I think about different animals, it's really crazy, and my mind thinks, why does that exist? And then why is there another one that's totally different? What is a horse? Why does that exist?
A lot of times we breed them. Because like horses to me don't seem like a real good performer. I agree there, Dawn. You look at an animal and think, what the fuck is its purpose? But they know. They're here.
Did Aussies ever ride? No, Africans. Does anyone ride zebras?
I don't think so. The ones that I find amazing are those box jellies because they're not even sentient. All they do is float around the ocean and sting the fuck out of people. Like they don't even know what they're doing. Yeah.
They're sort of sentient, but they don't seem to care much. They just sting stuff. Well, how did we breed a horse then? What animals does that come from?
I think they discovered them in fucking Asia. Did the Mongols, were they the first or the China? I'm not sure. But they kind of got them and selectively bred them.
You come out onto the plains and there's a horse type animal, and you realise it's good if the brave man can ride it, and then you breed better ones and better ones.
Yeah, I guess so.
Why is that horse there originally? Just chilling.
I want to know who was the first brave one to try and ride it.
Yeah,
I mean, when did that come across? And why did a horse let him?
In June, Bill, where they have to ride the sandworm as like initiation. I wonder if it was like that, but with horses. So it's a myth. Once I saw a man, and he was speeding across the plain on top of a horse, surfing the horse. And then one of the brave men in the tribe says, I reckon I could try that.
You're mad.
Hey, just a quick one on, now he's gone, but Riggs, before when he was doing those disclosures, I didn't want to tell him this, but when they do those documentaries, they have people that come in and kind of interview people, and their nickname here, we call them rakers. They sort out the bullshit and the men from the boys, and they generally they're good detectives. They make a great detective. They ask a few questions and they do the old, this guy's full of shit. You know what I mean? Like they use them in statistics and that. Like when you're interviewing kids, the ones who say, "Yeah, I've had sex," they're that type. And Riggs with his Patricia being a fucking bloke and Mark Sargent, him knowing his name, all that reeked with, well, how do you know it then? If it's such privy information, how did you get it? But yeah, that was kind of surprising there with Riggs. But if it looks like bullshit and it smells like bullshit, it's probably bullshit.
I don't
Anyway,
agree
sorry,
with
just had to
Riggs.
throw that one up.
I don't agree with Riggs, that Mark is another human and Patricia is another human and she's a man. But I do think that family's connected to masonry and performance art.
If you are in a position where you're privy to information, and inside it you've discovered, why would you be coy in that way? I was trying to get, not push too hard because it sounded like he was a bit sensitive, but
what he's trying to do is red pill you, but instead of just push it down your throat, he's making it into a meal with lots of little delicacies. So,
but
I would just tell you
entirely,
that they're all Shriners and they're all doing propaganda to make money and reviving an old Mason myth and argument of the flat Earth. But Riggs will say he's a man, he's a woman, that man's actually this man. They have different names, so he's just teasing you with different theories.
I mean, it's all well and good, but like I said, it's a odd way of going about it. That's I don't know. But yeah, making a meal out of it, making it
Look,
more.
when we tell you Satanists are running the world, you don't believe us. If we show you child molesters in Parliament, you're more likely to take the bait and rethink our position.
Yeah, I mean, all it would take really is him posting a picture. Look, here's this thingy high school, and there's this guy who looks just like a young Mark Sargent, but his name is Bob Smith, whatever his name is that his name was.
Yeah, I actually
that was smart. That wouldn't take very much effort.
ChatGPT, and it said there's no evidence that it can find of this guy with any other name, and Sargent is an English Latin name.
Yeah, but then it's the
Kendall, I think.
The idea there's you go along and you check for Mark Sargent's high school. Oh, I'm not going to check Mark Sargent's high school. Why would this is your idea? Why don't you go and check? You tell me.
Yeah, but
don't ask me to go and check.
Riggs doesn't rely on giving you the final piece of evidence to prove the theory. It's more like the tidbits that you taste. What ifs?
Yes, yeah. That's a lot of it, isn't it? It's a lot of the conspiracy stuff, isn't it?
What he's doing though, he's testing you. He's saying that little bit, and Patricia's name is Jeffrey, and he's testing you. He's waiting for your response. It's Jeffrey, and if you go, "Oh my God, bloody hell, a bloody bloke," he knows he's got you. You're on the hook. But we didn't give him what he wants, and he hates that because he's just realised, oh fuck, I'm not the smartest person in the room. In fact, he rarely is. In fact, probably never is. But yeah, we didn't buy it. Yeah, but Trisha is Jeffrey. Dun dun dun. The big reveal. Real Hollywood, isn't it?
But what if you found a kid now, who was 16, you told them Caitlyn Jenner is actually
a dude,
Bruce Jenner, and you showed them the old photo, they might be shocked and they'd say, "Bruh, what?" And then they'd Google it and it would be true.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe it. If I saw Caitlyn Jenner and Bruce Jenner, I wouldn't believe it. I seriously wouldn't. I'd say, you're fucking jerking my chain. And I know it to be true. Yeah. That's a really good example there, Dawn. Thank you for that.
It's a rare event, but it can happen. And in these Masonic families, Riggs believes it's more common to play a role, sometimes cross-gender. But I actually think Antonio Subarak started the meme about Patricia being a man. I don't think she is a man.
No, he had the issues.
Hey, Red Cloud, you're hot mic and you're fucking...
Sorry.
Refurb there.
And she moved country for him, and then they split up. So he created this meme to deface her.
Yeah, that wasn't a good thing he did.
it shows weird infighting. So he wanted to find a life partner, like a celebrity life partner, and then the next minute he wants to sully someone's name as a tranny.
I don't know how he did it though.
No.
How did he do that?
Yeah, with
He
Mark
just released a
Sargent,
few
though.
videos.
With Sargent, I noticed that what he was saying was when he was showing someone like, so you believe the Earth's flat, he's going, well, no, these people. And I never actually heard him say, I think the Earth is flat. He was always saying, oh, those people do. And he was kind of,
Yes, I think
I
you're
don't
right.
know, I never actually caught him on a lie specifically, more like the actor.
He's explaining this movement's a real thing, but he doesn't actually give his personal position very often at all.
Yeah. Like George Lucas doesn't think lightsabers are real. He just writes movies about them. So
Yeah, I think Riggs would agree with that sort of theory. But the thing is, with some flat earthers, they notice this is all acted and psyoped and dogmatic and myth and model afflicted, whatever you call it. But they still think deep down it's not a globe. The globe is a worse lie that they've saved themselves from.
yeah.
It's a lie with.
They're in a rock and a hard place.
It's a lie though that has no rhyme or reason. And I've tried to create a rhyme or reason.
It's satanic
because
to make you feel trapped.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think that's flat Earth is satanic.
That's what they say.
Yeah, I can go along with that.
But I feel like any model that says you're on this place and it's hard to get off is the same trap anyway. So flat Earth is a trap, you can argue.
Yeah, I'd argue that.
As a comparative thing, when Rolf Harris was exposed to be a very unnice person to do with children, I didn't want that to be true. Because when I was a kid, he was a cool entertainer on TV. He did Jake the Peg and he was a wobble board and he was big on Australian TV for children.
Oh, yeah.
And then went to England, did the same thing. And to this day, I'm still kind of like, oh, fuck, I really do wish it wasn't true, but now he's a fucking arsehole and deserves to rot in jail or whatever. But when you're so entrenched of liking someone like Rolf Harris or Jimmy Savile, was it?
Yeah.
It's hard to let go of that. Now,
that's another way
for me, it
where
doesn't matter, but
we
are they the
use this
same?
to expose it because it's actually more common than you think. Being a weird man who's into young women or young boys, that's actually quite common. But when we find them in celebrities, there's loads more than people think. So there's often one where people like them, like the person.
Yeah, there was another couple of
theory
that
is
I remember.
they're all pedos. That's the theory. So like you got your heart broken with Tony Hart, is we've exposed the whole organization of Disney as being into predatory actions over kids, mind control and pedophilia. So a lot of truthers have had their minds blown since they were kids.
I'm with Boomer though. It's just it's depressing in a lot of ways, and why does there have to be all these people are like this? You can't just be, normal people just entertaining.
Well, there is normal people too. It's just that bad behavior runs deep, even into the people that we trust to try and run things. And that's the main theory of. Actually, there's depravity all the way up, which means we've got depraved people ruling us.
I think Johnny Rotten was what was his name that Sex Pistols singer? He
he said he was sounding the alarm in the BBC, and they wouldn't pay attention.
After Pizzagate and Epstein and Savile, he came out and said, "I've been telling people this for 20 years or whatever."
Yeah. What was his name? Who was that? You know what I'm talking about, yeah.
Yeah, I know who you're on about. I can't remember which one it was.
Phil. Was it Johnny Rotten?
It even made it into the DJ scene. You remember Avicii? Really cheesy house anthem producer.
Okay.
He got very famous all around the world. Became mega rich. Was like the biggest house act for years and years, just as it was peaking. Anyway, he started exposing paedophile ring from the celebrity Masons that he was involved with, and then said they're all human traffickers, and then they killed him for it. He had a suspicious death. He's got a video with child trafficking sort of expose in his dance videos. Weird.
Wow. Yeah.
Creepiest shit for me is when you see Disney, they've got the symbols etched over the male animals, and the male animals are suddenly best friends with a human child, covered in certain symbols on like as part of their coat.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Flight of the Navigator?
I do. I do remember that.
But that's about a boy being abducted by pedo alien craft. It's got the pedo symbols on it.
I don't know if they would do that though. I think it's a bit much. They put symbols in. For whom would the symbols? Who would the symbols be for? Because if you're in that crowd, you don't.
It's symbolic, so it's a sigil. When you spread it around, and only you know it's there, but others don't really recognize it.
But what's the purpose of that?
It's spreading out your power, but you do know later some people will recognize it, and that will be a calling card to you being in control.
But they already know who is in the group. That's not because they're all part of the same
you can
group.
argue it's for other people in the group when they watch Disney with their family. They're like, ding ding, that's our symbol.
Oh, I see. But aren't they aware of whoever else is in the group? There's so many of them, they don't know they all exist. But they have to put symbols in things so the other group members will be, oh, that's one of ours. Oh, great. So don't they know that they're who's in the group?
That's true. But I'm saying Disney goes further than that. It's about mind control, MK Ultra. So these symbols seep into the consciousness of the kids.
I see.
Well, the Knights Templar, who are probably the original bankers, that kind of their duty was to get you free passage over to the Wailing Wall in the Middle East to do the pilgrimage. They used to have a symbol that used to change every year because they didn't know whether you were a new banky person or an old person, because you basically write checks. So you could put the money in England and then go on your pilgrimage over to the Middle East and take the money out there. And you had to have a tablet with a special symbol on it. So they used to use the symbology, but it's more like your bank account number.
Yeah,
Before people could write.
Mm-hmm.
If you forget the symbol, then they don't trust you to give you the money.
Well, yeah, you might have been someone who there's also the symbol plus a keyword. So you had to have the little, I guess, like a medallion, but you also need to say throat wobble mangrove, because if you had it and I saw you I was a highwayman and killed you and took your symbol, I still can't take the money out because I don't know the fucking throat wobble mangrove password. So it's the original banking, I guess.
I got that reference.
You like the Python reference there?
I like the Python reference.
It is spelled
It's
Wachiriyoto.
another good use of a sigil.
Python did an extended sketch, and it was the one where people spontaneously turn into Scotsmen. There's an alien ship flies overhead, and they turn people Scottish. Have you seen that one? It's rather obscure, but it's really funny.
One that stuck with me for years is The Art of Not Being Seen.
Oh,
That was
yes.
just such a good skit. And he explodes. And that
Yes.
is the advantage of not being seen.
They blow it up. That was funny.
Or the game show Blackmail. That was as funny as fuck. You
Yes.
have to.
Yes.
Anyone who's shifty would have to watch it. And this one's
Yes.
for 50p. Mr. Jones, your wife Felicity and your two wonderful children, Jacob and Meg, will not find out the name of your lover in Luton. That's 50 quid. Just get it to the station before the end of the show.
There's the other one called Prejudice. Do you remember that one?
Oh, I don't remember that. But
Prejudice, that was, again, it was Michael Palin was the one that did that. And it was, yeah, Prejudice. There's a lot of it I can't say. You can't say in here. They wanted a nickname for, what was it? They wanted to find a derogatory name for Belgians. And one of them was, someone wrote in, Mr. Hatred of Hastings says, let's call them let's not call them anything. Let's ignore them because they are fat. They're fat, lazy, and unprincipled, dishonest, and untrustworthy. It was just prejudice against all the different groups. And most of them are homosexuals, and all this sort of thing. And there's one of them that was I can't say it. I can't say what the name of the character was. Some of them are quite wild. And the interesting thing is, when we got the DVDs set, all the Monty Python episodes on DVD, and when you watch them back to back, you'll notice there are patterns emerge. And what will happen is, you'll see in one episode, for example, do you remember where, no reason whatsoever, a man in a knight armor walks on with a rubber chicken and hits someone over the head with a rubber chicken, and then walks off?
Sort of, yeah.
But when you watch all the shows back to back, the man in armor walks through a scene and walks out the other side of the scene, doesn't do anything. In the next show, he walks on and then hits someone on the head with the chicken. So he's walked through the one scene to the next scene that's in another show. So the two are connected, but you don't notice it. So there is these connections between the shows that you don't know about. And the only reason we know about it is we watch the episodes back to back. This is years and years after they came out, and now just noticing they had these connections of the episodes. There was one of them with Doug and Dinsdale Piranha. Remember that, the Piranha Brothers sketch?
Yeah,
And you'll
yeah, I do.
and remember that Doug was hallucinating, and he had he thought he was being followed by a 10-foot hedgehog called Spiny Norman. Do you remember that? So
not really.
So Doug and Dinsdale Piranha, and one of them was mental, and he thought he was being followed by a 10-foot hedgehog that he called Spiny Norman. Well, in one of the shows, there's a giant hedgehog appears in a hedgerow and then just disappears again. When I saw that, I went, "Is that Spiny Norman from the previous episode?" And it was. And it was a reference.
Well, another head fuck they did.
So
I think this is
wild.
Python. I think Python had one where they had a record that was all their sketches. So not all their sketches, but the ones that you can put on a vinyl. And on the B side, it was actually recorded in such a way that there were 2 tracks. And depending on where you put the needle, you wouldn't always get the same track. But you might play it over 3 or 4 times, and then suddenly something different starts. And I've got a feeling one of the starting tracks was Doug Piranha, the Piranha Brothers.
Yeah.
And I've gone to put it on, and it didn't start. And I'm thinking, hang on, Piranha Brothers, what's going on here? So it was like double recorded, two layer tracks. It only went for 12 or 14 minutes too. Or sorry, it only went for 9 minutes. You think it should go for 15, 20. Like, what's going on here? I just used to fuck with your head. I think that was Python. Because I've got a Doug Piranha, or Doug and Dinsdale Piranha, is it?
Yeah.
And it was one of their records. And now for something completely different, I think was the record. But I don't know if they did it on all of the copies because of some, I don't know, fucks with people's heads, legislation or something.
That is so interesting. Depending on where the needle dropped, will be where the record starts playing from, and there's 2 lots of grooves.
Yes.
Wow, that's really interesting. Never thought of you could even do that. How brilliant is that?
Well, once you press it, it's pretty easy.
They did have an album called Contractual Obligation Album, and it's actually very, very good. But it's named the Contractual Obligation Album. They have to do it because they're obliged to, for the contract. But I didn't know this. I didn't know that the Doug and Dinsdale Piranha sketch was based on real events. The Cray brothers.
Yep.
I'd never heard of them until the movie came out. The movie was with who was in it? What's the guy's name who was in Mad Max?
Mel Gibson.
No, they're not the original Mad Max. The new one. Okay, so he was in that. What else was he in? He was in not Deadpool. What's the other one where he's got a symbiote that eats people? What was that movie?
No.
You remember that? It's a Marvel type movie, and
I'm a music trivia boy. I'm losing at actors' names.
He's
They keep changing.
The movie is about a guy who has a symbiote that's very violent, and it's black and with a long tongue and really slimy looking, and it eats people's and bites people's heads off and stuff. Oh goodness, I can't think of what his name is. Anyway, but so Doug and Dinsdale Piranha are based on the Cray brothers. I did not know they existed. I didn't know that was a thing. So I saw that movie and I went, wait a minute, this is Doug and Dinsdale Piranha. These are real. That sketch, this is, years, decades after seeing growing up with Doug and Dinsdale Piranha sketches and stuff. And then realizing it's actually based on real people. That was funny. Yeah, Doug would come
Especially
in and he would get very quiet, and then he would Yeah, then he nailed the guy's head to the floor. He was very violent, very fair, but very violent. Another man who had his head nailed to the floor was. Yeah. I went over to Doug's and he says, "Unfortunately, Brian, you've transgressed the unwritten law." Oh, really? What had you done? Oh, he didn't actually tell me what I'd done, but he assured me that that was the case. And so, yeah. So then he nailed my head to the floor. But it was all above board, you know. He was totally right to do what he did, you know. Be fair, you know. I did need my head nailed to the floor. Oh my. All right, the bicycle holiday sketch. The guy's cycling around and keeps falling off his bike. Remember that one?
Oh, you got me now, dude. I've had so much bourbon and fucking weed through the brain since then.
That was one of the best ones. Again, it was Michael Palin. Well, he was usually in the best with Michael Palin. And he's riding a bicycle. And then as soon as he goes out of the shot, the camera pans around and he's cycling, looking all happy. And then as soon as he goes out of view of the camera, you hear this horrible, sickening crash. And then it says, the narration is like, "I fell off near Bishop Stortford." And after he keeps falling off his bicycle. It's just really stupid.
Do you remember Michael Palin did an offshoot series, like about the time Faulty Towers was coming up, Michael Palin started doing his own little sort of not sketch comedy, more big sitcoms, but they were half hour, but some nutcase in them. Different person every time that was him.
Very
Does
good.
that ring a bell at all?
Yes, it does. It was called It was called Ripping Yarns.
Ripping Yarns.
Ripping Yarns. One of them was he was in the World War II. He was captured, and every time he was captured by the Germans, he would escape. And so they put him in a maximum security camp and everything, and he keeps trying to escape. And in the end, he goes to the last place they take him. The British and the Germans have an agreement that they won't attempt to escape. And so he's trapped, and none of the guys will help him escape because they have this agreement with the Germans. And so it was all a ruse. And all the other guys were actually plotting an escape, and they realized their plot and all escaped, leaving him as the last man in there, the last man there that didn't escape. And so anyway, it was an irony thing where he's just turned around on him. And then it said, then he died and he was buried in this church cemetery. And 3 days later, it shows a tunnel. He escaped. He escaped the grave. It was just funny.
Yeah, Ripping Yarns was good. I might actually go and see if I can find those on YouTube, because I've got a feeling they'll date okay. I think his comedy is good.
Yeah, yeah. I watched a couple. That was the one I last watched. Was the Escape one. And I'd forgotten the ending. I'm like, oh no, he's the last one. You know, it's like, oh, that's the punchline at the end is that he prided himself on never being able to be captured, and you know, he'd always escape. And then the last one, he was the only one not to escape. And that was, oh, I forgot about that. It was funny.
I've got to go and make a cup of hot chocolate because coffee. It's too late for coffee, or I need something warm, and I don't have tea. So, what's the option? Hot chocolate or Bonox? And we don't drink Bonox here in Australia.
Hot chocolate, man.
Has to be.
Hot chocolate. I'm going to pop off as well. So you have a great hot chocolate. I'll catch you later.
Cheers, I will, and see ya.
Yes.
Hey, man.
Good morning. Oh, it's been an interesting last few days. A lot of conversation.
Yeah, it's been pretty. It's been pretty good. I agree.
I got caught in the rain this morning on my run.
Sometimes that's nice.
It sucks because my running shoes, the ones I like to run in, are just done, and I won't be able to run again tonight. So, I have other shoes that I could run in, but I don't want to ruin them.
Yeah, yeah. Getting your shoes soaked does suck.
It's weird. My feet are very sensitive. Like even when I played, I never wore socks. So it's like if I'm running in another pair of shoes, it's weird. It makes my teeth hurt.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, there used to be a fine if you didn't wear the socks. Um, and so I literally had to go to like this testing thing, and like literally they showed his teeth were really like every time I'd walk, like if I you know what church shoes are? Like dress shoes.
Yeah, dress shoes. Yeah.
Yeah, like if I wear dress shoes with one of those dress like silky socks, like I can't even, I'm thinking about it, my teeth start hurting. Like it's so weird. It's people and they look at you like you're a weirdo. It's always fun, but but yeah, caught in the rain, a lot of fun. Oh,
Well, I don't know where you are, but
Florida.
Northeast there was
Florida. I'm down in Florida right now.
Okay. In the Northeast, it was over 100 degrees yesterday.
Yeah.
You're
My chief of staff's in Connecticut, and she was not happy.
Yeah. So.
Oh. I mentioned it the other day, but there was a vote to fire me, and it didn't get through. That was a good revelation yesterday.
That's annoying.
What happens when you have investors,
Yeah.
People get pissed and they start saying stupid stuff, and
Well, you're in crypto. Does that tend to attract even more volatile people, do you think?
I would say less patient. But yeah, I mean, volatility. It's like it's less patient. It would be the heat of the volatility a bit.
Well,
But
my impression of the crypto guys is not especially good.
so one thing is twofold. We don't do like meme coins and all that other stuff. We could, but we don't. We utilize our digital assets as a service. The digital asset itself isn't the business. The business is basically like a SaaS that we built out for invoicing and payments and all the tracking and all that other stuff. Um, the underlying cryptocurrency is utilized for specialized use cases, especially the one that we're in now.
Okay. All right. That seems so. Essentially, it's a currency for like a payroll system.
So there's a payroll system attached to it, essentially. So I think I told you. In the cannabis, because the federal and state split, they can't have bank accounts, and so about 65% of that whole industry is just pure cash. They have a problem storing it, tracking it, and keeping it. So what we do is we built a system that allows us to pick up the cash, issue them the tokens. They can then pay their bills, pay their vendors, pay their payroll. They can sell the token.
What business is this?
This would be basically any high risk industry has the same problem, but the one that we focused on is cannabis because there's over.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, there's like about $50 billion in cash from the onset to today on this industry that's just sitting on the sideline.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. That does make sense. I mean,
yeah.
I definitely could see how cannabis has that, nothing else is going to, or little else.
The main thing is they have nowhere else to go. So like there's other high risk people that we can work with, like casinos and stuff like that. But the difference is it's the federal statute. I'm sorry, the federal scheduling of cannabis. Since banks are regulated on a federal level, they don't touch it. And then there's something called the Cole memo. But that came out, I think, around like 2013, 2014. And it basically told the banks how you can deal with cannabis cash, told the federal government, unless it crosses a state line, unless it's being sold to kids, all this other stuff, there's no funds that will be allocated from the federal government to enforcement. And then Jeff Sessions came in and just threw it away. But over the course of those 2 years, all those banks started building up divisions. So this time around, even if there is any hope of legislation, they're not going to touch it for like 4 or 5 years,
Yeah, got it. Okay. That does sound like a pretty good business.
It's risky as hell, and it's been a fucking pain in the ass, and it's taken about 2 years, but we finally have our platform. We're working with one of the biggest point of sale systems companies, in like they do point of sales for most dispensaries and stuff, to pretty much like just handle all the cash problems, issue them in the system. But the thing is like we have to geofence it. So it's a kind of an expensive launch. So we're doing our first 2 states. July 31st, we're in New Mexico with the banking conference, and then after that, we're launching it in Arizona and Nevada.
Yeah. How do you deal with cross border payments?
So we have a whole nother. So there's another company in Wyoming, Florida, that I work with that we're doing a cross-border payment system with. Internally, you would just have separate accounts, and then you have pretty much like a universal account that you can get if you have multiple accounts in the different states. But right now, for a cross-border payment, which is legal to do, you can go to our invoicing system. You submit an invoice. The invoice gets sent to the person on the platform. The platform guy approves it. And then if you want to, you can receive the currency or you can get cash.
Okay.
But the physical aspect of moving money across the state line, we do not do that.
Right. Okay.
That would make me a money launderer.
Yep. Also, you'd have to do all kinds of KYC. That would be
AML. Yep. We do that. The system's closed loop, so you get on the system through KYC AML. But there's a company that we're working with that we already did our APIs. Everything's already tied in. So what ends up happening is you get a report, and you can say yes or no based upon that report. But if that person does something bad and you get in trouble, and that report comes out that they're like an Iranian terrorist, you know what I mean? Like you're going to get in trouble.
Yep. Well, you have Let me think about that. So you're essentially doing your own banking because you're using a token.
We're building our own rails, but we're still utilizing the banking system strictly basically for the depository of the cash, and then the storing of the value. So like our system, it's pegged 1-to-1. For every coin that goes out, there's $1 that's put into an account. And that's how you know you have your liquidity in the system. Like when you have USDTC and all those other things, you're kind of buying into a scheme. That's why it goes up and down, because you got to pay their minting costs.
Okay, so really the crypto is just an accounting.
Exactly. We call it a utility. We call it a utility token because exactly it's an accounting measure that gets you access to your dollar when you move it to bill or for bills or to the tax guy.
Okay, that makes sense. So what are the investors upset about?
We third party basically our dev for the platform to Ukraine. The war started. Actually, one of our programmers actually died, and there was just a massive delay. And I didn't want to move the project from them because like they needed the money. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of why they were going at me, because we had like a 3-month delay, and that just pissed one of them off. He's been around kind of since the beginning. He's always been a problem. He's actually a former politician. He's a complete ass. But like he just rah shish bought everybody, and they did a vote. He put it on the board, either fire me or fire him, and he's fired.
Well, I mean, I would say sucks to be him, but
What pisses me off is I can't take back his stock and his tokens. That's what pisses me off. And I'm trying to slow my blind rage and just let it go. But he didn't fulfill his subscription agreement, and he's thinking he's walking away with the percentage he is. So we'll figure it out. But it's good not to be fired from my own company that started.
yeah.
That's what happens when you start a board.
I'm surprised there aren't lawyers involved.
Oh, there is. Oh, there was. It's closed now. But yeah, there was. There was. My guys, the problem is the GC is his friend, basically. So I couldn't even use my own guy, I didn't try. I mean, you're supposed to, like, he's supposed to be impartial. There's no way in hell. You know what I mean? So
yeah, no, I know.
So that was another thing we had to do. And luckily, there's a buddy of mine who has his own firm that specializes in digital assets and also cannabis. And so he kind of took on my case essentially in regard to this, and he's going to move over to GC.
Okay.
Yeah, the last couple of days have been good because I just have it on in the background mainly, and just been dealing with the dev team in Ukraine, and then they're happy that basically now they're not going to get fired. That was the thing; it's insane. Like we've like with this thing going down, we've had to pretty much like stop almost every. Like we got even more delayed with them doing this,
Yeah.
Because I mean, if he would have won, the first thing they would have done is fire them. Because I think he's just old, man.
Yeah. Okay.
So he was a former district attorney for Staten Island or Manhattan, actually, 12 years.
Cool.
Yeah, it was cool. You had Top Cop telling everybody that your platform is good, you know. But and then, like, after it all went down, he like called and he was like talking all nice and stuff, and I was kind of just like, why did it get to this point? This has been a waste of time, waste of money, waste of everything, you know. Um, he, like a politician he is, didn't answer, but
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously that that sucked, but you're not, I mean, you're not wrong about investors wanting to, you know, either being volatile, I would say, or just having unrealistic expectations.
yeah.
In the best case.
I mean, it's you do your updates every year. You have to like legally, you have to tell them what's going on and all that other stuff. They'll call and get updates and things like that. But like, it's the dynamics of the market have changed since we started. You know, we had to build so much more than what we expected to build from our MVP. You know, we had to add in that invoicing platform. We had to assure, you know, the aspects of our transaction system and things like that. It's a bit proprietary, so I don't want to go into it. But the end result is like we have a system, you know, like we're helping write. Like, have you heard of Fed Now?
No.
It's basically the Fed's attempt for like direct digital payments, and it sucks, and no one uses it. And we're actually working with someone who's on that. It's called the Fed's Faster Payments Council, and like we're submitting our system because our settlement time is 3.2 seconds. Which is better than theirs because they have that wavering ledger that they just settle at the end of the day, you know. This makes instantaneous settlements. You don't have to do the balance settlement at the end of the day. It makes money move faster and more efficiently. I mean, it's way better. But I mean, it's just. I mean, like when you look at payments, like at one time everything was done in cash, and then it was done in checks, and then it was done on Swift. You know,
Direct deposit. Yep.
They're looking at they're saying tokenized payments like over the next 5-10 years could grow to like a $5-10 trillion market, which isn't even the entire market, like Swift has and all that other stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, I bored everybody else off yet?
It was interesting to hear.
Oh, not yet. But yeah, it's been interesting to hear the Iranian debate over the last couple of days.
Yeah. Agreed. I mean, the I think the issue is going to be whether or not these guys, if they wind up with a bomb after all of this,
they're going to outsource it.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, Russia will take the risk. I know what you're talking about. There's like you were saying the other day, like if you built it, America's coming after you too.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't know for an absolute fact that we would treat anything that way, but that was my understanding a while back. And if it were me, and I was, if I were Russia and they were like, yeah, we'll trust us, we're not going to do anything with it. I don't know, I'd believe that.
Well,
if the thing is, as soon as you give it to us, we're nuking Tel Aviv. That's like, just start World War III already, my guy.
Well, the thing is, it's Russia needs Iran to keep on giving them materials for Ukraine.
Yeah, true. I agree.
So if Iran, did you see those freaking little pinholes that those bombs put into the mountain there?
I didn't look at that, but I.
Oh, dude, it is crazy. So they dropped 14 of them, but there's only like 7 holes because they dropped 2 in one slot. I think the type of precision and accuracy that they did, but yeah, Russia has to have Iran's participation or they can't hold much longer in Ukraine. A delivery of a ballistic nuclear missile to Iran could be done in 48 hours. Who controls that missile? I don't know. I think it could be something very similar to like the Cuban deal that they did. But I mean, I could totally see that. Like, you're kind of forcing these guys to kind of have to team up now. You know what I mean?
Well, they're already a team, right? I mean, Russia is.
They don't like each other. They just have no one else to do business with. You know what I mean? Now they're going to have to like team up, like actually like work with each other.
Yeah.
Like the Allies teamed up in one. You know what I mean? Like everybody like contributed and gave and everything else like that. Like I think that's kind of the corner we're pushing China, Russia, and Iran into.
So yeah. So I don't disagree with that, except for the fact that I don't know if those guys can team up because none of them are really good team players.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, you don't want. So I was talking to somebody the other day. It's like I think we're getting excellent feedback on how the drone stuff is working in Ukraine. How the next generation of warfare is working in Ukraine. Yeah, I think because the Ukrainians, I'm sure, pretty sure, I don't have insider knowledge, but share all of that shit with us. Pretty much.
I get what you're saying. Like,
but I don't think the Russians are like sharing that information with Ukraine or with China
or Iran. I think we're going to be
a little bit of Iran because they need feedback. But probably when, unfortunately, China decides to go after Taiwan, there will.
So think about like one of the biggest transfers of intellectual property was World War One, and it was basically Britain allowing us to bootleg anything so we can make it and deliver it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's the type of relationship I can start seeing because Russia, they have problems with production. Iran's going to have huge problems with production. China won't. So China would be able to say, hey, you need your Iranian drones. We can get that. You know what I mean? Like they could start being the U.S. of that alliance, essentially. I get what you're saying. Like historically, they don't collaborate well.
Also culturally, we're like dead on target with England. Like we, you know, but between China and Russia,
Well, so China and Russia have a very tumultuous relationship, essentially. In the beginning, it was Russia was the big brother, China was the little brother. You know, now China wants to be the big brother, and Russia won't be the little brother. You know what I mean? I can, like I said, I can see that, but I don't think any of that shit's going to matter because if and when Ukraine fails, Russia's going down, Iran's going down. Like they don't have an option. You know what I mean?
yeah, but when has that ever stopped anybody from, from making bad decisions? It's like,
I get that. I'm
dude,
just
if you
saying.
keep drinking, you're gonna get. Oh, you got fired.
I get that, but what I'm saying is we're kind of before it wasn't like the fact that they had to collaborate to survive. Now the stage is like they're going to have to collaborate or they're not going to. You know what I mean? The temperatures have turned up a bit.
Yeah. So who knows whether or not they manage to forge a better alliance? It's just my assessment is that cultural incompatibility is such a big barrier to success that
This is the best thing about Russians don't care if you're Muslim. They don't care if you're Chinese. So if you have Russia as your overlord, your society's not at risk. If you have US as your overlord, your society's at risk of Western values being put in. So when you look at all of them, the only person that would care would be Iran. But Iran, they're not going to be in a position to care. They're going to be the littlest of this entire triad because you can get the hydrocarbons you need from Russia as well. You know, like if you look at this tetrarchy or triumvirate, essentially, they'd be the lesser. The battle, the Pompey and the Caesar, essentially, would be who's China and who's Russia. You know, no matter what, Iran's going to be on the bottom of that pyramid.
Yeah, I agree with that. But my thinking though is whatever the how do I say this? So China wants control of the Pacific or the South Pacific.
Yeah, South China Sea.
Yeah. Plus a whole bunch. It's not a small, it's not a small area. So you start with, okay, China is going to, wants to take over Taiwan, and they probably don't need Russia's help with that, but they do need Russia to just not have any interference, which is Russia's probably fine with, right? Russia doesn't really give a shit about Taiwan.
I mean, but if the second China goes after Taiwan, the U.S. is going to respond.
Yes, that's right.
So it's like unless Russia is involved, the thing is China wouldn't go into Taiwan without having Russia's back. Essentially, you know what I mean?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that. So I'm China, and I'm like, well, right now we have more assets much closer to Taiwan than America.
Yeah.
And, Russia, I haven't checked specifically, but I don't think Russia has any assets anywhere nearby.
They have a fleet, but it would be...
they can move their fleet around, but I don't think it's off the shore of Taiwan.
Well, it's like less than the Coast Guard, but it guards like they have that little island above Japan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It guards that little area, but like it's like if it's like 2 frigates, it's like a lot. You know, it's just patrol. It's nothing of relevance.
Yeah. So right. Okay. So so I'm so basically they say, well, we have to move. So we tell Russia we're doing it. I think that's probably a reasonable assumption. You don't want to surprise your potential ally with your.
Well, Japan did that to Germany.
Right. But also it's like you don't want to run the risk of accidentally pissing them off for some reason, and then you've got additional headaches.
This is the scary thing. Exactly that. Like, to me, is the scary thing is we don't have enough force available to do what we're doing in Iran, control what we need to control from Russia, and also China.
I don't know. I mean, I tend to agree with that, but I'm not 100% sure we don't.
I'm not 100%. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure we don't. I am skeptical of it because of the losses that the other armies can inflict. You know what I mean? Um, it's not asymmetric. There's going to be losses. There's going to be like our Navy.
Yeah, so it's what they call a near peer conflict, which we haven't been in.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the Taiwan invasion plan looks like. I know that I'm sure
there's three. One is insane. The other one is like long-term infiltration. And then the third one is the one that gets strategized against the most, which is the basic their version of D-Day.
Right. Okay. So that's the one. That's the only one that I'm familiar with. I think that when they decide to to go in, the one that I'm familiar with, it looks kind of like D-Day, and if they don't win quickly, at least establish a really solid beachhead and make gains, then they have a problem. I mean, once momentum on that thing stalls.
If they do, so a lot of their war academy is built off Soviet doctrine.